Welcome, guys. Thanks for clicking on the video. If you're new to Path of Exile 1, or maybe you just started playing and are looking for a step-by-step guide to walk through Path of Exile's campaign, then you're in the right place. This video will be meant for beginner players that maybe struggle through completing Path of Exile's campaign, but you have a baseline rudimentary understanding of ARPGs so far. What I mean by that is I won't be explaining very basic functions like how to pick up items or how to socket gems into your gear. There will be a lot of explanation and tips throughout the video, but it will be with the assumption that you've played an ARPG before and understand the basic functions of those types of games. As we play through the campaign, I'll stop to touch on subjects that either took me a while to learn and I believe will be beneficial for you to understand earlier along, with my suggestions on how I like to navigate through the campaign personally. After we complete each act, we'll do a brief rundown of where we are currently at with your character, the progression, along with any goals we might have or items we might want to look for as we move into the next act. The video will be a long one. I'll be aiming to explain as much as possible, treating the playthrough from a new player's perspective. You may need to watch through sections multiple times, and that's fine. Each act will be timestamped below, so you can click through the different sections as you need. I would also recommend firing up Path of Exile and playing along with me, but that's completely up to you. My goal by the end of the video will be for you as a beginner player to understand some of the tips and tricks of getting through the campaign more efficiently, while learning mechanics, how to play your build more efficiently than you did before you were watching this playthrough. This specific run, we're going to focus on playing a slam build on the Marauder, and then we'll eventually transition into either a Juggernaut or a Berserker as our Ascendancy. More on that later in the video once we get to that point, but for now, let's get into it. So right now on screen, you should be seeing what is called Filter Blade XYZ. First thing we'll want to do, and you'll want to do as a new player, is get an item filter. I know there's a lot of people that can't stand third-party websites when you're working or playing in a game. Unfortunately, Path of Exile is just one of those games where it has so much information, so much is going on. You'd be putting yourself at a disadvantage by not using some of these third-party websites. I've been playing Path of Exile for about 4 or 5 years now. I've used this site religiously for all 4 or 5 of those years. I've never had anything bad happen to me personally. The site is used by a vast majority of the player base. The creator is regularly on X and other platforms. He plays himself, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a loot filter. I'm going to do this with you guys right now. So as you can see on screen, these are a couple of the loot filters that I've already previously created. They were for this league, so the Mirage League that we're currently in. There is a new league that's going to be coming out very soon, and that's kind of why I'm wanting to make this video now, to get everybody kind of up to speed and give you some time to practice before that new league comes out and be prepared. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a new loot filter. I have not created one specifically for this playthrough yet. So we're going to walk through that now. I will also drop the link to the loot filter website in the description below so you guys can make your own, but we're going to do it step by step. So first, you're going to need to log in. Make sure you're clicked on PoE 1 versus PoE 2. You can do the exact same thing if you're playing Path of Exile 2. It's completely up to you. Obviously, for this playthrough, we're going to be playing Path of Exile 1. You want to be logged into your account. The other thing you're going to need to do is you're going to need to link this site to your actual Path of Exile account. It's very simple. The means to do it are pretty self-explanatory. If anybody has any questions, drop a comment below and I'll do my best to help answer. I've already linked my accounts though, so I can't actually show you that without creating a brand new account. But like I said, the steps are very simple to do that. It doesn't take very long at all. So from here on, we're going to create a new filter. You're going to be met with this table. Now guys, I'm going to be very blunt when it comes to this. I do not do a lot of switching with my loot filters. What I mean by that is I don't customize them a whole ton. I usually have, like you've seen on the previous screen, semi-strict, a strict, and a very strict filter. And then usually I have some type of leveling filter if I'm playing a very specific build. That's what we're going to make here, is a leveling filter. So if we come over here, you can see Never Sync Softcore. This is the one I would suggest all of you to select. It's going to be auto-selected, especially for leveling. Keep it at semi-strict. as a new player, you're naturally going to be picking up more items than maybe a more seasoned player is going to do, and that is perfectly fine. You picking up more items and taking more time in the game is going to help your character become typically over leveled and more powerful than someone who's speeding through the campaign would be at the steps that you're getting to, which is perfectly fine. As a new player learning the game, learning the mechanics, you're going to want some of that extra power. So that's why I would suggest keeping it as semi-strict. What the loot filter is going to do is it's going to filter out, just as the name suggests, some items as you're dropping them in game, depending on your build. For instance, if you're a melee type of class and they're dropping wands, if you're not playing some type of spellcaster on a melee class, there's no point in you dropping wands. You're never going to use those wands. So what the filter does is it helps filter out some of that stuff that maybe is useless to you or that you have no need for. So as we get into this, I'm going to keep it on semi-strict. You can do customized strictness as well. What we're going to click on is this auto adjust for build. So when we click on this, you can either click to make an endgame loot filter or a campaign filter. For right now, for the sakes of this video, we're going to do a campaign filter because that's the main focus of this video, is getting you guys through the campaign, getting you through it quickly, and teaching you some tips and tricks on the way and how to play the game. So we're going to do campaign. You're going to pick what you're ultimately doing. So are you playing spells and minions? Are you, a Fire Templar, a Bow Ranger? Are you doing claws and daggers, sword and shield? We're actually going to do this, two-hand, axe, and mace. So like I said, we're going to start with a slam build in this run-through. If you guys would like to see me do other run-throughs for different classes, different builds, please let me know in the comments. I'd be happy to do those. But for this one specifically, we're going to do a two-hand, axe, and mace. So when we click on this, it's going to drop down all the different items that you have available to you in this case. So again, we want two-hand axes, two-hand maces. We're going to primarily focus on two-hand axes for the most part, but every now and then you might get into a situation where you have a two-hand mace that drops, and that two-hand mace is going to be better than an axe. Where we want to stay away from this is where we start getting axe-specific nodes on the passive tree. More on that later. And then as far as the armors, so you have 3 different armor sets: energy, shield, evasion rating, and then armor. And then you have hybrids of each. So armor, evasion, evasion, energy, shield, and then armor, energy, shield. So we are going to be mainly a chonky boy. We're going to want as much armor as we can. We're going to be right up in the enemy's face. We're going to be hitting them melee range, of course. So we're going to want anything that has armor on it. So we're going to want primarily pure armor, but we'll also settle for armor, evasion, and armor, energy, shield, depending on the stats we get. So leave these as selected. Same thing down here. Don't mess with any of these. I usually don't. If you want to come in here, you get more experience with it, want to mess with it more on your own, feel free. We're going to hit apply. And then at this point, we just do export to PoE. So we're going to export to PoE. You're going to name your filter. So I'm going to do campaign run through, if I can spell, run through slams. Cool. Export. You're going to do save and upload once. Uploading filter to PoE. And then you're done. Now this filter is done. You've created this filter, and now when we go in-game, you'll actually be able to select this filter as the filter you want to use. So like I said, quick little tutorial on how you guys can do that. I will drop a link in the description below to this website so you can link your account and set up your own filter just like we did. Watch back if you need to kind of go through those steps as needed. Typically, I would also suggest that everybody uses Path of Building, commonly referred to as POB, to plan out your build you'll be playing for your character. But we'll be walking you through each skill point we'll take throughout the video. However, I will have a POB linked in the description of this video for where we end, so you do have a visual representation you can follow. So at that point, we will go ahead and get Path of Exile kicked up here, and we will get started. Now as we log in, so you can see right here, Awaken PoE Trade. Don't worry about that. I have that auto-enabled to start as Path of Exile starts. So for now, we're going to log in. You can see I already have a couple of different characters here that are made. We're actually going to do this in completely solo self-found. So let's go over that real quick. So when you log into Path of Exile for the first time, you're going to get a screen like this to show to create your character, right? You can go to standard. Standard is basically your, if you've played Diablo 4, it's your Eternal Realm. If you've played Last Epoch, it's basically their version of the Eternal Realm. So these are where all your characters go when each league ends, right? So if you go in here, you're not going to have any of the new stuff. If you click on these when the new league or when the current league, such as Mirage, is currently going on, this is what allows you to play that new content, right? So in this case, I am going to pick Mirage, but we are going to do solo self-found. What this means is that you cannot trade with anybody. You cannot trade, you cannot team up with anybody, and that's the goal of this video, is to show you how you can get through the campaign by yourself all at once, without the help from trading items. It's all going to be based on what we pick up. So exactly what I'm showing you is going to be based on everything that I actually find in-game. I'm not going to be able to trade with anybody. I'm not going to be able to get any other more powerful items that I wouldn't have normally had just by trading some of the currency that we'll talk about in-game. So we are going to click Solo Self-Found. I would suggest you do not click Ruthless. Ruthless basically takes the game to a very high level as far as everything is scarce. The items that you get are going to be scarce. The gems you get are going to be scarce. The skills are scarce. The currency is scarce. It just makes the game 10 times harder. I would not suggest doing Ruthless. I've personally never played it. It's just not my shtick. If you would like to, go ahead. Personally, my suggestion is don't. So we'll go ahead and go in Mirage, click Solo Self-Found, and then hit OK. At this point, this is where we're going to click select our characters. Now, when you first start, if you've never played Path of Exile before, you're not going to have this character right here, the Scion. That's fine. We're not going to use the Scion. You'll unlock her once you get to the end of Act 3. But for right now, we're going to pick the Marauder. Feel free to click any of these characters, play whatever you like, experiment. But at least for this playthrough, if you're following along, we are going to click the Marauder right here. So we're going to do Slammy Boy playthrough. Hit OK. And we are now in the game, guys. So at this point, we wake up on the beach and we are in the game. We're ready to go. For the sake of this video, I am going to skip all tutorials. This is also for the Kirak Vault Pass. We won't worry about that because that's really not going to have any effect on how you guys are playing the game, so we'll skip past those. We'll wake up here, and then depending on the class you pick, you're going to have a little club here. I'm going to skip through all dialogue, guys, just to speed this up. It's already going to be a long video. So for the sake of not wasting time, I'm going to skip through the dialogue. Now, you see there, when you kill that first zombie on the beach, he will always drop the same gem, depending on the class that you picked. As you can see here, we have sockets in our weapons and in our gear, so we're going to put that gem in the socket, and it's going to drop it down here to our skill bar. What this does is it's very different than any other ARPG, and that's because you don't pick specific skills. Your skills are linked to your gems. You can also see there's a little golden link here between this first socket and the second socket. What that effectively means is that any supporting gem, so something that's going to support the action of this actual skill, I can link in here, and it's going to modify the skill in some way. We're about to get one of those in a second. I'm actually skipping a little too far ahead here. So right from the start of the beach, if we go ahead and hit escape, and then if you go to options, you're going to have all these different options that you have in the menu. If we switch over to game, this is where you're going to pick that loot filter that we created. So go ahead and hit the drop down here. You can see I already have a ton of these different loot filters here. What we're going to do is click the one that we just made, campaign run, hit this, and you can see right here it says item filter loaded successfully. Save that. And now our item filter is engaged. So any modifications you made to that item filter are now going to be present as we're playing through. Another tip I wanted to tell you guys is, depending on what you use to move your character, to specifically move the character around the screen like I'm doing right now, I use my mouse. You're going to want to change your left click to move only. This little footprints here. Again, if you use a specific key, like let's say you use the T key to move your character, whatever that might be, you're going to want to switch that to move only. Also, when you're using a skill, you're going to want to click on it, and you're going to want to always select this. Always attack without moving. What this is going to do is, so instead of when you hit right click, in this case for me, for heavy strike, it's not going to move my character to the enemy before he hits. He's just going to hit right here. without. So even if my mouse is all the way over here, he's going to hit no matter what. This is going to save your life a couple times as you play and as you get further through the game. I'm going to hit tab to bring up the map. I personally always play with the map up. I know that annoys some people. I'm sorry. That's just my specific way of playing. It makes it easier for me to understand where I'm going. Now, you might ask, why am I skipping through all of these guys? That's because you were going to get a level at the end of this zone anyways, so killing all these guys on the way to the end of the zone really doesn't make a difference. We're going to hit this large crate, and you're going to pick up Ruthless Support. So this is exactly what I was talking about. This is a support skill, and as you can see by the green check mark over there to the left for Heavy Strike, it says if I link this to Heavy Strike, this will have an effect on it. There's a lot of text there, but basically what this is saying is that every third attack I have with the supported skill, I'm going to deal a Ruthless Blow, which is going to deal more damage. So if I click this and I drop it in here, they're now linked. And if you see there's this little red U right next to Heavy Strike, that tells me it is supported. You can also see as I hover over Heavy Strike, all the text from Ruthless Support is also now a part of the text of Heavy Strike. If I take this out, you can see the text shrinks considerably. You can also see here where it says attacks enemies with a forceful blow, requires a mace, scepter, axe, sword, or staff. So you'll also find that specific skills in the game will require you to be using a specific weapon. This isn't necessarily true for spell skills, but for many melee skills, which is what we're going to be playing, it is true. So with that aside, we're going to continue to move through here to the end of the zone, like I mentioned. Again, that's just because there's no point in killing anything in here. If you want to, that's perfectly up to you. And we're going to meet our first boss. So this is Hillock. Hillock, once you understand his mechanics, is very easy to manage. So as you can see right here, I am running clockwise around him. And as much as he's trying, he is never able to hit me. No matter what he does, he is never going to be able to hit me unless I mess something up. This is a very good tip as you're fighting your first boss through Path of Exile. So what we're going to do is we're going to start hitting him with our Heavy Strike now. And as you can see, I'm hitting him, and then I'm moving around. Hitting him. So this bar now went white or intangible. That means he's in a phasing. You can see he just regained his health. So now we're in the second phase. Now, I'm sure as you've noticed from other games, you have a red bar and a blue bar. The blue globe on the left is your health, and the red globe on the left is your health. The blue globe on the right is your mana. Mana is going to be used to use any of your skills, such as Heavy Strike, and then as I was hitting him, you've seen that was lowering, and then it raised real quickly. That's because I used my flask over here. Think of flasks just as potions, like in a game like Diablo or other ARPGs. So he just dropped all of these things. You can see just by looking at these, they also have different colored sockets. We'll go over that in a second. But you'll want to pick up everything that he just dropped. And then we are going to move forward to Lion Eye's Watch. Okay, so this is your main town for Act 1. So let's go over a couple things. And again, guys, I'm sorry, the first act of this game is going to be very heavy with explanation just because there is a lot to go over. Path of Exile is a very intense game with a lot of things going on. You can see some of these things auto-equip, so that ring that I picked up and these boots that I picked up auto-equip, that's because I have it selected to do that in my settings. You can also do that if you would like. So let's go over these sockets. So as you can see, this one has a red socket, a blue socket, and a green socket. That is specific to your gems. So if I take Heavy Strike and I take Ruthless Support out of here, you can see these are both red gems. Red gems naturally go in red sockets, green and green, blue and blue. So that's the only difference. Typically, these sockets are tied to specific attributes. So if you click C to bring up your character panel, you're going to see your attributes here. And if you highlight over each of them, it's going to tell you what those attributes do specifically for you. Naturally, as that big bonk brute type of character, we are focusing on strength, but depending on your build, this is not unilateral. Just because you're playing a Marauder, there are many different builds out there that use the Marauder class, but then you turn into a spellcaster where you're mainly focusing on intelligence. Pox's Righteous Fire build is a perfect example of this. So if you're curious about some of those, go look up those types of builds. For this specifically, we're going to be focusing mainly on strength and a little bit on dexterity, little bit on intelligence. So we're going to have an even spread between these two, but we're mainly going to have strength. As you can see right here, we're more than double what our other attributes are. Typically, these colors are tied to a specific gem. So obviously, a red gem being red requires strength. A blue gem being blue requires intelligence. A green gem being green requires dexterity. So depending on the type of build you're using and what gems you're going to be using, it's going to require different attributes. We'll go through all this later as those instances come up, but just wanted to explain that to you guys here. Now, you can see down here, we're going to exit out of here because that's just, again, more quest rewards. It's if you ever see those exclamation points, it's kind of guiding you in the right direction. You also have all these people you can talk to. One fun thing about a Path of Exile is that you do not actually need to talk to most people in the game in order to progress the story. If I didn't want to talk to any of these people to continue going, I could. However, be careful of this because there are a handful of NPCs in the game where you must talk to them to progress the story. And then also, all these guys will typically give you rewards. For instance, I just talked to Tarkley, and now he's asking me to select one reward out of these three. He's giving me an option of 3 new skill gems. So we have Shield Crush, Molten Strike, and Ground Slam. In this case, we're going to pick Ground Slam, because again, we are going with a slam-based character. Again, I can talk to Bestel, he's not giving me anything. I can talk to Nessa, he's not giving you anything. Nothing there, right? So, you probably noticed this little plus button down here. This is usually what freaks most people out when they start to play Path of Exile. If the gem system and the sockets wasn't confusing enough for you, now you get to look at this massive passive skill tree. I want to say there's close to 1,000 different nodes on here. I could be off on that, but as you can see, massive skill tree. So you can see right here, based on this portrait, this is where we're starting on the tree. So one thing to note about Path of Exile is that no matter what class you pick, you can eventually sprawl out into any of these nodes. Obviously, if you start as a Marauder over here on the left side of the tree, it's going to be a bit more difficult for you to get stuff over here on the right side of the tree. So you might want to take those things into note. Again, you guys aren't going to have to worry about any of this because I'm going to walk you through which nodes to take as we progress through our campaign. So tons of different nodes here. Every time you see one of these little pluses or crosses, that means you have a skill point ready to spend. And then you can see right here, we have 2 different options for where we can start. Any skills that we can actually select are going to have this almost gold border around it, as opposed to this hollow, unlit border that you see right here for this melee damage node. So we can pick between plus 20 armor and plus 16 maximum life, or we can pick plus 16 maximum life, 16% increased melee physical damage. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to select this node. Again, we're going for a pure melee playstyle. So you can either click on this, and then it's going to ask you to apply points. So it's going to give you a check in case you don't want to take that point. Or you can hold down Control, click it, and it's going to negate that check. Completely up to you how you do it. You'll see me do both throughout this playthrough. Again, looks super complicated at first, but trust me, we will go through the skill tree. I will show you each of the points that we're going to aim to be taking, the path that we're going to take, and then obviously you'll have this video to be able to go back and look at the points that we take throughout if you get stuck. Next thing we're going to go through. We just got all of this equipment that dropped from... Actually, we got this ring and these boots as well. We just got all this equipment that just dropped from Hillock when we killed him. We're not gonna use any of this equipment other than this iron ring. This iron ring is actually a great find because it adds 1 to 4 physical damage, and that's basically what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing physical damage because we're using melee skills. We're going to be using slam skills. You'll see later on where we'll augment those skills with some elemental damage later on, but for right now, starting out, this iron ring is an awesome find. If you get one of these, definitely equip it. Now we're going to want to sell items. We're basically going to want to sell all these items. You can see this says unidentified. If you've ever played Diablo 2 or the like before, you have a scroll of wisdom. If I right-click on this and then click the helmet, it will identify it and show me what stats it has. I'm not really concerned about that, and I'll also tell you why. As you can see, if I control and then left-click this, it automatically puts it in the inventory. Also, if you want to just take it and drag it over, that is perfectly fine as well. Obviously, it's going to be much quicker to control and left click. Now, as you can see, I put my item in the inventory, and this is what the vendor is giving me. They're giving me 2 transmutation shards. So you can see we do have gold over here, but gold is not used the same way in Path of Exile as it is in some other ARPGs. In Path of Exile, you have both gold, but you also have different currency orbs. Those currency orbs are used for crafting. transmutation shards. As you can see there, stack size 2 out of 20. Once I get 20 of these, it will create a transmutation orb, and then we'll go over that in a little bit, or once we get one. So we're ultimately going to sell all of these. We don't want any of this. What we're going to be looking for is we're also going to sell our weapon here. Actually, before we do that, let's check to make sure that he has a decent weapon. So we're going to be looking for one of these. We're going to be looking for a two-handed axe or a two-handed mace, preferably a two-handed axe. You can see right here, this one actually costs an orb of transmutation. So we are not using our gold to actually buy items from the vendor. We're actually using the currency orbs that we get that drop throughout our playthrough. What we're ultimately looking here is we're looking for three sockets that are linked like this, but we want them to all be red. So let's see if we can find anything. Another thing to note is I was putting Heavy Strike in my mace here because it's the only item I had with sockets. Your attacking skills do not actually have to go in your weapon. They can go, for instance, if I bought this helmet and I put Heavy Strike in this socket and then Ruthless Support in this socket, you absolutely can do that. Just because it's in the helmet doesn't mean you won't be able to use that skill. So don't think that your attacking skills are linked specifically to your weapon. They derive their damage from your weapon, but they don't have to be socketed in your weapon. So it doesn't look like we unfortunately have anything. The other thing we want to look for here is any of these boots to see if they have movement speed. Movement speed is king here, just like it is in most other ARPGs. I'm also not seeing any tri-linked red sockets, unfortunately. So that is unfortunate. We want to at least have a 2-link red. Which it looks like this helmet is the only thing that is a 2-link red. So that is definitely unfortunate. So it's a good thing I looked at this beforehand. We are going to keep this this little driftwood club for right now, just because we don't have another option. Hopefully you'll get luckier and you'll again have an axe like this that you can buy, along with either the axe specifically having the sockets or a piece of armor having the sockets that you can cheaply buy. In this case, we didn't. We got unlucky. I'm actually a little happy we did because I get to show you guys what happens when that does happen. But for this sake, we're going to get rid of all these. So you can see here, this item is blue, whereas this is white. So same in other ARPGs, white is normal, blue is magic, yellow is rare, and then orange is either legendary or unique. It depends on what you're calling it in different games. But you can see that if I take out the blue item here and the blue item here, I'm getting these scroll fragments. So we just went over what scrolls of wisdom do. As you get 5 scroll fragments, they will change into 1 wisdom scroll. So you can see every time you sell something to a vendor, there's a different recipe behind it in the game. Again, I know that is overcomplicating things. It's a lot of information to walk into as a new player, but again, I'm going to walk you through all of this as we go through. For right now, we're going to sell everything. I am going to keep these boots just because they do give me 9 armor, so it's going to help our defenses a little bit, but eventually we're going to sell these as well. So we're going to get rid of those. We're going to put, so we're actually going to put Ground Slam where Heavy Strike was. We're going to replace it. I personally like to keep all my stuff over here on the right side. Just a personal preference of mine. And we're going to keep this Heavy Strike for right now. I'll show you guys another recipe that you can use later on. But as of right now, we're going to, so Ground Strike is now our skill. Just like we did with Heavy Strike, I'm going to click on it and hit Always Attack Without Moving. And then we're going to go through the coast. So you can see this little border right here, this like hazy mirage looking thing. This is specific to the mirage mechanic. You can see right here, these are mirage enemies. We're not going to mess with these guys just because depending on when you play this, the mirage mechanic might not be live anymore. There will be a different mechanic. So I am not going to mess with that just to keep it consistent across all playthroughs. Now you can see here, I'm skipping a lot of these guys. It's because we can go through to the next zone, and it's not going to make a lot of difference. These guys don't give a lot of XP. You can also see on the right there where it says click to level up, and if you notice, those are the same icons for the skill gems we were just looking at. You can see Ruthless Support is there, and then my Ground Slam is there. So your skills actually level up in this game. So as you kill enemies like we are now, they're going to gain experience just like you do, and then that skill is going to go up. You can see right there, it says skill level 1. If I hit click all, it just leveled up all my skills. So if you have multiple skills that level up at one time, you can do that. It makes it very efficient. You're also going to find a lot of these corpses laying around on this the coast zone. I like clicking them because every now and then they drop one of those orbs we were talking about. So getting an early orb from them is pretty helpful sometimes. So I'm going to knock these guys out. Waypoint, again, I'm not going to belabor the point on the waypoint. Same as in other games. It just allows you to transit between zones quickly. Now, you can see we have two different doors here. The first door over here is to a side zone. We're going to want to go to the mudflats first. This is personally how I prefer going through the campaign. If you find that you like going through the campaign in a different order, feel free, but I'm going to tell you the most efficient way in my opinion. And in personal opinion, just the way I like doing it. Now, this zone, the mudflats, this has been the death of many people, myself included, because of that. You can see these Roa guys will gang up on you, and they can actually stun lock you, so do not feel bad if you die in this zone, like I'm about to. It is very common for most people. Typically, what I like to do is if I'm able to get some type of armor before I go into the zone, I try and do that because it does help. Okay, so there's a stone axe. That's awesome. We can use that. It doesn't have the links that we need, so if we can find another piece of armor that does have the links, that would be awesome. Okay, so right here you can see there's another entrance to another zone. We're actually going to skip this zone. All it does is give you a refund point. So for instance, if you have put your passive skill into something that you do not want or that you made a mistake, it's going to give you the option to refund that skill. We're not going to need that right now because you should be following along with whatever I'm telling you to put in. You can also see there's these green items here called Roa Nest. Anytime you see green items on the floor, that means it is a quest item. So you'll want to pick those up. There's 3 of them in this zone. You can see the exclamation points on the maps as well. Another thing to note is you see both of these enemies are blue. You can see their names up top are blue as well when I click over them. That means they are a champion enemy. Anytime you have a champion enemy in the zone, you want to try and fight it. They give a lot of experience. As you can see, though, they are a bit tougher. Those ones specifically were physical resistant. And obviously that's no bueno for us because all the damage we do is physical. So you can see kind of my strategy here as I'm moving. I'm waiting for a lot of enemies to bunch up behind me. And then I'm hitting them with a slam to hopefully kill multiple at the same time. So don't feel overwhelmed. Again, if you die, that's perfectly fine. When I first started, I died numerous times. You can see right here, this is another mechanic. So again, you know, 10 minutes into the game of actually playing, we're already being hit with kind of a lot of information here. So this mechanic specifically is called an essence. Whenever you see these in the campaign, I would definitely suggest you do them. An essence will help us craft certain modifiers on items that will make our items stronger. So again, I would suggest that you always do an essence. It is going to be a bit of a tougher fight, but I would still suggest doing it. And we're frozen. Oh, this guy is a chonky boy. Okay, we might not actually be able to do this one. He might actually be a little too strong for us at this stage. So what we are going to do is we're going to come over here to our plus. So keep in mind that when you hit this plus, it actually pauses the game behind you. It didn't used to do this, but they've made that adjustment in recent patches. So now we're going to continue putting skill points in. We want to continue following along this road right here. So where we want to pick up as much melee damage as possible. We're going to grab some attack speed here, and then we're going to come to this notable. Notables are these nodes on the tree. You can see a couple more over here where they have this fancy background. It usually means they do quite a bit more than one of these smaller nodes. So you can see these smaller nodes are only giving me 12% melee physical, 5% attack speed. This one is giving me increased attack speed, 20 to strength, and 26% increased physical damage. So that's all things we want. We definitely want to attack faster. We definitely want more strength, as we talked about at the beginning of the video. And then we also want increased physical damage, because that's the primary type of damage we're doing. So we're going to click on both of these, hit apply. So we just got 24% extra melee physical damage. Actually, this foolishly makes me want to come back to this guy and see if we can take him now with that added damage. We absolutely cannot take him. Yes, he has way too much energy shield recharge. That's that other bar that's over his health that you see recharging super quick. Oh, we might be in trouble here. So as you can see, these Roas are a pain, guys. They will corner you, they will stun lock you. So again, if you die to these, do not feel bad. It is bound to happen. I've been playing for roughly 4 or 5 years now, and there are still some league launches where I die to them. So do not feel bad. So now we have 3 of those shells. Boom, boom, boom. We have those 3 in our inventory. We now need to find the exit. So this is a unique boss. Most zones have at least one unique boss in the zone. You don't have to fight him if you don't want. We'll go ahead and take him out. It looks like we have the damage to deal with him. Usually I would have a 2-handed axe right now. You guys should as well, which means you should be doing considerably more damage. And we just picked up a few pretty key items there that we'll go over once we get to a safe spot in this next zone. So we're going to hit this. It's going to submit those 3 shells that we picked up in the zone. And now we have access to the submerged passage. We're going to go up here real quick. We're going to hit this waypoint, and we're actually going to go back home real quick so we can explain a couple things. Okay. So first, we have a new skill point. Let's use that. So let's pick up some very much needed attack speed. So again, you've seen there, I just hit Control and left click to assign that automatically without the check. And now let's check out our inventory, because we have a couple different things in here that drop that I want to explain to you guys. These are all important items. So first off, we got a blacksmith's whetstone. So you can see right there, it tells you what it does, improves the quality of a weapon. Quality on weapons, you can see right now my driftwood club is doing physical damage 6 to 8. Quality on weapons is going to increase that substantially. Each weapon can have 20% quality on it naturally. And then the same is true for this. So an armor scrap does the exact same effect on armor. So these iron greaves that I have that are giving me 9 armor, if I apply this to the iron greaves, it's going to give a random amount of quality, up to 20%, and it's also going to increase the amount of armor that piece of gear is giving me. The next item we have is an Orb of Chance. These are actually pretty rare. It's kind of cool that we got one of these already. They get very common as we get into the later game, but right now, being as early as we are, it's quite rare at this time. What this effectively does is it upgrades a normal item to a random rarity. So I could take this Orb of Chance, apply it to the Driftwood Club, and it could actually turn into a unique item. It could turn into a magic item. It could turn into a rare item. All we know is that it's going to turn into a rarity of item that it is not currently. So those are pretty useful. For right now, if you get any of these, save them. Don't actually use them to craft. We're going to use these to actually purchase some items later on. And then here's that Orb of Transmutation that I was talking about before. So right here it says upgrades a normal item to a magic item. These are pretty useful. Again, for right now, we're not actually going to use this for crafting specifically. We're actually going to use this to buy some items as they come up. We actually did get another mana flask. We got a large mana flask. That's actually super helpful because right now we only have a small one. As you can see, this one is magic, so I must identify it. So we'll take one of our Scrolls of Wisdom and we'll identify it. So it says it's giving me 42% increased amount recovered, 33% reduced recovery rate, and then grants immunity to shock for 6 seconds if used while shocked. Those are some pretty decent stats. However, I typically try to stay away from that 33% reduced recovery. Typically, if you're going to use a flask, that's because you need it right now. However, beggars can't be choosers. Once we hit level 6, as you can see there, it requires level 6. We'll throw that in one of these other empty slots for our 5 flasks here. We're actually level 5, so we only have one to wait. You can see Tarkley has something here. He's ready to give us a new skill jump. So we have Crushing Fist, Vigilant Strike, Steel Skin, or Decoy Totem. We're going to pick up Decoy Totem. This one is very helpful to kind of get some of that aggro off of us. He's also just straight up giving us shield charge. We're not using a shield, so that one is kind of irrelevant to us.
Still alive, are we?
One thing to note too, every time that you level up in the game, the vendors will reset some of their inventory. So Tarkley didn't have anything for us before. You can see now he has very different items in his inventory. We want to keep checking back on this to see what we can get. And again, what we're looking for is at least 2, hopefully 3 red sockets linked together. So I'm not seeing any here. We already have this axe, so we can stick with that. We don't need to buy one of these. There is this pair of gloves. It has a blue socket, which is not ideal, but it does have the two red sockets linked together. So we are going to pick this up, and you can see it is going to cost 1 Orb of Transmutation, so it's lucky that we found that Orb of Transmutation. So again, I can click this and then drag it over to my inventory, or I can hold Control and left click. It'll automatically put it in my inventory, and as you can see, the vendor took my Orb of Transmutation. So we're going to hook this up immediately, and you can see this is also giving me 8 Strength, 5 Armor, and 5 Evasion. We really don't care about the Evasion, but the Strength and the Armor is pretty nice to have early on. What this allows me to do now is I can take my Ground Slam out of here, and I can take my Ruthless Support out of here, put it in the gloves, and now I can toss away the Driftwood Club. So as you see, the Driftwood Club is only doing 6 to 8 physical damage, while this Stone Axe is doing 12 to 20, so considerably more damage. It is two-handed, which means I can't have something in my second hand slot, but that's perfectly fine. We don't intend to use a shield or anything of that nature anyways. Let's go ahead and sell this Driftwood Club. We're also going to sell this Shield Charge because we don't need it. We're not going to use it. It's going to give us 2 Scroll Fragments. We'll put these pieces over here because we will eventually use these. So our Decoy Totem, we're going to put over here on Q. Again, I'm going to click on it, always attack without moving. So what this little guy does is he does exactly what the name sounds like. He's going to act as a decoy for us. Now, we unlock the waypoint to the Submerged Passage, which is this place that we just went to. However, we're not going to go back here. We're actually going to go back to the coast where we have this split to go to the Mudflats where we just were. We're actually going to go this way and hit up the Tidal Islands. Now, in the Tidal Islands, we're looking to fight a character called Hailrake. So you guys can see way more damage I'm doing now just by switching out to that two-handed axe. You can also see, if you look in the top right corner over here, the monster level of the zone. Alright, so here's Hailrake. He does do ice damage, which is a pain. He will slow you down. The key with him is to keep weaving back and forth. So this guy is the only character in the game that will actually track your movements. He has this some type of smart AI. But as you can see, as long as you go around him, hit him consistently, he falls pretty quickly. So we are going to pick this up. So anytime you see our loot filter highlight something like this, what this means is, and it actually automatically equipped it on me, this body armor has a linked blue, red, and green socket. So it's linked and has one of each color of sockets. We're going to sell this, and it's actually going to give us another orb that is very useful. So we're going to pick up the Portal Scroll, we're going to pick up this blue item. We're not going to worry about picking up any of these white items. They're not really going to do anything good for us. Now, as you can see, we just picked up a Portal Scroll. Just like in other games, such as Diablo, such as Last Epoch, when you right-click on this Portal Scroll, it's going to open a portal for you to go back to town. However, we don't want to waste these just yet because you only get a couple of these, and we're actually going to use these in a later zone to speed up our run a bit. So what you can actually do is hit escape to exit the character screen. Flip this to SSF Mirage, so Soul of Self-Model Mirage, to find the character that we were just playing. I will double click that, or you can click it and enter. Boom, I'm back at town. So as long as you don't need to go back to that location you were just in, you can just hit exit the character selection, go back to your character. It's a quick way of getting them back to town without having to waste one of your portal scrolls. That's just a little niche trick that you can use there. Don't have to, by all means. We're going to go to Nessa. And she's going to give us a reward for what we just did. We definitely want to pick this Quicksilver Flask. We're going to put this right here. That Quicksilver Flask will be absolutely important because what that allows us to do is move quicker. Obviously, again, we're playing in our ARPG. Moving quick is essential at all times. And then she's also going to give us another gem to pick from. So we can pick Chance to Bleed, Momentum Support, and Ancestral Call support. So as you can see, these are all supports as is noted in their tags. And if I hover over Ancestral Call support, you can see over there in the left where it says supportable skills, Decoy Totem and Ground Slam are both red with an X. This means that this support gem cannot support those skills. So this one is useless to us. There's no reason we would pick this. Momentum support can support Ground Slam. This one is fairly useful. But then we also have Chance to Bleed. What Chance to Bleed does is it supports attacks that have a 25% chance to cause bleeding, which is just a damage over time effect that is put on enemies. And then also any supported attacks deal 12% more damage with bleeding. So that bleed is going to do more damage. We're actually going to pick this one. This one is going to net out to doing more damage for us than the momentum one. At least in my opinion it does. And we're actually going to replace the chance for bleeding with our Ruthless support. Again, ideally we would have 3 red sockets together so we could do Ground Slam, Chance to Bleed, and Ruthless. But for right now, I'm going to do Chance to Bleed instead. I just put Ruthless in a random socket over here for us. This allows it to continue to keep leveling up even though I'm not using it in an active skill. Because we do want that to continue to level up. So if we get to a point where we can use it. Now, if I go over to Tarkly here, and I sell items, if I sell that linked item that had 1 blue, red, and green socket, you can see he's actually going to give me a chromatic orb. So we're going to take that.
Still alive.
We're also going to sell this tower shield to get some more transmutation shards. So this chromatic orb is super important. So this reforges the color of sockets on an item. So for instance, I am going to waste it here just to demonstrate it for you guys. But if I take these out of here, like we were saying, this is armor and evasion rating, and this actually might screw me, to be honest with you, but hey, well let's do it. What this is going to do is it's going to completely randomize the colors of an existing armor piece. Now, as I was saying before, armor is linked to red sockets, evasion is linked to green sockets, intelligence is linked to blue sockets. You can see here that this piece of glove, or this piece of armor, is armor and evasion rating. You can see that because it's giving me 16 armor, 16 evasion rating. This means whenever I use something that affects the colors of that piece of armor, it's going to be biased towards armor and evasion colors, meaning it's going to be biased towards creating red and green colors. Now, our hope is that this leaves, the ideal is that this creates 3 red sockets. Our hope is that it at least leaves 2 red sockets so we can continue to use this. Let's pray. And we're screwed. So sometimes that happens. It's going to happen. Now we don't have anything. I can't link these. So let's see if there's another piece of armor that we can find. And again, guys, I'm purposely doing this to show you that if this happens in your playthrough, it's not the end of the world. We will figure it out. Unfortunately, there is not anything in here that I can use that is 2 red linked that doesn't replace my weapon. Again, I don't... Oh, actually, there is right here. So there is this this mask, but I do need an orb of transmutation, which we don't have the ability to get at the moment. So that's fine. We'll put this back here. We'll put our ground slam in. Unfortunate, we can't link our chance to bleed to it just yet, but that is perfectly fine. We're going to go back to our waypoint, and now we're going to go to the submerged passage. So again, I know a lot of back and forth, but as you start to practice this and as you start to go through the game, you're going to find that this helps out considerably to do things in this order. And now we have, if I click 3, you can see how much quicker I can move. Simply just because I have that Quicksilver Flask. So we're looking for 2 different things here in this zone. We're going to be looking for a bridge that will ultimately lead to the next zone. We can already see there's an orange door down there, so we know that's something. And then we're looking for the Dweller in the Deep, which will actually give us another skill point. So that looks like it's the Dweller. Okay, so what we're going to do... Oh, I'm getting stuck here. Might actually die here. There we go. Okay, what we're actually going to do here is we're going to drop our town portal right here, but we're not actually going to use it yet. So just make sure you don't log out of the game, nothing like that just yet, because we do have that town portal open. This is the bridge I was looking for. Nice, another Scroll of Wisdom. We have this yellow here. So you guys can see, too, I'm not stopping to kill every individual enemy. I will, obviously, if I'm getting stuck for any reason. But as you can see, I'm moving through, and I'm actually only killing big groups of enemies like this. And that's because most of the time, it's not effective for you to kill individual enemies. Here's a blue pack. We always want to kill the blue packs. Nice, there's another item. So that's another... Now we just got another chance at recoloring those gloves. Medium life flask, we'll definitely take that. Our decoy totem is ready to be leveled up. And this is the location we're looking for, the ledge. So let's go out to the ledge. We did get another skill point. We're going to real quickly put that in melee physical damage. And we're 1 point away from getting bored in the fight, which is going to help out quite a bit. It's going to add a lot of damage, some attack speed, and give us some more strength. So a ton of enemies here, as you can see. Put up that decoy totem to hopefully save my ass here. Pick up that orb of chance. Put my decoy totem up again. Kill this blue pack, and as you can see, there's this little item over here with a symbol over it that's called a shrine. So a shrine is another mechanic in the game. What it does is it gives some type of special effect to the enemies around it until you click it. Now I get that special effect. You can see here, your hits have knockback and increased damage and stun duration, and it lasts. And actually, we just lucked out, guys. Look at this. We got a 3 red linked chest piece. It's fully armor, which is exactly what we're looking for. So we can actually take our ground slam, put it in here, take our chance to bleed, and our ruthless support. And now we just fixed everything. We didn't even have to use the chromatic orb that this is going to give us when we sell it. Again, we can skip past these guys. Another big group with a magic pack, so we definitely want to kill these guys. So we actually just naturally dropped the chromatic orb there, so that's nice. We'll pick that up. We leveled up again, and now we have Born to Fight. So this is awesome. This is going to do a lot for us. Now, where we're going to go from here is we're actually going to go down to these couple nodes here. So we want to hit this one first for versatility. Reason being is this is going to give us 20 dexterity and intelligence. You're going to see, although we're focusing on strength here, our intelligence and dexterity are quite low, and we are going to eventually start running into issues where we can't wear certain pieces of gear or use certain support gems that we want to that are blue and green because our attributes in those areas are too low respectively. So we want to focus on those, and versatility will help give us a quick boost. You can see it also gives us 5% increased movement speed. I've been talking about how movement speed is so important. The other thing is right here, accuracy. So what we are going to do is we're eventually going to path all the way over here to this node, Resolute Technique. It means your hits can't be evaded, but you never deal critical strikes. So this is what we call a keystone passive. You can see it has this fancy border. It usually means that you get something in return for a negative. So the negative is that we can't deal critical strikes. That's fine. We're not going to be focusing on critical hit or critical hit chance. But your hits can't be evaded. Everything we're doing is a hit. We're actually using melee damage. We're hitting physically. So everything we're doing is a hit. We definitely want to get this keystone because what that means is we can basically completely ignore accuracy. So if I look here and if I hit C to go to my character panel, kill these guys so I don't die on you here. So you can see here, even though I'm hitting them close, I'm missing some of these guys. And there's a specific reason for that. So if I click on Ground Slam here and I look at, where is it? Main hand chance to hit. I only have a 76% chance to hit these guys. And that's because my accuracy rating is only 40. So the higher this accuracy rating goes, the higher the chance I have of actually hitting the enemy. All the way, actually, I just dropped a chance to bleed support. All the way up to being 100%, to making sure that 100% of my hits can, well, hit. So super important that we focus on accuracy until we can get that keystone that effectively allows us to basically avoid worrying about accuracy. When you get here, quick tip, these 3 stones will point you in the correct direction that you're supposed to go. You see this splits off into this path and into this path. Whichever path you see that has the stones, that's the path you want to go. However, now that we have this waypoint, what we're going to want to do is go back to town. The reason we're going to go back to town is now we can use that portal that we dropped earlier in the submerged passage. And now we're right outside the Dweller of the Deeps zone, which is the Flooded Depths. So the reason we do that is it just makes it much quicker for us to move through the campaign. If that's too complicated for you, you don't want to bother doing that, it's perfectly up to you. That's more of a speedrunning hack that you can do. Again, it's absolutely optional. You can always come back, do this first, then go to the ledge that we were just at. I prefer doing it this way because it saves some time. The game already has 10 acts in the campaign. It's a lengthy campaign. I'd like to save time wherever possible, so that's a tip that I picked up over time and learned from other people that I wish I would have knew earlier on when I started playing. So making sure I'm giving you guys that tip likewise. So in this zone, we're just looking for the boss, which is called the Dweller in the Deep. The reason we're looking for him is because... Oh god, I'm actually going to die here. Put up that decoy totem to distract him. The reason we're actually looking for that boss is because killing it will satisfy one of the requests, or the quests that we currently have, and that satisfaction will actually give us an extra skill point, which is extremely valuable. So it looks like we hit a dead end there. Let's hit our Quicksilver fast to move quickly. So again, we're just trying to find... Here's another blue pack. We'll take them out. Throw our decoy totem down to take some of that aggro off of us. Those little circles that you see above their heads means that I'm stunning them, so that gives us a little bit of a reprieve when that actually happens. That's the Dweller of the Deep right there, so he's trying to surprise attack us. That'll always happen, don't worry. We got another level up. Oh boy. So it's a little inconvenient that this is right here where the Dweller is, just because it's going to make the fight a little harder. Let's hit our skill point before we go in here. Let's grab some of our accuracy, and to display what this kind of does. So again, you can see our main hand chance to hit is 74%. The node that we're going to take is going to give us plus 20 accuracy rating flat, and then also a 6% increased global rating all across the board. So our accuracy right now is 42. Once we take this node, it goes all the way up to 66%. And our main hand chance to hit goes all the way up to 87%. So you can see how important it is to have accuracy prior to getting that node, that keystone that we talked about. So you can see this guy is also chilling us, which is not ideal. Again, we want attack speed. We want to be able to attack quickly. But we're taking him. And he's down. So you can see there, he was also, the reason he had those chilling attacks is because he had this essence. So this essence dropped, and as you can see there, it tells you what it does to a piece of equipment, depending on what type of equipment it is. So we're actually going to use that right now on our axe here. So if I take my axe off and I take this essence, it says two-hand melee weapons will add 2 to 3 to 6 to 7 cold damage. What this is also going to do is it's also going to upgrade a normal item to a rare. So you can see this is normal. It has no stats on it. If I right-click this and then left-click it onto the axe, you can see it just added all those stats to it. And actually, this is a godly return on that essence. So it's actually giving me 15% increased physical damage, which is exactly what we're focusing on. It's giving me an additional 2 to 5 physical damage, which makes that 15% even more effective. It's giving the 3 to 6 cold damage that the essence said it would. It's giving me 7% increased attack speed, which again, we've been talking about attack speed, how important that is, how much better it makes your attacks feel. And then it gives me 125 accuracy. So again, my accuracy or my chance to hit right now is 87%. If I put this on, boom, we're already at 100% just because of the accuracy that this is giving us. So this is actually a solid return. You're not always going to get that lucky, but we got really lucky here in getting that. So again, we're done here. We want to go back to town. Again, instead of using a portal scroll, we actually don't even have a portal scroll in this case. Exit the character screen, double click on your character to get back in. And now we're back at town. Now we can go over to Tarkley. He's going to give us this. So this skill book, we're going to right click it.
Farewell.
I'm sorry, control left click it to put it in our inventory. Right click it now once it's in our inventory, and then boom, now we have another skill point. So again, we're going to come down here to the versatility. It's going to give us some move speed, some dex and int, and then it's also going to give us that additional accuracy. So we're going to select that. The next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to start coming back over here again. So we wanted to pick this up first to get that dex and int out of the way. And also some of the accuracy with the move speed. But now we're going to come back over here and take some of these additional nodes. So you can see these are giving us increased physical damage with two-handed melee weapons, which is what we're using. We really want to get Butchery over here, which gives us some more attack speed, a bunch more damage, and more strength. So that's always helpful. We'll come around here to get more of that, and then again, some more attack speed. We'll pick up some strength here. And then ultimately what we're going to look to do is come through these health and resistance nodes over here, up, and then grab that Resolute technique. So we're basically going to be bum rushing that as quickly as possible. That's going to be the plan. But again, we'll continue to go through that as the playthrough progresses. So these are all unidentified. I want to show you guys what happens. So you've already seen that when we sell something that is unidentified like this, we get transmutation shards. However, if I go to identify this padded vest, which is yellow, for instance, so this is a rare item. It has multiple stats, basically more than 2. Most blue items will have up to 2 stats. Yellow items can have up to 6 stats. If I hold Alt over an item, it'll tell me which of those stats is a suffix and which is a prefix. Certain stats can only be a prefix. Certain stats can only be a suffix. If I go to sell this now, so again, Control and left click, it's actually going to give me alteration shards. If I sell this alongside it, it gives me transmutation shards. So when you sell identified items that are either magic or rare, you're actually going to get alteration shards. When you sell them unidentified, you're going to get transmutation shards. These do very different things. So as we already discussed, the transmutation orb is going to change a normal item into a magic item. What the alteration shard is going to do is it's going to re-roll the stats on that item. So both are very useful, and the alteration orb in particular is actually used all the way into endgame. So we're going to sell those, we're going to sell this, and we're actually going to sell this guy, which is going to give us another one of those chromatic orbs. Again, it has a red, blue, and green socket all linked together. Do that. We are going to replace one of our smaller flasks over here just to get another mana flask. So we're going to sell that bad boy real quick. I don't know why I didn't sell this either. We're going to sell that as well. And then one of the other items that we did drop in the midst of everything was this Orb of Augmentation. So for instance, if, let's say that this Iron Greaves was blue already, but it only had 1 stat, you could actually take this and apply it to that item, and it would give it a blue item another stat, or basically a magic item. So that's what that's used for. Sort these. Grab a drink real quick. Now we're ready to keep going. Okay. So we're going to go back to our waypoint. We're going to go back to the ledge, which is where we were before we went to go kill the Dweller in the Deep. So you can see the landscape has changed a little bit. Like I mentioned, we're going to look for these 3 rocks. These 3 rocks are going to point us in the right direction. Again, our map resets, so we don't know where we came from or where we're going. These 3 rocks are going to tell us. There is a lot of things in-game like that that will give you a clue on where you need to go. So we're going to go this way. Actually, I have made a mistake with you guys. We're actually going to go back to town real quick. Oh, not our hideout. We'll go over the hideout at another time. We're going to go back to town. We actually want to go to Nessa. So far, we've been going over here to Tarkley to buy items. One of the things we also... Oh, there's a... Where was this red axe earlier? We need that. We're going to continue looking for boots that have movement speed. Those are going to be super useful to us. Unfortunately, we didn't get lucky here. But as you can see, when we asked to buy items from Tarkley, he's selling basically all equipment items. Weapons, you can see here axes, swords, bows, chest pieces, gloves, helmets, shields, boots.
Farewell.
However, if you're playing a spellcaster build, you would go over to Nessa, and Nessa is actually going to sell you a bunch of wands. You can see here that she's got different types of rings, different types of amulets, all kinds of things like that. She's also got different belts over here. We would really like to pick up a rustic sash. The reason we want to pick up a rustic sash is you see there it gives us a certain amount of increased global physical damage. Again, we are doing physical damage, so we definitely want to take that. You can also see that we're doing physical damage. Where is it? It's right there. So at the very top there, 49 to 96 physical damage, 5 to 9 cold damage. So cold damage is very minuscule. We want to focus on the physical, as we've been talking about. Another belt that you want to look out for is a leather belt, because it gives you life, and life is king. We want to make sure we're also staying alive. We'll go over some more defensive measures in the future. So we can see this one is for 2 wisdom scrolls for 12%. This one is 24% for the same amount. No brainer. This is literally double. We're going to take that and apply it. So right now, you can see there at the top, kind of in the middle, where it says ground slam, and right to the right of it, it says DPS. We're doing 110.8 DPS. Now, when I add this rustic sash, now we're doing 124 DPS. So a pretty significant increase. What we're also going to try and do here is also grab one of these iron rings. We could wait for another one to drop. We got kind of lucky if this one dropped from Hillock, but we want to grab one of these. We have plenty of scrolls of wisdom, so let's grab one of those. It's going to add another 1 to 4 physical damage. So again, right now we're doing 124. Now we're doing 135.2, so another pretty significant increase. And then if we flip to page 2, you're going to see all these. So there's a bunch of different skill gems in the game, guys. This menu is going to get significantly bigger. Don't let it overwhelm you. I'm going to walk you through all the skill gems we want to be looking for. One of the first ones that we want to grab is the first aura type skill gem that we're going to get, which is Blood and Sand here. So we're going to control left click to grab that one. And then we also want to grab Frost Blink. So this is a travel skill. We're not going to level this up at all. As you can see, this is going to be the first blue gem that we're getting. So this is what I was referring to when I was saying that we need some intelligence here, because this skill gem requires that we have 20 intelligence. If you remember, our intelligence and dexterity before we took versatility, adding 20 of it, was only 14. So if I wouldn't have taken versatility before, I would not be able to use this Frostblink, because you can see right there it says requires level 6 and 20 intelligence. So that's the reason we're taking versatility. We're going to want to put this Frostblink into one of these blue gems. And you can see right now it pops up here. I'm going to move these around a little bit. I like having my movement skill on Q. Again, I'm going to do, again, always attack without moving. Remember to do that. And then we're also going to throw our Blood and Sand in an empty slot here. So I'm actually going to move this. And what I'm going to show you guys is if you hold control, you actually have a secondary back bar here. As well, that you can do with Control Q, Control W, Control whatever your hotkeys are. I always suggest putting your auras on the back. That way you just click them one time and you don't have to worry about it. And then they also don't clutter up your keys that you're actually using for your active skills you're using while you're fighting. So we'll activate that in a second here. So you can see here we can choose between two different stances, Blood Stance or Sand Stance. We're going to want to choose Blood Stance because it's going to give us some more damage. We really don't care about the area of effect too much right now. We want as much damage as we possibly can early on. And you can see right there it says Reservation 10% mana. So I'm going to show you what that means here in a second as soon as we get back to the ledge. So once we get back to the ledge, if I hold control and then I click Q, you can see this now has this rotation going on. That tells me that it's active. You can see the buff is also active up here in the left-hand screen. And then you can also see it's taking some of my mana permanently. So you can see I have 99 mana total, but now I only have 89 mana to use. You see, my mana isn't regenerating that other 10 mana that I'm missing. And that's because if we hover over here, it says this reserves 10% of my mana. So you can have multiple auras active in this game. The thing that you need to constantly juggle is, do I have enough mana to cast my skills on top of also having these auras? We're going to run into that issue a couple times in this playthrough. I'm going to show you how to fix that. So that being said, we're going to continue on here to the next zone. Oh, another thing. We're actually in Sand Stance right now. If you click this one more time, you can see it just turned to red, and now we're in Blood Stance. So you can see here, this also tells you now you're in Blood Stance. So again, we want to be in Blood Stance in this case because we want that extra damage. You can see now with the Rustic Sash, with that extra Iron Ring, with Blood Stance activated, we're going to have a lot more damage than we had before. Too bad we don't have that Essence that we were fighting at the beginning. We could have crushed him at this point. Scroll of Wisdom. Oop, click it. Now again, guys, take your time as you're going through the axe. It is perfectly fine for you to be over-leveled. Right now, I am level 8 and a level 6, as you can see up there in the top right. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So that little skip I just did was Frostblink. It does a little dash forward, so it's very useful. It's actually a portal scroll. I do want to pick that up. It does a little bit of damage, but that's not why we're picking it up. We're picking it up just so we can move faster. You can see there it also freezes enemies, depending. There is an Essence here. We do want to fight this Essence. What I like to do is I like to Frost Blink over certain enemies, because even if the frost blink doesn't chill them, it'll slow them because it puts that frost ground or that that brittle on the ground. So it also helps to slow enemies, which will... That's a coral ring. We can pick that up. That will actually give us additional life. We don't want to switch that out for one of our iron rings just yet, though. Or if ever. I don't know if we'll actually use it, but pick it up for posterity's sake. And now we're in the climb. So the next zone that we need to work through. So the first thing we want to do here is we want to look for the waypoint. It could be in any number of locations. It's a nice chest there. Another medium flask. We'll pick that up. You can actually use Frostblink to jump over ledges like that as well, so it's super useful in that case. Again, you can see I'm not stopping to fight everybody in the zone. There's no need for it, especially seeing I'm already over leveled. If you want to, that's perfectly fine. But obviously, I don't want this video to be any longer than it needs to be. So you can see also, as I'm navigating through each zone, as you play the game long enough, you're going to start to pick up, okay, I know this is usually always on this side of the zone, this is always usually on this side, and as I find examples of that, I'll show it to you guys. If you're not sure where something is, just hug the wall. Just like in any other ARPG when you're trying to find your way around. Hug the wall, stay on the side. You'll eventually get where you're going. So nothing we really had to do in this zone. It's just a connecting zone to get us to the lower prison. There's quite a few things we're going to do here in the lower prison. Ultimately, we're going to get to our first main major boss, which is Brutus. Brutus is usually the boss that holds everybody up a bit. So again, like I said, we're going to start pathing over here to go around and up to Resolute Technique. One of the things that we're going to be looking for in this zone is the Trial of Ascension. So I said at the beginning of the video when we were setting everything up that we're currently playing a Marauder, but we're eventually going to transition into either a Berserker or a Juggernaut. Just depends on how I'm feeling. Juggernaut is going to make you significantly more tanky, while Berserker is going to add significantly more damage. So it's basically just what you're looking for or what you're trying to do for your build. I haven't decided which we're going to go yet. What I'm referring to is our Ascendancy. So every class gets something called an Ascendancy. So that's actually the upper prison, which is where we want to go. However, we want to do this little icon over here, which is the Ascendancy Trial that I'm actually talking to you guys about. Real quick, you can see Frostblink is ready to level here. I don't actually want to level this skill, and I'll tell you why. The reason we don't want to level Frostblink is because Frostblink costs intelligence. We are not going to be focusing on intelligence, and because we are not using Frostblink for damage or for anything else, we actually don't want to upgrade this because it's just going to cost more intelligence as it levels up for no reason, for no added value. So instead of hitting left click to click to level it up, I can actually hit right click here. It's going to move it, and you can see down here it's actually locked. So now it's not going to gain any additional experience. It's not going to continue to level up until I click it down here. So if you accidentally do this, don't worry about it. It'll go right down here. But this is a useful thing to know. That way you're not leveling up gems you don't want to level. There are going to be certain cases in the game where there are certain gems you're not going to want to level for one reason or another. We dropped all this and I didn't even see it. But we did come back here. Too busy explaining. We'll go over that Orb of Fusing that just dropped here in a second, but right at the moment I'm trying to find this trial. So there will be various trials here that we need to complete. This is one of them, so you can see here it comes this Trial of Ascendancy. We're going to open this. You can always find it by the little icon I showed you earlier. What this is going to do is this is what actually allows us to ascend into that Berserker or Juggernaut Ascendancy later. All those are is basically just upgraded versions of your current class. Again, you can kind of ignore these traps for the most part. They don't do a ton of damage, and if you're quick enough, you can actually move through like I just did there. And basically they're irrelevant. You don't have to pay any attention to them. You're going to click this little thing. So now we have this quest up here that says the Lord's Labyrinth, solve the Trials of Ascendancy. If I can get these guys to stop attacking me for 2 seconds. Kind of explain that to you guys. We are going to pick up those yellow gloves. So if I click on this, you can see here there's 6 unfilled locations. It says right here, the prison, Act 1, which is where we're at right now, completed. So there's 6 more locations that we need to complete in order to gain the access to ascend into one of those classes that we want to do. And we definitely want to do that because it's a huge power spike. Putting a point here again to follow that same path we've been talking about. We definitely want to make sure we do the Trials of Ascension wherever they are. So we can get those 6 done. They're in specific areas in the game, and I'll show you where. There's 1 here. There's going to be 2 in Act 2, and then there's going to be 3 in Act 3 to allow us to ascend. You're going to do that. You're going to go through the ascension process 3 times, actually, to get specific skill points to apply to that ascendancy class. I know that's a lot of information right now, so we'll go over that when we're actually at that point. But nevertheless, anytime you see one of those in a zone, and I'll show you which zones they do appear in, we're absolutely going to want to do those because it is completely reformative, the power that your Ascendancy will give you. Oh. Get stuck here. So again, blue packs here. We definitely want to kill the blue packs wherever possible. They give a large chunk of experience. Wow, another blue pack here. But you can see our damage is pretty crazy at the moment. We're gonna level up all of those. And it's because of a lot of those different pieces of gear that we bought. And because of the node pathing that we're taking on the tree. So when we get to this area in the upper prison, you're going to have this little switch here. You can click on that. If you do find this, you definitely want to do what I'm about to show you because it gives you some upgraded flasks. So this is actually... Oh, crap. It froze me. So you got to be careful of that. You can actually identify those to see what the strong box is going to do to you. That's what that thing that I just clicked on is, this yellow thing in the middle. So, and now it's giving us a ton of flasks. So, what you're hoping for in this case is a Quicksilver flask. You're not always going to get a Quicksilver flask, unfortunately, but that's what we're hoping for. We're also looking for any larger life in mana flasks. So in this case, this is a large life flask. We'll take that. This is a medium mana flask. It's reduced amount recovered and instant recovery. I don't really care for that, so we're actually not going to use that. We're going to put our mana flask over here. We're going to take this little one off. 17 to maximum charges. We're actually going to put a second Quicksilver flask on. Again, this goes back to what I've been saying pretty much the entire video. Movement speed is king. We want as much movement speed as possible, so having 2 Quicksilver flasks is better than having 1. I would not suggest doing 3 Quicksilver flasks. It's a little overkill. If you want to, go ahead. But I personally like to have at least 2 health flasks and 1 mana flask. We're also going to get to a point later on where you shouldn't really have to worry about mana at all. We're either going to use our life to do our attacks, or we're going to have some mana reduction. So we're going to grab Butchery. That's going to add a ton of extra damage and attack speed to us. So great to have this right before we hit Brutus. We're level 11 going into Brutus at level 9, so we are a bit over-leveled. Brutus, for most people, is going to be your toughest fight so far. But our little decode totem friend here in our skill bar is going to help. I like to break these barrels as I'm coming through here real quick. Sometimes they drop some pretty nice stuff, an orb here or there that will be useful. Same thing with the chests. You can see there that chest just dropped quite a bit of things. Jade Chopper right there. So that's actually an upgraded axe. You can see this is 19 to 30. Even with this having all the additional stats on it, this is 16 to 29. And we have a Contempt essence here, which actually adds more physical damage, which is exactly what we're looking for. So this is actually really nice as well. So this is going to grant us 2 life per enemy hit, 3 to 6 cold damage, an extra 2 to 4 physical damage, and 16% increased physical damage. So we're doing 24 to 39 physical with this. We're only doing 16 to 29 physical with this, so this is definitely an upgrade for us. So we're going to swap this out. You can also look at this and tell. So currently with my current axe I've been using, we're sitting at 186.8 DPS on Ground Slam. If I switch this axe out, we go all the way up to 220.1 DPS, so a significant increase. Don't forget to take your Blood and Sand and put it back in here, and then also don't forget to hold control and re-enable it. So every time you take some type of aura gem out of your character, you're going to have to re-enable it when you put it back in there. Click it once for Sand Stance, click it a second time for Blood Stance to make sure we're in the proper stance. Awesome upgrade to have right before we go into the fight with Brutus. So this little blood trail that you see here, this will lead you to where Brutus is. Here we go. Dodge that chain hook, so that will actually drag you. I like the frost blink over him, so it slows him a bit. But as you can see, we're chunking him pretty significantly. Because we have chance to bleed support too, once you get him bleeding like he is now, you can see how his life is draining. Once you get him bleeding, drag him out a bit so he follows you, and he'll actually end up killing himself in some cases. Boom. And he's down. So from here, we can actually do exit the character screen because we're going to want to go back to town. Again, don't waste your town portals. Talk to Nessa. And we get another support gem. So we get another gem for killing Brutus. This is a reward for it. So you have a couple different options here. So we have Flame Mode support, Life Tap support, which funnels into what I was just talking about, where we can actually use our life to spend our life to use our attacks. We don't have nearly enough life regeneration right now to use this, but it's awesome. We will use it for certain items later on, so we will be picking up one of these eventually. Added fire damage is awesome. It's going to take 25% of our physical damage and give it to us as extra fire damage. So you can see we're already doing 113 to 205 physical damage. So it's going to take 25% of that and give it to us as additional fire damage. So very good support. Melee splashes for strike skills. We're not using strike skills. We're using slam skills. So ground slam. We're actually going to take faster attacks. It just straight up gives you faster attacks. This would be a good replacement if you didn't have 3 red linked together. If you had 2 red and a green, you could definitely put faster attacks in there, and that's going to help you out a ton. However, we're going to get something called Leap Slam. We're going to get that right now. So if we go over to Tarkley, Tarkley is going to give us a reward as well. So he's going to give us Leap Slam, Vitality, Enduring Cry, or Intimidating Cry. We're going to take Leap Slam. This is another travel skill just to make us that much more faster. And we're looking for a red and green linked together now at this point. So let's get rid of some of this stuff that we have in our inventory. Again, I'm not going to identify any of this stuff. We are going to sell this axe. It's done us good. If, for whatever reason, you don't want to get rid of your old axe, just in case you brick your current axe by adding a mod you don't like to it or whatever, you can throw this in your stash by all means. So we are going to get rid of the quiver. We don't need the wand. We don't need the axe. Don't need this. Both of these have blue, so actually I'm going to identify both of these to see if they have better stats than what this is giving us. They're not ideal bases, meaning they don't have armor, but this one is pretty decent. It's giving us cold resistance, as well as some life and intelligence. This one is really just giving us the dexterity and the accuracy, but we're good on accuracy at the moment. So I'm actually going to keep these gloves and replace them with this. We don't need the coral ring. Check my notes over here, guys. Okay. So let's sell those. We're going to take this Frostblink out of here, put it in these gloves, and then replace it. Now, I do quickly want to go over one of the stats that we just got on these. So, cold resistance. If I pull up C from my character chart again, and instead of being on offense, which is what we've been looking at thus far, if I click over to defense, you're going to see fire, cold, lightning, and chaos resistance. Now that I've put this on here and I have 7% cold resistance, it now shows me my maximum 7% cold resistance. You can have up to 75% resistance of any of these, and ultimately you do want to look to cap these. You do want to look to have gear that gets you to a point where you have 75% fire, cold, and lightning resistance. For Act 1, which is where we're at right now specifically, by the time we get to the final boss of this act, we want to have some cold resistance, and that's mainly because the boss at the end of the act does almost nothing but cold damage. Having some cold resistance will make the fight that much easier. If you don't have the cold resistance, no worries. The way we're setting ourselves up with our weapon and our build is going to set us up for success already, but having that cold resistance is definitely going to help. As far as these flasks, we can sell all these. We don't need them. So we'll sell those. We want to hold on to these. We can actually... We're going to keep that heavy strike, actually. We're going to... The chance to bleed, though, we can sell. So now we want to look for, ideally, a helmet, because that's the only thing we don't have that is red and green linked. This looks like it's the only one that has red and green sockets, but it's not linked, unfortunately. So we're actually going to do something here. We're going to grab this leather helmet for 1 wisdom scroll, and then we're going to show you guys how to use a orb of fusing. So right here, we picked this up a little while ago in the prison. It says reforges the links between sockets on an item. So for instance, this item has 2 sockets, but they're not linked. If I use this fusing on it, it's going to link those sockets. Now, this is very easy when you only have two sockets on the item, but when you have something like this that has 3 sockets, and maybe only 2 of them are linked and the last one isn't linked, this will help you to 3-link them. Sometimes it may not, sometimes it may. This gets very complicated once you get to items that have 4 sockets, 5 sockets, even up to 6 sockets. All right, so now that we have this leather cap linked, we can add this onto us, and then what we can do is we can put our leap slam over here and our faster attacks over here. So now what this is going to do is it's going to make leap slam move 21% faster. So that's definitely going to help. We're going to move our skills around a little bit more again. So I'm going to put leap slam right here, frost blink, and then our decoy totem. We can get rid of this right here. Get rid of these. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can go back to our waypoint. And the reason I didn't go forward after we got done here in the prison is because you automatically unlock the prisoner's gate waypoint as soon as you kill Brutus. So there's really no need for you to move forward at that point. You can just go back to town. That's why I exited out of character creation. Or back to character selection, rather. So we're going to go to Prisoner's Gate, and we're going to keep going on. So now we can use Leap Slam, which obviously, as you can see, makes us considerably faster. We're going to kill this unique, throw our decoy totem down to get some of that aggro off of us. So he drops some pretty decent stuff. So here we're looking for a ledge, somewhere that goes down, just like you see right here. What you can now... Oh, actually, I still went the wrong way. What you can do here is you can actually Leap Slam and then Frost Blink right after you Leap Slam, and what that will do is it'll kind of skip you forward like you're seeing me do there. Just be cautious because both Leap Slam and Frost Blink require mana, so it will drain your mana pretty significantly. So just be careful of that while we are still working to manage our mana before we get it into a spot where we really don't have to worry about it. Okay, we're going to keep leap slamming forward. Keep following the path. Again, we can skip all these guys. Leap slam is really nice too because it lets us jump up and down ledges like you just seen me do there. And now we're going to the ship graveyard. Okay, so there's a couple different things we're going to do in the ship graveyard. Let's go over here, grab another node for some more physical damage. We're going to want to grab our waypoint here, and then we're going to do a couple of those speedrunning tricks that we did when we did the Dweller in the Deep. So we're going to do a bit more of those portal shenanigans. Just to speed up our process here a bit quicker. So skip this guy. He seems pretty tanky. We're over leveled already, so there's no need for us to sit there and kill him. You can see now, once we have a Quicksilver Flask on, plus the Leap Slam and Frostblink, we can kind of pretty much outrun anything. Except for these Roas, which are proving me wrong as I speak. Okay, Ship Graveyard Cave. This is where we're going to want to drop one of those portals, like I just mentioned. And we're going to not actually go there just yet. We want to get the waypoints for the next zone. This is going to speed up our process pretty quickly here. You can see right there, there's that waypoint. Cavern of Wrath. So again, we're going to come in here. We're not actually going to do anything in here yet. We're just going to go straight back to Lion Eye's Watch. Go into our portal. Ship Graveyard. Super quick. That way we have the waypoint to the next zone already, and we got right back to the Ship Graveyard, which is where Ship Graveyard Cave rather, which is exactly where we want to be. Kill this blue pack. So we're looking for basically an idol here to give to Fairgraves. So he is a pirate that is in the Ship Graveyard zone we were in before. The main reason we want to do this is because we are eventually going to have to fight Fairgraves. And doing so will give us an extra skill point, which is very valuable. So, kill this little unique boss real quick here. Grab those yellows. Click the cave girl and grab the all flame. Go out to Ship Graveyard. And this will actually put us right outside Fairgraves. Skip past all his dialogue. He's going to send his little ghosty boys after us. We're going to kill them real quick. You can throw down the decoy totem as well, so they aggro to that, and you can just pummel away at them. Another Orb of Chance, nice. I think that's the third one we've gotten, actually. It's kind of crazy. Fairgraves here now, so now, as you can see, we absolutely just chunk Fairgraves. He's gone. In a matter of seconds, he's dead. Okay. Exit the character selection to go back to town. And now, we get to actually knock out two birds with one stone. So because we already went to the Cavern of Wrath, we actually get a new skill to use. So far we've been using Ground Slam here, but if we go talk to Nessa, we get to pick some new upgraded skills, some better skills. We have unlocked a lot more skills now. So you've got Infernal Blow, Static Strike, Holy Sweep, Sunder, Volcanic Fissure, Earth Shatter, and Chain Hook. We're actually going to go with Sunder. And we're actually going to use Sunder for the vast majority of the rest of our playthrough. We're actually going to use this all throughout the campaign for the rest of the campaign. And we're actually going to use Sunder mainly through the beginning of the endgame as well. So Sunder is really going to carry us for a while. We'll talk to Bestel, and he is going to give us... Try to move some stuff around to make some room for it. Another skill book. So we'll click that skill book. So now, we've been using Scrolls of Wisdom to identify things as we've been going. Now, once you get to this part, you can actually go to Nessa, and she has Identify Items. She will automatically identify all items in your inventory. This is super useful. However, be careful with this, because if you need orbs of transmutation, which means you have to sell items unidentified, this may screw you in some cases. So just be cognizant of that. Don't arbitrarily identify everything all the time, because you may need some orbs of transmutation and not have enough items to sell to get those. Which actually, that was a bonehead move of me. I shouldn't have done that because I only have one orb of transmutation. So this helmet's actually kind of decent. It's got 15% fire res, but it doesn't have the green and red socket. If I could link these, that would be nice, but not a big deal. We're gonna sell all this. None of this. This is actually pretty decent, but it doesn't have those red. Actually, what we can do, we're gonna take our ground slam. So what we'll do is sell just these. We're gonna move our ground slam link chain over here. We're going to use this chest piece, because even though it's evasion rating, we really don't care about evasion rating. We want it to ideally be armor. It's giving us 11% fire resistance and 10% cold resistance, which is pretty decent right now. And we already have another 3 red socket over here. Ideally, we do not want our main attacking skill in our weapon, because as you've seen already in the playthrough, I've swapped out my weapon at least 3 times already. And that's why you don't want your main 3 red links in your weapon, because what that's going to do is it's going to prevent you from swapping your weapon in the future when you get a better one. So I would always recommend you having it either in your chest, your helmet, your your boots, your gloves, what have you. Alrighty, so we're going to put our blood and sand in any open red socket we have. That looks like it's the only one we have. We're going to take our Sunder, and we're actually going to replace Ground Slam with Sunder. We can sell this chest piece. We can sell our Ground Slam because we no longer need it. We can sell this Rustic Stash. We actually have a Greater Life Flask here. It actually is doing more than the medium, so we'll swap that out, but I don't like the reduced amount recovered. That kind of sucks, in my opinion. Okay, so we actually have 2 skill points now to use, so we're going to want to use it on this extra melee speed, and then we're going to pick up some more strength here. Again, we're going to bum rush through these health and resistance nodes all the way up here to Resolute Technique. Now, I've been mentioning that one of the things that we need to make sure that we get before this boss fight, or that we should be striving to get before this boss fight, is some cold resistance. Now, how do we get some cold resistance? Very easily. One of the things we can do, and one of the things you're going to find throughout this playthrough, is there are things called vendor recipes. What that means is if I vendor a certain amount of things in a certain order to one of the vendors, it's going to give me a specific item back, and it's guaranteed. So, for instance, if I go to Nessa, and I buy this Fireball Gem, for instance, for 1 Wisdom Scroll, and then I go to sell items, and I sell this Fireball along with one of my Iron Rings, it's actually going to give me a Sapphire Ring back, and that Sapphire Ring gives me 28% cold resistance. We want this because, again, the end boss of this act does nothing but cold damage. This cold resistance is going to help us out significantly. So we're going to hit accept. It's automatically going to add this to my inventory. And now we have 45% cold resistance. So we're 30% away from having max cold resistance. Even if you have this much, it's going to be super helpful against the end boss. So whether it's 15%, 20%, 45%, however much you're able to get, even a little bit is going to help you when you're going through that battle. So once we've done that, we're going to go back to Merveil's Cavern, the Cavern of Wrath. Again, my Sunder, I want to click on it and do always attack without moving. I moved my Blood and Sand, so my Aura Gem, out of the original piece of gear it was in. So again, I want to re-enable it. Click once for Sand Stance, once for Blood Stance, and now we are ready to go. So right now we are in one of the last zones of Act 1. So we're almost to that boss fight. So we're going to just make our way through here. We're basically just looking for the next zone that's going to lead us to Merveil, which is the end boss. See, here is another shrine. So you can see Sunder does significantly more damage than Ground Slam. It also has this cascading effect, as you see. So what I tend to do is I aim it right in front of me, or right in front of the enemy that I want to hit with it, and it will cascade out. Cavern of Anger. Alright, so this is the last zone we are in. We should be able to fight Merveil at the end once we get to the last piece of this zone. There is a... be careful for these red squids. They actually will detonate on top of you, and they do some pretty significant damage. There is an essence over there, but we are so overpowered at this point. It is a Contempt. Contempt is always going to give us physical damage, like what we use to create the axe we currently have, so we are going to grab that. Do I not have... Let's see here. Weird. It was almost like I wasn't hitting. It's odd. In any case, we got that Essence of Contempt. That's going to help us when we go to craft another weapon. So I'd say when we're doing this build specifically, if you If you do find an Essence of Contempt anywhere, you absolutely want to pick that up. It's going to help for crafting on new weapons and ensuring you get some physical damage on it, which is what we're looking for. So this is the entrance to the boss fight. We're going to use our skill points. So this is going to give us 4% increased maximum life and 3% to all elemental resistances. So that's super useful. So we just added another 3% cold resist on top of what we already have. Alright, and now we're going to fight Merveil, which is this axe and boss. So again, stay away from her a little bit. You can see you have much more range with Sunder than you did with Ground Slam. And you can see, based on the way we built our character so far, we are really just chunking her at this point. Okay, so that's phase 1 down. You killed her in her human phase. She's now going to turn into this squid-looking thing, as you can see here. Even though she does cold damage, you can Frostblink over her to slow her down a bit. But as you can see, it's not really a point. She's done that quickly. She's dead. Pick up all the yellow items that she drops. We can sell those to the vendor. And now we are starting on Act 2. So Southern Forest is the first zone for Act 2. We're going to want to work through here. Grab this shrine real quick to power us up a bit. Grab all these different currencies. There's a couple in there that we haven't got so far, so I'll explain those in a second once we get out of the zone and into the new main town for Act 2. Another unique boss, there's usually at least one per zone. Kill him if you want to. It doesn't really matter if you don't. It's kind of insignificant. And now we are in Act 2. So just like Act 1, there was a main town that you went to. It's the same here for Act 2. This is going to be your main town. We're going to sell these items. We don't need any of that. Okay, and then this item right here. So we got a Jeweler's Orb and a Vow Orb that just dropped. Those are both new currency items that dropped that we have not gone over yet. So the Jeweler's Orb is the most easiest. The same way we use an Orb of Fusing to link sockets that are already existing on an item, we're going to use a Jeweler's Orb to add additional sockets or modify the number of sockets on that existing item. So for instance, if I wanted 3 sockets on this pair of boots, I could potentially apply this Jeweler's Orb to the boots, and that might actually add a 3rd socket. However, it could also take one of the sockets off of it and change it to a single socket. So it's best not to waste these if you only have a couple of them and you're just starting out like we do here. We're just going to hunt for some items that have the right amount of sockets that we have. Vow Orbs, you're pretty much never going to use throughout the campaign. What they do is exactly what it says here. So it's going to corrupt an item and also modify it unpredictably. The modify it unpredictably could literally be anything. It could remove one of the affixes that are already on the item. It could add another affix to the item. It could change the affixes that are on the item. And then what it's also going to do is it's going to corrupt the item. Once you corrupt an item in Path of Exile, it can no longer be crafted on whatsoever. You cannot modify that item in any other way unless you have tainted currencies. We're not going to get those for a very, very long time, if ever. So to me, it's not suggestible to use your Vow Orb on any of your gear. There are some things we are going to use for this in the end game, but right now you can basically act like this thing doesn't exist. We're not going to use it. So we are going to put this in the stash. So my stash is going to look very different than you guys. Again, I've been playing Path of Exile for 4 or 5 years now. I've spent some money in the game to get stash tabs. If you pick up the game and you start to actually like it, I would suggest grabbing a couple of stash tabs, specifically this one right here, which is the currency stash tab. I'm going to right click on this and relabel it currency, change up the color a little bit. And what this is going to do is it has a individual item slot for all the different currencies in the game, just so I don't have to hold everything here. So this Vow Orb I'm going to throw in there. We don't need that. Same thing with this scroll fragment. You can see they each have their own specific slot in there. The rest of the stuff I'm going to keep on me just because in case we need to craft on the go. But completely up to you. You can throw everything in the stash if you want. Doesn't matter. So, okay. So once we get into Act 2, there is going to be 2 different locations we can go. We can either go here to the left to the riverways, or we can go all the way over here to the right to the old fields. I personally always go to the old fields. Don't ask me which is faster. I honestly couldn't tell you. This is just my preference. It's how I've always played. I will always go to the old fields first. There is a location over here that you may want to go to if you weren't lucky enough to get a another Quicksilver Flask in the prison when we did. That will guarantee you a Quicksilver Flask reward if you so choose. We already have 2, so I'm not going to do that. So in this zone, the crossroads, if you just follow the brick road here, it will lead you directly to the waypoint. Again, once you get here, you are going to be at a crossroads. You can either go straight, left, or right. Again, for the sake of this playthrough and for how I usually play any character, I will always go left first. Now, the 2 zones that we're about to go into, the one we're about to go into right now, and then if you would have went right instead of left right there at that crossroad, both of those zones have one of those Trials of Ascendancy in them that we're going to want to do, just as a heads up. So this zone right here, Chamber of Sins level 1. This one, not this level, but level 2 will actually have one of those Trials of Ascendancy that we want to do. So just a heads up there. I will call that out again once we get ready to do it. Okay. We're going to grab Barbarism. This one's awesome. It's going to give us 8% increased maximum life, 1 to our maximum fire resistance, and then 8% fire resistance. So when you see something that says 1 to maximum fire resistance, like I said before, your max resistance for everything is 75%. What this is now allowing me to do is I can now have up to 76% fire resistance. That doesn't seem like a ton, but what that does allow me to do is get my resistance higher than it could before, which is going to mitigate more fire damage than I would normally take. So going back here, where there's going to be this central room here in the center of Chamber of Sins level 1, we'll want to grab this waypoint, and then whichever direction this waypoint is at, so if it right at this moment it's here, but for instance if it was here instead, you would want to follow whatever that way is. That's going to lead you to the next zone, so given that it's right here, I'm going to want to go straight from here, and then boom, there's our next zone. So the Chamber of Sins level 2. Now, you can see this quest also pops up here again. So where it says the Lord's Labyrinth, solve the Trial of Ascendancy in this area. So this will also be a dead giveaway if you forget what zones I tell you it's in, that there is a trial in this area. If you ever see that quest pop up on the side for you, that means that there is a trial in this area that you need to complete for Ascendancy. This is a little gem room that is always loads here in the Chamber of Sins level 2 if you find it. The gems you see it's dropped on the floor are completely random every time. Every now and then you might get something that actually helps your build or is something we're looking for. In that case, none of those are going to be useful to us. So a little unlucky there, but doesn't make a big difference. Alright, we're going to continue to work through this area, both looking for the next area as well as that Trial of Ascendancy. So I see a book there which kind of tells me this is where the Trial of Ascendancy is. Lo and behold, here it is. So this one has saws instead of those spikes. Again, because we have Leap Slam and Frostblink now, it's pretty much going to trivialize it. So as you can see, once we got Leap Slam, Frostblink, and we have both those Quicksilver Flasks, it really makes the game significantly faster. So we were moving pretty slow when we first started, when our character was basically fresh off the press. Now we're moving significantly faster. Here is another essence. Why not? Let's grab it. I would suggest for you guys, kill any essence that you find. Oh, this guy's actually chunking me pretty hard. Grab that, level up all of our gems. There's a strong box. A strong box is basically something that has modifiers on it. You click it, and then a bunch of boxes or a bunch of monsters will come out of the strong box. We're not going to worry about that right now. Feel free to engage with any of the league mechanics when you're going through the campaign. If it takes you longer on your first run, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. use our skill point here. Grab that other health and all resist. So we're only a couple of points away from Resolute Technique now, and then we won't have to worry about accuracy. So this is going to be the next boss we're going to fight, Fidelitas. He uses a skill called Lightning Strike, so you just want to stay away from him. See right there. But again, because of that chance to bleed, we make short work of him. Grab both those items, click on the strange device, and take the baleful gem. Exit the character selection, select our guy again, puts us back in town. We're going to want to talk to Groost here. And he's going to offer us various other skill gems that we're going to want to take. Out of these, I would suggest that you guys take Herald of Ash. So you're going to have Herald of Ash, Herald of Thunder, Herald of Ice. These all do something slightly different, but basically they add the applicable damage type to your damaging moves. In this case, Herald of Ash is going to grant us 15% of our physical damage as extra fire damage, similar to that added fire damage support that we talked about earlier when we were in Act 1. But this is just basically another one of those aura skills that's going to reserve some of your mana. What it's also going to do is base burning damage is 25% of overkill damage. What this effectively means is that once you kill an enemy, if you overkilled them, for instance, if they had 100 life and you did 125 damage to them, that extra 25 damage is going to splash onto other targets. So it actually increases our AoE quite considerably. So we're going to take that. We do not actually have another red socket, unfortunately, so that is a problem. Let's see if we can get some boots here that have 2 red sockets. So these boots have 2 red sockets. They also have 16 life and lightning resistance. These actually have movement speed, which is what we would be wanting. But unfortunately, it is nothing but green colors. So let's see. We have a couple chromatic orbs here. Can we get a green and a red together? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to grab one of these. And we're also going to grab... Oh, I actually don't. I don't have enough now, so that plan actually is not going to work. That sucks. Let's see what we can do here. So we can grab these. These will still be better than what we have. They're giving us more armor. They also have life and resistance on them, so we'll grab those for sure. Put that here. This is our decoy totem. We actually don't need the decoy totem anymore, so we can toss that. We're going to put leap slam here. Faster attacks. And then even though these are linked, I can put Herald of Ash here, because if I put Herald of Ash here, you can see faster attacks. It can't affect Herald of Ash. You see the red X there on the gem instead of the green check mark. Be careful of that whenever you're using aura skills. If you're putting an aura skill in a link and there is a support gem that does support that aura skill, it will increase the amount of reservation it takes. So you can see right here, Herald of Ash is telling me it's going to reserve 25% of my current mana. If I actually put a support gem in there that supports Herald of Ash, it will reserve more than that 25% of mana. So be careful when you're doing that. So the Herald of Ash is this red fist looking icon. We're going to put that on our back bar just like we did with our Blood and Sand.
Hello.
And then for the rest of these, we can actually sell these off. We can actually sell our decoy totem as well. We don't need that anymore. Okay. We'll use this waypoint to go back to the crossroads so we can go to one of those other directions now. This time we're going to want to go left. We are going to want to enable Herald of Ash. So you can see it did take some more of my mana. My mana isn't regenerating past 98. And you can see up here, it's also telling me that my Herald of Ash is activated. You can also see that by my fists. Both have some fiery effect on them. And now you can also tell because I have 34 to 59 fire damage on my Sunder, which I didn't previously have. You can ignore Ironhard there if you see him in his zone. Don't worry about that. We're not really going to go over the bestiary mechanic. So you see that little ring of fire that's popping up now around enemies when I'm killing them. That's because of the Herald of Ash. So again, in this zone, just look for the brick road here. We're going to follow this brick road. What I personally like to do now that we have Sunder is run, and then as enemies group up behind you, hit them with the Sunder. Usually it will kill most, if not the entire pack. Again, just keep following this road until you get to this little monastery-looking place. Come through here. And then we're going to go to the crypt level 1. Okay, so as soon as we enter the crypt level 1, you can see here the Lord's Labyrinth, so we know that there's a Labyrinth trial in this zone. We want to be on the lookout for that, as well as the entrance to the next zone. And look, there it is. We already found it. Just got to find out how to get over there. Once we go back to town, there's actually one other item we're going to want to pick up. Ooh, an Orb of Alchemy. That's very useful. Pick that up, and we will explain what that does here in a moment as well. So let's get through this trial first. We're going to want to pick this one lever right here on the side. Skip past this other lever. Skip past this lever. They actually don't do anything. Boom. There's my Ascendancy. So as you can see now, when we look at it, it tells us where we completed them, and we have 3 out of the 6 now completed. So we're about halfway there to ascending into our preferred Ascendancy. Let's go to our points. We're going to grab one more Strength. So now we're 2 points away from that Resolute Technique that we've been bum rushing, so we're almost there. Once we grab that, we will go over what... go over what we're going to aim for next as far as skill points go. Looks like it's a dead end. Okay, found the exit over here. We will come into the Crypt Level 2. The reason we're going to the Crypt Level 2 is because there is a boss at the end of here that will also give us, you guessed it, another skill point. As we've seen from the nodes on the tree, those skill points are very useful. This right here is one of the best shrines you can find. It's called an Acceleration Shrine. It just makes you move considerably faster, and it allows you to attack significantly faster, as you see. So whenever you see one of these shrines, it's always nice to pick it up. There's a Sapphire Ring. So that would have been nice if that dropped in Act 1. We could have saved one of our Iron Rings. We'll open this box real quick. So the way the strong boxes works, every time, or once you kill all the monsters that came out of the strong box opens, and you're hoping that it drops something decent for you, or some good currency. Obviously, the more difficult the box is, the better it will drop. And then here's what we're looking for. So, correction on what I just said, actually. So this is the boss, this Archbishop Joffrey the Abandoned, or Abashed. He doesn't actually give you the skill point. It's this thing right here, the golden hand that you need to pick up. He's just guarding it, so slight correction there. We'll pick up that Greater Mana Flask and that Portal Scroll, exit the character selection, and then back to our character. This should ideally be better than ours. It isn't because it's reduced amount recovered, unfortunately. We're getting really unlucky with that. It's another Chromatic Orb. This is a Topaz Ring for lightning resistance. We're actually going to keep that because both the end boss of this act as well as the next act, Act 3, both do significant lightning damage, so this will help us. So we are going to replace one of our Iron Rings, so we're currently at 311-16 DPS. We go down to 289, so it's a pretty significant drop. However, that lightning resistant is going to be pretty important, and it rounds out our resistances a bit more. Looks like we're still pretty low on fire resistance, but it's decent for right now. We're going to pick up some more later on.
Hello.
So we're actually going to keep this Iron Ring for right now because just like how we sold a blue gem with an Iron Ring to get the Sapphire, we can sell this Iron Ring with the Heavy Swing that's a red gem in our inventory right now to get a Fire Ruby gem, which will give us fire resistance if needed. So we'll actually do that right now. And then there's our Ruby. So just in case we need it. We will talk to Yena to turn in that golden hand. Get us a Book of Skill. This one's a bit different, as you can see from the design. What this does is it gives us a passive skill point, which is ultimately what we're looking for. But it also gives us 2 passive respec points. So, for instance, if you made a mistake on on your skill tree, this allows you to respec 2 of those points. So we'll click that. Also, if you go to, I think it's Yena. No, silk in this area, you can do respecialization, and some of that gold that we've been picking up, you can actually use that gold to respec. So you see it's costing about 20 gold to respec each point if I wanted to. However, that amount does increase as you level up. So it's not still going to be 20 gold when you're level 70, for instance. It's going to be significantly more. So we will go to our skill tree, and then boom, we finally have Resolute Technique. So like it says, we cannot deal critical strikes anymore, but now our hits can't be evaded, which means we can completely ignore accuracy. So even though we can completely ignore accuracy, and this node is basically useless to us anymore, we need this node in order to get to the versatility node, and that versatility node is useful to us because it has movement speed and dexterity and intelligence. As we get farther in the game, we will eventually look to drop this node, so we get 2 points that we can put somewhere else once we get some more dexterity and intelligence, as well as some movement speed on our gear. But for now, we're going to keep it. As far as where we want to move right now, at this point, I think what we're going to do is we are probably going to grab some either these axe nodes here or some rage. Rage is really good for us because for every point of rage we have, and you can have up to a max of 30 naturally, this node right here will allow us to have up to a max of 40. Every point of rage gives you 1% more attack damage. So it's a multiplicative more attack damage, and all we're doing is attacking. This is perfect for our build. So what we'll do is we'll probably grab these 3 right here to start. Come down here, get some of these axe nodes, because again, we want to focus on using axes. That's all we've been using so far. And then we'll probably come down this way to get some additional life, grab some additional resistances for the time being, and then grab some of these melee focus nodes down here, and even some of these mana nodes to help us out with some sustain. But we'll play it by ear, and that's kind of the general path that we'll go, but we'll go through it as we get there. Okay, so now we're going to go back to... Oh, before we actually leave here, there is another gem that I do want to pick up. Do we have a green socket? We do. We do want to pick up this gem right here, Blood Rage. We're going to put that in here. We're going to move that to E. So what Blood Rage does for us is it is going to add a buff that deals physical damage over time while increasing attack speed and life leech. So this is super good for us because what Blood Rage also does is every time we kill an enemy, we have a 25% chance to gain a Frenzy charge. So to quickly go over charges, you have Frenzy, Power, and Endurance charges. Frenzy charges allow you to attack faster. Power charges give you more critical hit chance. And Endurance charges reduce the damage you take from physical and elemental damage. As you can see from the keystone that we just picked, we can't deal critical strikes anymore, so power charges are useless to us. Frenzy charges, though, on the other hand, are very useful to us. We want that extra attack speed. We want it to feel more fluid as we're moving through the game. Blood Rage will also give us something called Life Leech. What that effectively means is, at least currently at its level 1 version, it'll give us 1.2% of our attack physical damage. We will leech back as life, right? So every time we do damage, we're going to do a portion of that damage is going to come back to us as leech. So think of it as vampiric or lifesteal, right? It's also going to grant us naturally 5% increased attack speed. The one downfall to this is that it is going to drain our life, 4% of our life per second that it's active. Or more so, we're going to take 4% of our life as physical damage as it's active. So that is the one drawback to it. However, the built-in life leech should sustain us. We will also get some life regeneration later on that will actually help with this as well. So that's going to be super important, definitely beneficial to grab it. I would highly suggest you do. And now the theme of this act, actually, so let's enable that Blood Rage. So now you can see up here in the right-hand corner, I have a Frenzy charge. Naturally, you can have 3 of those at one time. We're also going to take some items that potentially increase the amount of max charges we can have in the future. The theme of this act you're going to see is there are these bandit lords that we effectively have to kill. We're coming up to the first one now, and each of those bandit lords will give you some type of positive bonus if you side with them, or you can choose to effectively betray them and kill them. So our first one here is Creighton. So you have your choice here to either help him or kill him. If you help him, he's going to give you 8% move speed. That's pretty nice for the campaign. A lot of people will take this. However, if you choose to kill all 3 of the bandit lords, they will give you an extra skill point. Most builds will have you take movement speed, or maybe they'll have you help the bandit lord Alira, which is going to give you mana regeneration. I believe she gives you all resist now. But either way, in our case, we're going to kill them all. We're just going to take the skill point because we're going to want to transition to that later on anyways. So we're going to go ahead and kill Creighton. We're going to have to fight him real quick. And he's done. We take Creighton's amulet. And now we can exit the character selection. Alright, so now that we have killed Creighton back at town, we're going to want to actually go left now. So the left area is where we're going to finish the campaign and do everything else. One of the things that we may do soon here is some gambling. Just because, oh my god. So this is why we don't really mess with the beasts. This is a beast monster, kind of similar to essences. They're usually quite tough, but anyways, one of the things we're probably going to do here soon is some gambling, only because gambling can have some pretty decent outcomes. We're going to want to grab this waypoint, and then we're going to actually go the opposite way. We're not going to, this is the one instance where I'm going to tell you guys not to follow the brick road. We're going to go over here. The entrance is always going to be over here to the wetlands. We want to swing over here real quick, level up Sunder, go to our skill tree. Like I said before, we're going to grab the Rage. So this is going to allow us to start generating Rage on hit. There is an Essence over here, so we're going to grab here, boom. Oh god, this guy's a chonky boy. Just had to be Aroa. So these red little bubbles that he's shooting out is called Corrupted Blood. That stuff is quite dangerous. We're going to do something later on as we level to basically become immune to that, because it is quite nasty and will kill you very quickly. Oh wow, there's another essence over here. We'll actually grab that as well. Oh, it's the same type too. You can see the type of essence also dictates what skills they have. Those little bubbles are poisonous bubbles. You basically just want to go under them until they start to charge up above you and then move. That'll allow you to avoid the attack. Okay, so we have another bandit encampment here. The bandit here is called Oak. Oak is pretty tough. Oak is going to be a damage check for you because he's got some self-healing and some regeneration going on. But again, if you were to talk to him and kill him, he's going to give you an extra 40 life. Pretty decent. Again, we'd rather go for the skill point, so we're going to kill this dude. So what we're also going to grab, so you can see those red balls circling him. He's actually got endurance charges. So the same way we have the green orbs circling us that are giving us frenzy charges, he has endurance charges. So for each one of those, he was getting some physical and elemental damage reduction, which is what we do, right? So that's why he's a bit tougher. So we're going to grab both of those. His little amulet as well as the items he dropped, and we're going to come here north to find the waypoint. If you notice, if we come over here to where the tree roots are, we can't access this, where there's some other things we have to do in the quest line first. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go back to the riverways, which is where we were before we got in here. And now we are going to follow the road over here. Those little gaps here also make Leap Slam and Frost Blink, very useful. So blue, it's another beast actually. Pain. So, and now we're going to go to the Western Forest. So the Western Forest, there's going to be quite a few things we do in here, and there's actually going to be quite a few skill points up for grabs. So we're going to want to grab the waypoint. Now, once you grab the waypoint in this zone, this is going to kind of tell you where everything is, right? So the waypoint is on the left side of the road, so you can see I'm on the road right here. The waypoint is on the left side. That means Alira, who is the final bandit lord, is going to be on the left side of the road. On the right side of the road is going to be a spider boss called the Weaver that we want to kill as well in order to progress the story. So we're going to go kill Weaver first. I'm sorry, Alira first. We're looking for almost like this checkered pattern in the road as we're going. I'll mention it to you once we see it. Sometimes I slow down here, right here. So you see how this diverts off and it checkers almost? That ping was the transmutation orb. That's another reason why we have a loot filter, is we have those little pings that happen when special items drop. So again, we're just going to follow this little checkered path, and it's going to ultimately lead us directly to Alira. Again, you could just go on the right side and look for Alira, but as you can see here, this led us directly to her. So again, we'll go over to Alira. She gives us 15% to all elemental resistances. Again, very useful, especially early on, but as we get into endgame, resistances are not going to be an issue for us, so we're eventually going to spec out of having this anyways. This is why I typically always aim to go for the skill point instead. So again, we're going to kill Alira. When you see her do that big circle there, you want to get out of it. That's called Detonate Dead. That does some pretty serious damage to us, even at our level. But just like every other boss, you see her chunked our health pretty good. Just like any other boss, she goes down quickly. Instead of going straight to the right, we're actually going to go all the way south. And this is going to give us something for another skill point. We're actually going to go all the way back to Act 1 to actually pick up this skill point once we do what we're about to do. So we come down here to this encampment. You're going to see these soldiers here. You're going to have this unique boss right here, Captain Artery, is what I call him. He's going to drop this thematic emblem. You're going to put it in the seal. And this opens up a way to Act 1. So if you wouldn't have used the ledge trick that I told you guys about when we were going through Act 1, you would see that that way was blocked. It is now not blocked anymore, and Act 1 townsfolk are going to reward you for unblocking the way, effectively. So we will go... Actually, we do want to pick up that scale vest to grab to sell that for a chromatic orb. So we're going to come all the way over here, and we're going to work our way up. So just, again, basically just in a big circle. And over here, hug the wall. Once you start seeing these spider webbings on the trees, you know you're getting close. And lo and behold, here is the Weaver's Lair. Use our skill point real quick here. So you could go this way to do inherent loss of rage is 10% slower. We're hitting so often that this is kind of irrelevant for us, so we're going to pick the extra gain 1 rage on melee hit. That just allows us to build up our rage quicker, which results in more damage over time. Okay, so again, here we're just looking for the Weaver boss. And this is specifically because we need to kill her to get a spike that's going to allow us to continue the campaign accordingly. So you can see we've already quickly found her nest. So she's going to come in 2 phases. Once we get her down to about half health, she does put this slow on, which can be kind of dangerous if you don't have a lot of damage. We phased her pretty quickly there, though. So now we're just going to basically be consistently assaulted by spiders for about 15-20 seconds. Because they're coming at you so quickly and so frequently, you can basically just hold down your Sunder and then keep popping your Mana Pot. You can attack almost endlessly. So she's back now. Again, just like every other boss, pummel her, and she's done. The way we're setting up our build is so strong that a lot of these boss mechanics you can kind of forget about. Now we're going to exit the character selection. Go back to our character. Again, we're trying to save those portal scrolls. We have 7 now, so maybe we can quit doing that. It's not that big of a deal. What we want to do is we do want to look at some of these, specifically these boots. I'm hoping have movement speed. They don't, unfortunately. They do have a healthy chunk of life and fire resistance, which is exactly what I have on these. The problem is that I do not have red and green sockets anywhere else, which is a problem.
What troubles you?
These we can sell for the chromatic. We'll sell this for the chromatic. We'll get those out of the way. This is a armor, energy shield, chest. Honestly, this chest is pretty decent for right now. We're not really hurting, so we're just gonna sell everything. So now we should have the 3 different amulets from each of the bandit lords, this baleful gem, as well as the Malagaro spike, which is the thing we just got from the Weaver. We're going to talk to Iramir. He's going to give us the skill point as well as the apex, which is all of those amulets combined together. We need this to progress the story. We're going to go over here to Silk, and Silk is actually going to give us a skill gem. So this is the first support gem we're actually going to replace with the ones we already have. So you can choose melee physical, elemental damage with attacks, shockwave support, close combat, rage, cruelty, and volatility. We're actually going to pick melee physical. And we're going to replace chance to bleed with melee physical. So chance to bleed is no more. We're not going to use that anymore. We actually need to, so you can see right here, the way forward, travel to Lion Eye's Watch. So we're actually going to come to the waypoint. We're going to select Act 1, and we're actually going to go all the way back to Lion's Eye's Watch. And we're going to go talk to Bestil, who is going to give us another skill book for clearing that way when we killed that unique soldier. Boom. Book of Skill. Now we have, go back to town. We now have 3 skill points to play with, so we'll end up getting this last node, so the Battle Trance, that's awesome. Now, if you notice, when we pass through these health nodes and resistance nodes, as well as this rage nodes, there's the center. So what this is called is a mastery. So once you get to the notable in one of these sections, so this one is, this one, you can see there's tons of them on the skill tree. Each of them does something different. This is a rage mastery. So now that I've clicked Battle Trance, and I've selected that notable, now I have the option to also choose for another skill point one of the masteries in the Rage Mastery. Many of these are pretty decent. It depends on the build you're playing. Some of them are really good depending on the build you're playing. The one that we'll probably eventually take is +7 to maximum rage. Inherent loss of rage is 20% faster. Even though we're going to lose rage faster, having that extra 7 to the max rage, that bumps us up to 47. Now we're going from 40% multiplicative damage to 47% multiplicative damage. That's a significant increase. And the inherent loss of rage is 20% faster, really isn't going to affect us a whole lot, again, because we're attacking so quickly, we're attacking so many enemies. We're not going to get that just yet, though. What we are going to grab is we are going to start grabbing these axe nodes next. So we're going to come down here to the strength, and then we're also going to pick up this first axe node here. We're going to come up here to this first section. Actually, you know what? We're going to come down here to this bottom section because these are going to give us attack speed with every node, which, again, as we've been talking about, attack speed is king. Speed in general is king. And this notable right here gives us a healthy chunk of physical damage, attack damage with axes, increased attack speed, and we gain an additional 1 rage on hit. So this is going to help us sustain that rage. This is just a no-brainer for the way we're playing. So we're definitely going to grab that. Okay, so let's make sure I'm not missing anything here. We do want to talk to Helena. Get her to come to our hideout. Now, one thing to note here. If you have never played Path of Exile 1 before, the first time you get to Act 2, you are going to talk to Helena, and you're going to want to go to the Dread Thicket in the zone we're about to go to in a second here. That unlocks your hideout. This is extremely important because in your hideout you have a crafting bench. As you've seen from our gear here, as I mentioned before, a yellow item can have 6 affixes on it. As you can see here, this axe, as good as this axe is, it only has 4 items. I can add 2 additional affixes to it. The crafting bench allows us to guarantee and craft 1 additional affix onto any item. It can be white, it can be blue, it can be yellow, as long as there is an open affix. That's going to be super important, so we'll walk through that once we get to that area. For now, we're going to go back to the wetlands, to that waypoint we secured earlier. Now we can open up these tree roots. So we just use Malagaro Spike and that gem that we had in our inventory. Both those are gone now. And now we want to make our way through here to get to the next field. Again, the way I'm navigating through here is the same way I've been teaching you guys to navigate through here. You want to hug the wall. Only stop to really kill these blue packs here. If you want to stop to kill other packs of enemies, that's perfectly fine. I just suggest to speed up your gameplay to only kill either the large packs like this or the champion enemies. So there's another blue pack there. If you find a rare like this and they're really chunking, you can get them. We're going to grab this poleaxe because that's the next upgraded base type for our axes. Given that it's already blue is actually what we don't want, unfortunately, because it makes it a bit harder to craft on. But nevertheless, it could be something decent. And even though it's blue, just because it is only a magic item, it could actually be better than the rare item that we currently have equipped, depending on what stats it rolls. So don't think just because something is rare that it's automatically better than a blue item, for instance, because that's not always the case. At least certainly not in an early game like this. So it looks like there's an essence down here. See what that is. Like I said, I would recommend you guys always kill any essences that you find. Grab that skill point. We'll grab some more physical damage and attack speed. This guy's chunky. Rustic Sash. So that's our first unique. We'll take a look at that in a second. Again, Path of Exile is a bit different than other ARPG games where just because something is unique does not necessarily mean it is better than what you currently have. Given that we have a white Rustic Sash, I'm going to assume that it probably is actually, but we'll take a look at it here in a second. I think I also forgot to explain what melee physical damage does. It basically just does exactly what it says. It adds more melee, or does more physical damage to melee attacks, which Sunder is considered a melee attack, so that's a direct damage multiplier to us. So we just used the apex that was in our inventory to open up that gateway. We're going to go to the Northern Forest. Once you get to the Northern Forest, which is where we're at right now, you are going to find a location called the Dread Thicket. The Dread Thicket is where you would enter if you do not already have your hideout unlocked. All you have to do is clear out the area, and Helena will talk to you, and she will give you the ability to have your own hideout. Which, like we discussed before, gives you the ability to use that crafting bench. This big circle here is a league mechanic called a Ritual. We're not going to really mess with this. This is that Dread Thicket I was telling you about. It is beneficial early on. When you do all 3 rituals, you basically gain tribute from killing monsters in the ritual, and then you can use that tribute to sacrifice it for an item. Sometimes those items can be pretty good, but again, we're already pretty overpowered at this point. I don't see the point of spending more time to do it. So we're going to skip past it for now. As you're going through your playthrough, feel free to do it. We're also, as we're going through here, we're trying to keep Blood Rage up. And if you see me stop to attack a monster here and there, that's why, because I'm trying to keep my Frenzy charges going, as well as my Blood Rage. Blood Rage will refresh every time we kill an enemy, so you don't have to keep reactivating it. Okay, we're in the caverns now, so we're in the second to last zone, I believe, from the end of the act boss. Again, as I mentioned, as we're going through Act 2, the Act 2 boss does some pretty significant lightning damage, so if you haven't been able to do so before, now would be a good time to try and get you a topaz ring for some easy lightning resistance, or make sure there's lightning resistance somewhere on some piece of your gear to help out with the fight. If not, no worries. I'll walk you through the fight and the way we've set up our character should set us up for success. So again, just making our way through this zone. After we get done with these axe nodes that we're taking on the passive tree, we're probably going to want to grab some mana nodes. I'm noticing we're eating up mana pretty quickly here. And if there's some options for us to mitigate that a bit, we want to take it, so we might switch up. And this is going to be true for you guys too. Just because I'm taking the nodes in a certain order, you can feel free to copy exactly what I'm doing. But depending on what items drop for you, obviously everything is random. The same items that have dropped for me are not going to be the same items that drop for you in most cases. So if you get something where it makes your mana easier to manage already, then feel free to not worry about taking those nodes. Or if you're you're struggling to get a good axe with decent damage on it, then likewise feel free to take the damage nodes first. So now in this area, when we're at the apex of the pyramid, you basically want to go diagonal from wherever your stair location is. So think of this as a box right here. We started basically, looks like in this top left corner. I want to go down, you can already see it. I want to go down to the bottom right corner. And usually when you follow that kind of scheme, you'll find the entrance almost immediately. And now we're at the pyramid apex. So you're going to want to click this. This is actually our first crafting recipe over here. So we're going to want to take this. Helena will pop up. So that crafting bench I was talking about, this crafting recipe is going to give us the ability to craft certain affixes. You have to find those around the campaign as you're going. So that one, it looks like, gave us spell damage. Pretty useless to us as far as the character that we're playing currently, but if you're playing some type of spellcaster, that recipe might be super important for you. Okay, so this is the Val Oversoul. This is the Act 2 boss. So once we get rid of this guy, we will be done with Act 2. The main thing with him is just keep your distance, stay away from the rocks. He has a couple different attacks. He will slam the ground with his arm. He will shoot lightning lasers at you. And he'll shoot those electric orbs. So that's why the lightning resistance is so important, like we harped on. So those are the lasers. I like the frost blink through him to slow him down a bit, because it drops that chilled ground. Ooh, might actually kill me here. Yeah, we're running out of mana, which is pretty important. Yeah, we're in a pretty bad spot right now. We're out of mana, so we're actually going to have to bum rush some mana nodes here soon to fix this. Slow and steady wins the race. As you kill enemies, you get charges for your flasks. So right now I'm just hoping that I kill one of these guys and it gives me a flash charge. That would be the best. Like I just got. So we just got some mana there. Boom. And we got him. He's dead. So you can see that was a bit tougher than it needed to be, unfortunately, but we got through it. So we definitely need to focus on getting some mana nodes. Or maybe we need to switch out. Here's another crafting recipe.
It is good to feel your
We also need to switch out getting one of our life flasks for a mana flask instead. Because we're not really having too much trouble with staying alive, but keeping our mana at a good level is starting to become an issue. These are some of the things you'll start to notice too as you're playing, so feel free to switch things up as you're having issues. So in my case, I'm having issues keeping mana at a good level. So what I'm going to do is add a mana flask and take away one of the life flasks. Two-stone ring, that's nice. We'll talk to Clarissa here. And then all we're doing right now is trying to get to the entrance of Act 3, so we can kind of recap. Sarn Encampment. Alright guys, now we are in the Sarn Encampment. So this is the start of Act 3. So to do a quick recap over where we are as far as progression, so you can actually exit character selection here. Go back to just put you in the middle of town, it's much faster. So to go over character progression so far, so we have this pretty decent axe right now, 24 to 39 damage. It's got some physical damage on it, some added physical, some added cold, some life on hit, some accuracy, pretty decent. Everything else is just off the floor gear. So you can see this is still a white ring. This is a white cap that has no stats on it. White sash, blue boots, blue ring. Sapphire ring is white, has no other. We do have a couple essences here that we can use. I would definitely use these as you get them to help. So for instance, this blue ring, we'll throw this on. So give us some, hopefully, life. So give us some fire resistance, some life regen. Everything else is kind of useless, so unfortunately that's a brick. But it is what it is. Sometimes that happens. We can do the same thing with this rustic sash. Throw essence on it. Again, some more cold resistance, some more life regen. Nothing crazy. This is where we are. So very basic here, guys. I'm just picking up what I found off the ground and being smart with the items that I'm using to craft. And as far as our tree goes, we basically took our path all the way down here through the melee nodes, through the attack speed. We grabbed versatility to give us that extra dex and int along with the move speed and accuracy while we needed it. Went up through here, through the arch of these attack speed and physical nodes, through the resistance and life nodes here, and kind of bum rush resolute technique. Then we grabbed the rage, grabbed our axe nodes here. We'll finish up getting slaughter, and then what we'll probably do is we'll take this the strength node here, come over here to these mana reduced cost mana nodes. So attack skills cost life instead of 10% of mana, and 15% reduced mana cost of attacks. That's going to help considerably. And then once we pick up those two, we'll probably come down here through these health nodes, grab the resistance, and then start picking up some more of these physical nodes down here. So that's what we'll do as we're going through this act. Also, as we're going through the act, we're going to do the remaining Trials of Ascendancy here, and what we'll be able to do is by the end of this act, we should be able to ascend either into a Juggernaut or a Berserker, depending on which way we decide to go. But that's where we are, so now we'll get started on Act 3. Alright, Act 3. Let's go. As I'm sure you guys can see, bit of a change. Real life got in the way, so I was not able to record this all in one section. So we're going to pick up right where we left off. We basically left off with going over our gear, all that good stuff, and starting Act 3. So there is one thing that I noticed from before. We want to sell this stuff real quick. I actually want to identify this axe. That's not going to do anything for me. What about this ring? I mean, is that technically better? Lightning. It says no lightning. Fire and cold. This is actually better. Oh, it's in the window. So we'll take that. We'll sell this off, sell this off. We will identify this. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it out. Okay.
Good luck to you.
What we are gonna do here is we're gonna start putting this in our stash, just so it's not clogging up the inventory here. Okay. And then, like I was saying, the one thing I did want to keep that there, right there. I don't know if I'm going to use that or not. Some gems. So we kind of have a pretty rudimentary setup, and the whole thing I'm going with on this, guys, is making trying to make the build as universal as possible, where you can kind of slot in anything you want. However, there are some Warcry gems that we're gonna want. Not this one. So Seismic Cry is nice. We're going to take Seismic Cry. I actually only have one red open socket. Sunder, Melee Physical, Ruthless.
Yes.
I feel like we can do better than Ruthless.
Endurance charge on melee stun is pretty good. That helps generate endurance charges. I actually prefer this over Enduring Cry, which is another war cry that we can possibly take. Rage support is also nice. Close combat is going to be the best for us, though, in my opinion. I think we'll leave it as it is. We're already kind of frying a bit here. I want to complicate things more, but we are going to go back to Act 1 and grab... where is it? So we got Enduring Cry or Intimidating Cry here. Intimidating Cry is going to give us more movement speed. However, we're already moving pretty fast, so we're going to grab Enduring Cry.
Goodbye.
It's going to help out a bit here, and then we can get started. So I will socket Enduring Cry over anything else. What do we have here? Life. Let's give this something. That way it's not just Dex, tiny bit of life, double resistances. We'll take it. That is definitely better than it being gray. Blood Rage isn't super important to level up, but we will. Let me throw this over here. Okay, and we are ready to start, guys. We are 5 minutes in, and we are ready to get going here. So a lot of things we're gonna do in Act 3, actually. Act 3, we're gonna unlock quite a bit of power. So sewer crating, we want to keep a note of that going forward. We need a little key first before we can do anything with that. But that's how we're gonna progress through the through Act 3 here. What we are looking for is the crematorium, though. So again, just like in every other zone, I typically hug the wall and always go to the upper right. That's just my personal preference and how I get around. Typically, it's pretty consistent. But again, maps are constantly changing, so it is not out of the ordinary for something to be completely in a different direction, like I think it's going to be in this case, unfortunately. Yeah, we kind of just did a whole loop here. Not a big deal. You guys are going to do the same thing, so it's good for you to see this happen. I don't think I mentioned it earlier either, but I'm trying to slow things down a bit so I can help explain as much as I can in these, but I'm going to likely be going much faster than you guys are, and that's perfectly okay. Your first couple times playing through, do not feel bad at all if you are, you know, taking your time and going slower than I am. It is not a big deal. Okay, so in this zone, we have a Trial of Ascendancy. We're definitely going to want to knock that out, like we talked about. The trial, so we can ascend, is going to be a huge boost of power for us. Okay, this guy is tanky as hell. We're gonna skip past that boy right there. I think it's worth taking him on. So my biggest rule of thumb, so this is actually the end here.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic.
So we'll go back and do the trial afterwards. My biggest rule of thumb is to always kill the blue packs like these guys here. Typically you can take them down pretty quickly. Rares I will kill, but only if I can get them down fairly quickly. When it's an essence mob like the one you just seen where we're giving him a beating and he's still standing, a lot of times it's not going to be worth your time to stay there and take him out. You gain more experience just by moving on and killing more monsters. Cool. Okay, so that's Tolman's Bracelet. So we're going to finish up Slaughter here. This is going to be a huge node for us. Attack speed, physical damage, attack skills, deal more damage, one more rage on hit. So, huge node for us. And then we are going to dive right into those mana nodes because we are suffering on mana quite a bit here. Oh. Getting caught here a bit. Okay. So as you can see there from all the little green icons on the map, the trial is right around here. Chromatic, thank you very much. We'll take that. And again, at this point, we should be strong enough to where these lava floors are kind of irrelevant for us. You can kind of just skip over them with Leaf Slam and Frostblink. So it kind of makes this part of it irrelevant. Open the doors. Yeah, so like this rare right here, we're just chunking him. Double axe, nice. That might actually be an upgrade. Okay, so here I'm going to exit the character screen. Go back into our Slammy Boy. And then we want to talk to Clarissa. She's going to give us the keys for that grate that we seen earlier, and I think she also identifies for us. I keep forgetting about that identify. Yeah, so this actually is an upgrade for us. We lose a bit of elemental damage there, which isn't a big deal, and some life on hit, but again, not a big deal. The issue is that this has our main damaging link here, and this is why I suggested that you get this link on another piece of armor that is not your weapon, because as you can see, we're quite regularly changing out our weapon. Armor, we are not going to change out that often, so let's see if we can get another piece of armor here that has multiple red sockets. So this one is 2 red, 1 green. Not a fan. This one is probably the best. We might be able to link that. Yeah, nothing else. We got 1,000 gold. Maybe we can gamble for something here. We actually get a reward for this. So, a couple different things we can take here. We're probably going to go for Pride. This is a pretty significant damaging aura. We're not going to use it just yet, but we'll grab this guy. Anger, if you're going to focus on some fire damage, is another good one. And then Determination is great for survivability. It's going to give us a ton more armor, which we are going to be focusing on to get most of our defenses. So we're going to come over to Maramora over here, and we're going to gamble. Let's actually gamble for some gloves. We want to do strength gloves. To try and ensure red sockets. So that is sufficient right there. We have another blue socket here in our chest. We can get rid of these. Some armor, some strength. We did lose a little bit of cold resistance here, but not a big deal. So this will allow us to shift out our link from the weapon. Put in our gloves. So right now, this is a good way to do a DPS check, guys, if you ever are wondering if a weapon is better than what you currently have. So right now, if you look there in the DPS, we're doing 567.6. Let's throw this bad boy on. 1,041, so it almost doubled our damage with that upgrade, so huge win for us there. These were actually decent. These are actually way better than these now that I'm looking at them. These have a little bit of life on them, but attack speed, so let's see if we can only have 2. What the hell, let's do it. Oh, and we got it. Let's go. Yeah, so I'll definitely take these gloves over these. So 99, not a huge loss of armor, but we also get some attack speed and some cold resistance. So we actually didn't end up losing that cold resistance from the previous gloves after all. Sell all this. And then Beastbind, physical damage, leech. That's kind of nice. Yeah, it's better than our belt. We might as well use it. Again, this isn't crazy. You might not find this, but a Feastbind is super, super common. And then, like I said, it's not game-breaking by any means. We can actually slot our Seismic Cry now as well. So we'll actually move our Seismic Cry over here. And Seismic Cry is actually going to give us power. And what power does, power is derived from many of the cry mechanics. There's a tons of different cries in the game that you can use. And each one of them will give you a certain amount of power depending on the types of enemies that are around you, things of that nature. And it will actually exert your next attack, which basically just makes it do a ton more damage. So it is a direct damage multiplier for us. And you can see with this new axe, we're just destroying these guys. So in this zone, we're going to find these busts. It's a side quest. We want to make sure we do this because it does award an extra skill point, and we do want to make sure we pick up all the extra skill points that we possibly can. Those are invaluable. In this zone, you'll also come across this Blight. So this is a league mechanic that you can interact with in the end game and in a couple different locations throughout the campaign. I will typically skip it. I don't really see the value in doing it. It's completely up to you. If you want to do it, you want to take the time to do it, I would recommend you do it if it's your first time playing, just to get an idea. So what you'll see is that there's going to be various different league mechanics that are possible for you to play in the end game that are sprinkled throughout the campaign, kind of to give you a glimpse at what they're like. So it's not like you're encountering it for the very first time when you do get to the end game. So if you are a brand new player, you've never done Blight before, I would definitely recommend doing it here in the sewer. It's not going to give you too much of an advantage, but it's definitely helpful. Got that yellow. Ooh, another chrome. We'll take that. Level up some gems. Oh, wow. On here. Sir. Okay, that guy's taking way too long. Skip them. Again, if they're not going down in a couple hits, skip them. Not worth our time. And you can see with the damage of our axe, we're actually able to kill some monsters just with Leap Slam now, which is pretty awesome. Okay, so we got through that. So there is a mastery in here that we want to take for the axe mastery. So again, I explained masteries earlier, but this is anytime you take one of these major notables, you can take a mastery as well. The two main ones that we want to take here are going to be 30% increased damage while in Blood Stance, or the gain 2 rage on hit with axes. I'm actually going to take the 2 rage on hit with axes just to make sure that our rage is constantly topped off. The 30% damage is 100% valid. If you want to take that, it's just a straight up damage increase, which is never a bad thing. So for 1 point, that's a pretty decent trade there. Almost a 4 link there. Speaking of 4 links, we are going to want to start looking for 4 links now. We should be able to start finding them here in Act 3, so we want to definitely keep our eyes out for the vendor. So as a reminder, the vendor's inventory does change slightly every time we level up. We're going to skip all these guys. We're going to go here into the catacombs. There is nothing that we want to do here in the catacombs other than grab another Ascendancy plaque. So this is another location where one of the Ascendancy plaques are. Which I believe is right. Nope, I got you baited. Alright, let's see where we can find this. So this will be our second from the last. There it is. Oh, I'm getting baited again. Is it over here? Oh, no, it's not. I don't know where it is, then. Alright, this next point, we're going to throw in the strength so we can grab these 2 mana nodes right here. Must be up here. So like I was saying, this will be the second from the last Ascendancy plaque that we need to proceed and go grab our Ascendancy. I was actually thinking about our Ascendancy, so I mentioned at the beginning of the video that Gilded Axe, we'll take that. That's the next phase up. I mentioned that we're going to have to decide whether we want to do a Juggernaut or a Berserker. I think we're going to roll with a Juggernaut, and the reason we're going to roll with a Juggernaut is a Juggernaut is definitely less damage than Berserker, but what a Juggernaut allows you to do is it gives you a ton of defense through endurance charges. It gives you the ability to basically completely avoid frozen via a different way, or freeze via a different way. So we'll turn in that quest for the 3 busts to get our skill point like we talked about. And now we'll start getting some of this mana assistance here. While we're here in town, let's also identify and see what we got here in the inventory. Trash, 10% movement speed, Leap Slam, Paralyze. Okay, so I don't need those connected. I wonder if we can connect this, possibly. We're going to keep those for right now. Trash that, trash that. We're going to hold on to the Gilded Axe because that is the next axe up. So even though we just got an upgrade, we might actually have another upgrade here. But this has some movement speed, and we definitely want to get movement speed wherever we can. I'm willing to lose the resistances here to get movement speed. Movement speed is incredibly important. So let's see if I can link that green. Oh, I couldn't. Okay. That does suck. So, alternatively, let's see if we can try this. Boom, there we go. So, faster attacks here, Leap Slam, Herald of Ash here, and then our Seismic. So there we go. So just like that, we switched them around. We can sell these old boots. They've done us good so far.
See you.
And like that, we got 10% movement speed now. So good spot to be in. We're going to go back to the marketplace, and now we're going to go past the catacombs to the next zone. Yeah, we're going to keep that Gilded Axe because I actually have an essence, and what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to grab one of those rustic sashes, and I'll show you guys a recipe that is extremely beneficial for any build that is using weapons. So most builds that are using weapons, ours included, want to have high physical damage because most damage types are derived from physical. At least that's my understanding. Oh my. It's a lot. It's a huge pack, actually. A few rares. Take them out. So what we're looking for here is that waypoint that just popped up there. We want to get on over there. We're going to grab that. You can come here to the left, and this ribbon spool will always be over here to the left of the waypoint. And then north of the ribbon spool, or in this case a little northeast, will always be the docks. And the docks is where we're going to go next. Cool. So we'll take Cannibalistic Rite. This should help out considerably with our mana issue. At least for the time being. And then in here, we are looking for another quest item to pick up so we can move forward. If for whatever reason you... Oh, wow. I think that is the quickest I've ever found this. It's crazy. Got him! Goodbye. If you are ever finding yourself under-leveled, the docks there is a good place to go. Okay, so we... Perfect. So we have the Gilded Axe.
Hello.
Let's see. We are going to grab a... Oh, shoot. That's already blue.
See you.
So ideally, for this to work, you can use that blue rustic sash as well, but I'm going to show you an easier way. So the recipe that we're going to get back is going to depend on what rarity our rustic sash is. She has none, of course. And what's going to happen is we're basically going to trade a blank axe like we have here with a rustic sash and a blacksmith's whetstone. There we go. So grab this. What we're going to do is we're going to use this essence. So this essence, if you can see there, it says two-handed weapons increases spell damage. This is useless to us. We are not using spells. We are using hit-based attacks. We are actually attacking with our weapon. So we want to use an essence here that means absolutely nothing to us. This actually gives physical damage to weapons, even though it's the smallest version of an essence. I'd rather keep this than a spell damage essence that is ultimately useless to me. We're going to use this on the Rustic Sash to make it yellow. We could care less what the outcome of that is. These stats are absolutely meaningless to us, and that's specifically because we want to take one Blacksmith's Whetstone. By now you should have gotten at least one of these. We're going to sell, and we're going to sell this axe, the Rustic Sash that we just used the essence on, and the Blacksmith's Whetstone. As you can see, instead of it giving currency back, it's going to give us a blue axe that has 55% increased physical damage. This is a guarantee. Whenever you trade an axe, or a weapon for that matter, with a Blacksmith's Whetstone and a Rustic Sash of varying rarities, it's going to give you an axe back with a percentage physical damage. The reason the rarity is important is because obviously the higher the rarity, the stronger the physical damage rule is going to be. Obviously, if this was blue, it's going to give me a lower rarity. And then I can't even remember if you can do it with a white Rustic Sash or not. But we're going to take that because that already is another upgrade for us. So 67 to 90 physical damage. We're currently only doing 45 to 74. So awesome there. And then one of the other things we can do, so if you go to your waypoint, again, in Act 2, you should have unlocked your hideout, which you can access from right here at a waypoint. We're going to click on that. I have this fancy turtle one. Yours is probably the base one you have. There's nothing wrong with that. The only thing you're looking for is the crafting bench, which is right here. We're going to click on that, and then you're going to have all these different recipes. You've also seen me pick up some of those, like in the end of Act 2, when we killed the Val Oversoul. If I take this Gilded Axe and put it in here, we have different affixes that you can guarantee to craft on the weapon. This is where learning what prefixes and suffixes are is very important, because attack speed, which is very valuable for our build, is a suffix. If you notice here, if I hold Alt over the axe, you can see it says prefix modifier serrated tier 7, damage physical attack. So increased physical damage is a prefix modifier. Blue items can only have 2 modifiers total, 1 prefix, 1 suffix. Attack speed is a suffix modifier. So because we have increased physical damage open here, we could theoretically craft attack speed on this. Unfortunately, we haven't learned that craft yet, so we can't do that just yet. But just giving you an example of how bench crafting can be extremely valuable. So again, let's do a damage check here. So our Sunder is currently doing 1302 DPS. If I take these, the Herald of Ash and the Seismic Cry, put it in here, 1741.2. So a good 440 some increase there in DPS. So another huge DPS increase. So again, that's why it's always... This is actually slightly better than this Topaz, but I want to lose the lightning resistance, so we're going to toss
Watch
it.
yourself.
Okay, let's throw all this in the stash. Oh, I didn't even throw that in there, but okay. We can throw that in there too. This ruby ring at this point is trash. We don't need it. Keep that essence with us. Okay, so next step. So we just picked up the ribbon spool, and we also picked up the item we needed from the docks. We're going to go back to the battlefront. And then from the waypoint, we're going to go up towards the top right. Just keep going until you find these stairs here. And then we're looking for the next zone entrance, which is going to be the Solaris Temple. Alright, so we'll roll through the Solaris Temple. So again, right now we're about halfway through Act 3. Still looking for that 4-link. Follow the red carpet here. That is always what I was always told when I was learning how to play Path of Exile. Even to this day, I've never understood what that meant, because the red carpet goes every which way. So maybe I just misunderstood it. But again, I typically use my normal strategy of hug the right side and keep going. Usually that gets me where I need to go. Normally doesn't fail me, but every now and then. Alright, so just as I thought, we found Solaris Temple number 2. Or level 2, I should say. Essence. So we're going to, so as you can see, War Crying before you hit, huge damage bonus. Ooh. A lot of illusions here. It's crazy. A lot of that is because of the Mirage mechanic here. Okay. So here at the end of the waypoint, we're going to meet Lady Diala. He's going to give you the choice of an amulet. And I actually didn't even realize this, but I don't even have an amulet. I haven't had an amulet this entire time, which is hilarious. So the three main amulets you're typically going to use are Lapis for intelligence, Jade for dexterity, and then Amber for strength. I would typically recommend taking whichever amulet that you are lacking. What do you call it? The attributes in that area. I'd stay away from this gold amulet. It's 15% increased rarity. Right now in the campaign, we're not concerned about rarity. Honestly, until you get far into the end game, in my opinion, stay away from rarity. It's, again, I'm going to tell you guys little white lies throughout this. For a campaign standpoint, just trying to get to the end game, the rarity is useless. Don't focus on rarity. So I would definitely choose one of these three. There is a fourth one called an Onyx Amulet. An Onyx Amulet is basically going to give you attributes for all attributes. So it's going to be definitely useful in that case for an Onyx Amulet. In this case, it's not one we were given. So we're lacking intelligence the most. But I also know that we are going to use very few intelligence gems. However, we are using dexterity gems, i.e. faster attacks, i.e. blood rage. We will eventually use close combat support. So we're definitely going to grab this Jade Amulet. Identify that bad boy immediately. So we have 3 to all, another 41 life. Let's see, we even got some rarity out of it. So definitely throw that on here. Boost our dexterity considerably. There is this room over here to the right, the Eternal Laboratory. We do want to go in here because there is a craft in here. These are the crafts I was just showing you guys. This one is for fire damage. We're not really going to be focusing on fire damage, but in case your build was, it's there. Now from here, we actually want to go back to the sewers, so this thing that she just gave us will help us melt away this ungodly looking thing. Crafting recipe, physical damage, so that one is super useful for us. So for instance, if you had a blue axe that only had attack speed on it, now you could craft physical damage on it rather than doing the recipe I showed you. So what you'll learn as we go through Path of Exile and you learn to play the game, a lot of what we do here is just based on what you find and then making the most out of what you can find. But usually there are multiple solutions to get the same result. You just have to look hard enough for those solutions, if that makes sense. We are still looking for that 4-link, unfortunately. Haven't been lucky enough to find it. We'll take that. It's another gilded axe. That one was actually close to a 4-link itself. Okay. Oh, I heard something drop back there. We'll go get that. So, this boss is Gravicious. This is one of the harder bosses that you're going to fight throughout the campaign at this level. If you're following along with me, he should be pretty much a piece of cake. Just smack him and move, smack him and move. Your Enduring Cry should help out with regen and giving you some endurance charges, and just like that, he's dead. He does award a gem, a new set of gems from Maramora. You go back to town. Not that big of a deal. I'd have to see which ones he actually gives the Marauder, but I don't believe we're going to be taking any of them. Alright, so now we're going into Lunar's Temple 1. So the Mana Mastery here, we are going to probably take at some point, but I don't think it's important for us to take at the moment. This should already be helping us out pretty good here. I think where we want to go from here, I think we're going to grab this 7 to maximum rage mastery here to give us a total of, I believe that's, yeah, 47 rage. So again, just another damage multiplier. And now we're going to start working through these life nodes here to give us a bit of regen, bit of extra life. And then we'll also pick up these resistance nodes to get our resistances a bit closer to capped. Around this time is when you really want to start looking at your resistances to make sure they are capped, because once we finish Act 5, you're actually going to take a resistance penalty. And what I mean by that is once we kill the Act 5 boss, whatever resistances you have at that time are going to be reduced by 30, so a pretty significant amount. This is Cole. He's very similar to Brutus, but it's basically pointless to fight him. He's not really going to give you anything. He's not tied to any quest rewards. Feel free to kill him if you want, but he's not really going to give you anything. Okay, at this point, we are just trying to make our way temporal chains on me, which is slowing us down considerably. That's that purple mark you see floating above our head. It's a curse. There's our exit down there. Yeah, the Mirage mechanic, this league actually adds a ton of mobs in there. Yeah. Alright, Lunara's Temple 2. Alright, so there is a trick in this zone. So we're going to go down this for this very first section. But then every other staircase we go to, you want to make sure that you're going up. If you're not going up, it means you're going the wrong way. So, quick little tip there to navigate around this zone. It's one of the more tedious ones, but as long as you follow that tip, you should be good. Those mobs right there that are shooting the missiles can be pretty dangerous, so pay attention to them, give them a little bit of respect here. So, that's not the right way. Alright, so right here, you see how the stairs are going up? That tells me that we're going in the right direction. So, same thing, now that we're on this level, we want to make sure that we're following the stairs that are up like this. And then there should be one more level that we go up to fight Piety, which is going to be the boss of this zone. There we go. Now, once you get to this final floor, so this third floor here, you're always going to have 2 carts on one side and 1 cart on the other side. You want to go to the one side that has only 1 cart. Oh my. So these are ghosted. Oh, we might actually die here. So this is a ghosted enemy. That's what these green things around her are. And ghosts basically just amplify the enemies as they are. Wow. Really getting pelted here. I know I left that chromatic orb back there, but that's not a big deal. We'll get plenty of those. This is where Leap Slab comes in, so you almost have like these prison cell looking area of the zone. But with Leap Slam, we can kind of just float right over them. It's super nice. Just like you see me doing there. Alright. And we went in a circle. Excellent. We're actually going to come back and get that chromatic orbs. Yeah. Just tricking you guys. I just couldn't see it sitting there on the floor. I had to get it. Okay, now I'm actually kind of lost. Where are we going here? Should be able to get over there. Interesting. I was this way. Alright, so this gate is what you're looking for. Another door here. There's always a blue pack here at the top. Crush them. Nice, our first Chaos Orb. Don't forget to grab the recipe over here in Piety. That's lightning damage. Get our skill point. Like I said, we are going to... Yeah, we'll go down here and get the life nodes.
You've done your ancestors proud,
Okay. And now we fight Piety for the 700th time. Believe it or not, we will fight her again. So she has various forms in this fight. Again, the way we've been setting ourselves up, we should theoretically not have any problems with her. We'll be able to mow her down pretty good here. One of the other keystones that we're going to go for is going to prevent us from taking stuns like you've seen us taking there. Grab the tower key. Those stuns will actually kill you because they're preventing us from attacking as efficiently as we would like to. So that's one of the other keystones that we're going to pick up here, just like Resolute Technique. We get a skill for killing Piety, so grab that. We'll grab Heart of the Warrior here for some extra strength, increased percent increased life, and then flat life. So our life is growing pretty significantly here. And then for our flasks, we definitely want to replace this. We haven't actually replaced these flasks in quite a while. These are actually really terrible flasks, so we'll throw those away. Oh,
What is it?
sell this chrome recipe. I don't know if I just did that.
See you.
Okay, and toss the rest into the bin. Cool. Okay, we are almost done with Act 3, guys. So Miramora will give us, so it looks like she gives us Cyclone, Ice Crash, Earthquake, Tectonic Slam, and Rage Vortex. We're not going to be using any of these, so again, killing Gravicious there is, again, completely optional. You don't need to, because the gems he's going to give us are irrelevant. So we're going to go back to the Ebony Barracks, and now this time, instead of going straight up like we did before, we're going to come over here to the right and go to the Imperial Gardens. Now, in the Imperial Gardens, there's a couple things that we need to pay attention for here. Our very last, what do you call it, trial. Our very last trial is in this zone. This ghost might actually take that essence. Oh, got him before he did it. Kill the essence real quick. So we need to be watching out for that trial, so we can grab it. And then on top of that, there is also the library. Now, for this build in particularly, we don't really need the library for any reason. However, I am going to do it with you guys. And what the library does is there are various skill gems that we don't have access to, such as skill gems that other classes have access to, that you will not be able to access yourself until Act 6 unless you do this quest. So depending on what build you are running, the library quest could very much be absolutely mandatory, or it could be 100% at your discretion. It just depends on the build you're running. For our build, we do not need to do it. Grab the waypoint, talk to Siosa here. Now, beyond Siosa, we are actually looking for a little candle on the wall. And it's going to be a little secret passage that we effectively are going to go through a door, collect some very old pages for our friend Siosa that we just met. And then once we do that, Siosa is going to give us the ability to buy a whole ton of different skill gems off of him. So again, I just hugged the walls here. We are looking for a very specific candle that is sticking out of the wall. You will definitely be able to notice it once we go past it. It's going to look similar to this one right here, but slightly different. So we're just going to keep scanning through here, looking for that. Oop. Yeah, see that chill that we were getting there actually won't be a problem. Once we get the one keystone that we're getting pretty close to. Interesting, I'm not sure where it is in this case. Most of my gameplays, it is at the top right. It doesn't look like that in this case. And there we go, right here, loose candle. Go ahead and click that. Little secret door opens here. Go into the archives. All right, so in the archives, there's going to be 4 little exclamation points, like you can start to see on the map now. Those are going to be these golden pages that we want to pick up for Siosa and turn into him. So, like I said, there is a total of 4 of them in this zone that we want to grab. Keep down there. Warrior's Blood. That's going to give us a bit of health regen, which is going to be nice. Wow, lots of riggers in here. So you can kind of see after we got those 2 notes for mana, our mana is kind of no longer an issue. Okay, so we got all the golden pages. Now from here, we can actually exit the character select because there is a waypoint literally right next to Ciosa. We'll travel back to the library. Talk to him. And he does actually give you a gem as a reward for this. And these gems are actually pretty significant. So Fortify is a great gem for us. Pulverize is definitely a great gem. This is the one we're actually going to be taking. Impale is decent depending on what you're using. Urgent Orders is good for our war cries. Everything else is kind of a nothing burger, but we're definitely going to take Pulverize. Now, what this one does is it allows us to do more area of effect, more melee area damage at the expense of 15% less attack speed. So this is another reason why we've been pushing our attack speed so high, is because we want to counteract this, because this is a massive area and damage increase for us. So we're actually going to use this right now in lieu of Ruthless Support. So we're going to take Ruthless Support out for now. We may go back to Ruthless Support later. I'm not entirely sure. But now, if you go over to Ciosa and you hit Purchase Items, you can see he has tons of different gems available for us to buy. So pretty much most of the gems that you can get at this point, or that you could have on any character, will be available at Ciosa. One thing to note, when you are buying from Ciosa, you must have the currency in your actual inventory. Even if you have the currency available in your stash, he will not pull from your stash like other vendors do. So make sure you come to him with the currency in your inventory. Otherwise, you're going to have to make a trip back to him afterwards. Alright, so from now, we're going to go to Imperial Gardens, and this time we're going to go straight up from where we were at the waypoint here. So there's actually a 4 link. Unfortunately, it is on the wrong base type and completely wrong colors for us, so that is unfortunate. So if we go up here, lock door, so that we use that key that we got from Piety, we're going to go into the Scepter of God, which is where we're going to fight the Act 3 main boss. However, like I mentioned, there is an Ascendancy Trial in here that we want to do. Just right over here. This is going to be our last Ascendancy. Take that crafting recipe. Boom. And now we are ready to ascend. So, pretty cool stuff. Everybody has different opinions on this as far as what to do first. Either we go and kill Dominus, the Act 3 boss, and then ascend, or ascend before we kill Dominus. I have historically always killed Dominus first. That's just the way I do it. Typically, my characters are strong enough by the time I get to Dominus to where I don't need an Ascendancy to make sure I can beat him. If you're more comfortable doing the Ascendancy first and then going to Dominus, perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That order is really up to you. At the end of the day, whether you're a bit more optimal or not is really irrelevant as long as you're having fun. So we're going to ascend the Scepter of God here. Only tip I can give you in this zone is try and stick to the middle. So historically now I've been telling you to hug the wall and always go to the right. In this case, we want to stick to the middle. As you can see here, most of the time the next zone will... or the next phase of the zone will show if you stick to the middle of where we're going. So we'll actually be able to get the waypoint in this case. That's nice. There's actually a second phase of this zone. Ooh. It's a nasty rare. He's slowing me, that's why. There we go. And then for those of you that are brand new players, so right here, Upper Scepter of God, the very last phase of this zone before we fight Dominus, you will actually unlock the Scion class that I talked about all the way at the beginning of the video when we selected Marauder as our class. So just as a heads up there, you will get the Scion here. You'll actually release her from a cage. You're not going to see her that in this playthrough just because I've already unlocked it, so there's nothing to unlock. Okay, so we did just ding 33. That is going to be the level of Dominus. So if you are a new player, I would recommend that whatever level you are matches the level of the boss, just because you are not familiar with the mechanics. But again, with the way we're building our character, we should be plenty strong enough to take care of him, as long as you've been even remotely lucky with getting some resistances on gears, or on gear rather. We do want to focus on lightning resistance, so the vast majority of Dominus's damage is lightning based. So right now we are sitting at 39% lightning, so lightning is our lowest out of it, and I can promise you we're still going to be fine. But if you have the ability to grab any lightning resistance prior, see, this is where you would actually release the Scion right here. Come in here, we're going to grab... Actually, we're going to grab some resistances right now. So we're going to grab this elemental resistances in this diamond skin node. This is going to give us 20 total additional resistances. We are going to get out of those nodes later on, just because it's inefficient use of nodes for it to just give you resistances, which are very easy to cover just with gear. But for right now, we're going to take them. Now, before we go in this... Actually, you know what? We're just going to go straight into the fight, and then I'll show you guys afterwards. So again, my lightning resistance is only at 44% right now. Max is 75%.
I exiled an animal.
So I'm going to complete this boss fight. Actually, I haven't even had Herald of Ash on this entire time, so my damage has been less than what it could be. So you're going to fight these little mini unique bosses here. Before, so it's basically like Dominus's Vanguard. Then he sends out these creatures to attack you. See, we're really stacking the attack speed there, helps.
Have you ever seen the
Right, and now it's time to fight the big boss himself. So right there, the Touch of God, he's going to yell that every time he does that big slam. That's really the only attack that you need to watch out for. That will chunk your character, so just be careful. Even at this level. But as you can see, we really just obliterated him. So that first phase is where the lightning damage is. That's why we wanted that lightning resistance. But as you can see, even at 44%, he had no chance. We're going to go into a second phase. As this phase is going on, this circle that you see that I'm standing in, you would think this is actually going to be bad for you to stand in it. You actually want to stay in this. Because he's basically putting corruption outside of it. So this is the circle I was talking about. You want to stay in this circle. It's actually a good thing. And again, same technique, circle around him, keep whacking him, and just like that, he's done. So we're actually hiding. Okay, the loot filter is acting perfectly. Again, guys, all of this on a 3-link damage setup. So we're now in the aqueduct. We're starting Act 4. We're gonna get through this real quick, and then I will do a recap of where we are gear-wise. Aqueduct, another good place to pick up some XP if you were behind levels. Honestly, if you're a brand new player, you're probably over-leveled if anything. Which is perfectly fine, by the way. So what just dropped there is called a Divination card. I don't think we've had one of those yet, so I'll quickly explain what those do. Think of Divination cards as a mini trading card game within Path of Exile. There is thousands of different divination cards that you can pick from. Well, thousands is probably a little exaggerating. There's hundreds at least. And each one gives you something different, all the way from you know, a skill gem to, you know, a couple pieces of currency to some of the most rare and most expensive unique items in the game. Each one has a different amount that you have to collect of the same card, and then you basically turn it in. This is a little mini boss here. You don't have to kill him, but I always do. Don't know why. Rushing it. Now, again, guys, one other thing to touch on. So as you can see, I'm still on a 3-link. So by now, it's very plausible that you have already received a 4-link. So there's various different gems you could put in that 4-link to make your damage significantly higher. But I'm doing this specifically, the reason I'm not specifically hard hunting for a 4-link is to show you that if you get unlucky and to this point you have not had one, it is absolutely still doable for you to manage. So we are going to pick up the diamond skin node like we talked about. That's going to put us at max fire resistance, max cold resistance, and then we are about 16 points shy of max lightning resistance. Like I said, we do want to be over capped on resistances going forward because we are going to take a resistance penalty shortly here. So we're going to switch out that. Toss these to the wolves here. We're going to throw all this currency in our stash. Put Ruthless down here real quick. Take a swig of water real quick. Okay. So, quick roundup. Go over the passive tree. So, Act 3 is now completed. We are going to ascend before we venture any further into Act 4. Just because we do want to get our Ascendancy taken care of, at least the first one. We are technically going to ascend 4 separate times. So we'll go over that in a minute here. But end of Act 4, this is where our passive skill tree is looking. We just picked up these 2 resistance nodes like we talked about. What we're going to do is we're going to hit these couple nodes right here, and then we're going to grab Unwavering Stance. So what this does is it basically says you can no longer evade attacks. However, you can't be stunned anymore. The downside to this, we don't care about. So the same thing as Resolute Technique up here, where we can't deal critical strikes. We are not scaling our damage off of critical strikes, so we could care less whether we can critically strike or not. It's irrelevant to us. Same thing with Unwavering Stance. Being able to evade attacks comes from scaling evasion. We are scaling armor. So again, the fact that we can't evade attacks anymore, completely irrelevant to us. We are expecting to be hit every single time and absorb that damage, and that's why we're going to be stacking armor. But cannot be stunned is completely invaluable. That's going to prevent us from being constantly hit and not being able to hit ourselves like we've seen a couple times in this playthrough. So we're going to beeline our way straight to that keystone next. And then from there, we're probably going to pick up kinetic impacts over here. So yeah, we're going to do this one. This one's going to give us hits have 15% chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. So again, we are doing nothing but physical damage. If we can ignore part of their physical damage reduction, that's a multiplicative damage increase for us. And same thing with this one, chance to deal double damage. Then once we get this notable kinetic impacts, we can actually grab 40% increased damage with hits against rare and unique enemies. So again, we're going to be doing next to basically 50% more, you know, at 0.5 more than what we were doing before just on rare and unique enemies. So that's where we are as the passive tree. That's going to be our goal going forward for the next 10 or so points. Gear real quick. So we've been consistently upgrading our axe. As you can see, this is just a straight blue axe, guys. 55% increased physical damage. We use the rustic sash with blacksmith's whetstone recipe to get this. We've been dropping axes left, right, and center that also have physical damage that we've been replacing. So whether you had the materials to do that recipe or not, you could have got away with this. We are still on a 3-link, Sunder, Melee Physical, and then we picked up Pulverized support from doing the library quest. Gloves are meh. Decent cold, decent attack speed. Ring is meh. Other ring is absolute trash. This chest we definitely want to replace soon because it's evasion rating, like we just discussed. We want to pick up Unwavering Stance, which is going to completely negate any reason for having evasion rating. Same thing with this one. We have this one. We've literally just been holding on to these for this one for the resistances and the sockets, and then this one purely for the resistances and the sockets. So early game, your sockets are more important than anything else. Make sure you have the proper number and color of sockets to make sure you can use the skills that we want to use. And then as we start getting further into the game like we are now, that's when we're going to start looking and paying more attention to, okay, hey, what are my stats? Do I have the right base type? So on and so forth. Boots, we finally got some movement speed. Again, every other stat on here is meh. The life is really the only other decent stat. We'll always take some life regen. No resistances, unfortunately, except for the chaos, which is, at this point, kind of irrelevant. We didn't have an amulet until halfway through Act 3, so if that tells you anything. And again, this amulet is really the only main stats here that it's giving us is the life and the attributes. So decent there. We did pick up this V-Spine. It's a unique belt that dropped. It gives us a bit more physical damage, lets us leech some life as physical damage, and then gives us some increased regeneration and mana regen during flask effects, so that's also helping our mana. Again, this belt is super common drop. If you didn't get this, another yellow belt is actually going to probably be better than this in a lot of cases, because we're going to get more resistances from that. So overall, that's where we are gear-wise, continuing to update our flasks and all. Faster attacks and Leap Slam, Blood Rage with Enduring Cry, Seismic Cry as well. We still got Herald of Ash going on. We're still moving around with Frostblink. We still got Blood and Sand going on. So again, very bare bones, guys. I'm not adding a ton of stuff in here just to make sure that if you get unlucky through your playthrough, you can still follow this and succeed, right? Okay, so next thing we want to look for before we ascend is, do we have any 4 links here? Are we lucky enough to have any 4 links? It does not look like it. Looks like we're getting unlucky again. We have a decent amount of gold here, so I would say gambling is... I actually got to remember who the gambler is. I think it's Tasuni over here. Gambling is not the worst idea for 4 links. Actually, gambling is one of the better ways early on to get a 4 link. So again, we want to go with random armor body. We want pure armor. So that's a 3 link. Boom, there's our 4 link. Second one, guys. I used a total of what? Little over, I think that's a little over 500 gold. 2 gambles. Again, you may not get as lucky as me, but you can see gambling is pretty nice. So the downside is we are losing resistances on this. We're getting a healthy chunk of armor as well as a life regen and life. This does have an open suffix, so we will craft some resistance on there, and I'll show you that. This is something we could have also done before the Dominus fight if we were low on lightning resistance, but again, I want to show you that even with lower lightning resistance, it's still very much doable. We are going to lose this blue socket, so that is going to be a bit of an issue. However, this being a 4 link allows us to 4 link our items now. So we are definitely going to trade this off. We will figure out what to do with the Blood and Sand and Frostblink in a second here. We're going to move Sunder over here with Melee Physical, Pulverize, and then we'll put Ruthless back in. This one we can sell because it wasn't a 3 link. That is a nice chunk of armor, though, right here, 608 armor. So it sucks that that one couldn't have been... Ooh, throw that one away as well. Let's see if we can push our luck here. Can we gamble for a decent helmet, a decent armor helmet? Not what we're looking for. Okay, so fire res... Okay, so unfortunately, this already has 3 suffixes, so we don't have the ability to add another resistance onto this one. However, it does cover that fire resistance actually perfectly, but we are going to be losing that lightning. Let's gamble our chances one more time. Actually gave us another 4 socket, or 4 link, rather. We are going to use this helmet. We'll figure out the rest here in a minute.
You shall be rewarded.
This is actually going to give us another link to potentially use our... Oh, okay. So this actually has dexterity on it. If you see, this helmet has 17 dexterity. And our Blood Rage is level 5, which requires 73 dex. So we are actually... we don't have enough dex to use Blood Rage at level 5. Simple fix to this, go back to Act 3, to the library. And we want to go to Ciosa and buy another Blood Rage. And this is because Ciosa will always sell you level 1 gems. Boom. Level 1. We are going to throw it in here. We can actually put these guys over here. And then we are going to want to go to our hideout real quick and see what kind of resistances we can craft to get us in a good spot. So we definitely need lightning, and we definitely need a little bit of fire. I would like our cold to be higher as well, because again, we are eventually going to lose resistances. So we do have room to craft on our chest. So we're definitely going to go with some lightning first, because that's what we are missing the most. So we'll go over here. It's going to cost 1 orb of transmutation. So 20% lightning. Excellent. This one had suffixes filled. This one has suffixes filled. This one is actually completely filled. It's got 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes, so can't do anything there. Ouch. This one also has suffixes filled, unfortunately. So does this. Wow, we're actually in a tight spot here. So we can't put resistances on a weapon. Yeah, so this might be where we're stuck at for the moment. Not terrible. I mean, we're almost... cold is capped, and we're almost capped on fire and lightning. However, as you can see, just by adding that 1 lightning on here, we went all the way up to 67%. So if you were worried about that dominance fight, this is an easy way for you to fix it. We do still need a socket for Frostblink, however, which is going to prove detrimental. Because we are using all armor pieces, and armor pieces are going to be biased towards red sockets. So how many chromes do we have? We have a decent amount of chromes. Is there a world where we can get a green and a blue on here? I don't think it's going to happen. Let's leave that there. Let's take this out. Can we potentially get a blue on these gloves? We can! Look at that. Cool. This Blood Rage is kind of trash at this point. We really don't need it. Sell it. And then we'll just have to remember not to level up Blood Rage in the future. Blood Rage, from its levels, doesn't really give us a whole lot in return for the amount of dex that we'll need. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go back to the Sarn encampment, so Act 3, and we're actually going to ascend by going all the way up here, and you'll see once all 3 of these here are highlighted, you can click on this. Actually opens a gateway for us. We're going to get our waypoint, so now we can just go straight here in the future when we want to ascend into our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Ascendancy. Click on this, you can see these are when it's optimal to ascend. So we're going to do this first one that we have completed. And we're going to go in and ascend. Now, as we're going through the labyrinth, let's make sure we get our blood and sand back up. As we're going through the labyrinth, please note that even if you are not a hardcore character, meaning if you are a hardcore character, once you die, you die. There is no coming back. You cannot play that character anymore, right? In the labyrinth, it's not that your character will die to where you can't play them anymore. However, if you are almost done with the labyrinth and you happen to die, the labyrinth will be reset, and you will have to do every single piece all over again. So be cognizant of that. Take your time in here. There's going to be a lot of traps in here, a lot of enemies. Just take your time. Again, for the labyrinth, I use the same strategy of hugging the wall and always moving to the right. You're looking for these, Ascendancy Trial. That's how you know you're going to the right location. If you click on this, the circle that is highlighted in green is where you are currently at. The line is where you're going to next. So always check those, but if you see Ascendancy Trial, absolutely go to it, because we're going to fight the boss of the labyrinth 3 times total before we actually defeat him. Every labyrinth you go to is always going to have a crafting recipe here. Grab it. This one is for all resistances, so definitely useful.
Some things that slumber.
And now we are going to fight Izaro. Now, Izaro has multiple different phases. You can see right now he's using dual swords. He does not always have dual swords. It is going to be random for you, and you're going to see on the side here, he also has different items that may empower him or summon allies for him. if you are able to destroy all of the things that are empowering him before you actually phase him in this arena, like he is right now, it will prevent those things from showing up in the final fight. If you don't, they will show up in the final fight. Not a big deal, guys. With the way we're building our character is going to be nice and tanky. He's putting out a ton of damage. You're not going to have any issues with Zaro in the last fight, as long as you're following closely. Nice, another Chaos Orb. So again, we're going to keep moving to the top right. Again, that's always my rule of thumb. That's usually how I learn the maps, is moving to the top right. So we have another entrance here. So Basilica Passage. So I'm right here, and I'm going down. However, it looks like there's another option to go straight to the next area. We want to find that option. We're going to right-click on Blood Rage so we don't keep leveling that up. And have to replace it every now and then once it gets too high. So I'm thinking the other area is over here. Yep. Aspirant's Trial. So you see there, if I would have went here, I would have had to have gone to this area first and then up to Aspirant's Trial, rather than going around to this other location so I can go straight to the second phase of the boss fight.
An emperor strikes without hesitation.
There are little goodies and things that you can get here in the labyrinth as well. Little boons that you can get for the final room, because once you kill this guy, Zaro, there's a little treasure room that he gives you keys to unlock the treasure chest with. So if you spend more time in the labyrinth getting those keys, you'll actually be able to open more of the treasure chests, but honestly, in my opinion, it's not really worth it. I would rather just get through this and ascend as quickly as possible.
Such resilience.
So we're just waiting for him to phase. He just did.
Only one of your
We can move
lessons
on.
was completed, Ascendant.
Now, normally there is always an intermediary room between the second and third phase of the fight. So we'll see if we can find that room. That was a little close.
Cannot do this yet.
Let's see what we got here. Mansion halls. So you can see, in this case, there is no direct line going straight to the end, where we would assume the last phase of the boss fight is. However, I have a choice to go this way or this way, and we can see this circle, if I go to this room, does have a line going there. So it's fine to go here. Either way, there's going to be an intermediary room like this. So again, we're going to go to this one, and we are just going to hug the right wall. Again, if you want to stop and kill everything, you can. It's going to be slower, but you're also going to get more experience. You're going to be over-leveled for the zones, so if you're worried about failing, feel free to kill more as you're going through here. I'm just trying to speed it up and get through the labyrinth as quickly as possible. This should be our door. Aspirant's Trial.
An aspirant can afford
And we are on the final stage of the boss fight. So once we are able to defeat Isaro this third time here, rather, we are going to get the ability to ascend. And like I said, we are most likely going to go with Juggernaut just to give us those additional defenses. It gives us a lot of quality of life as far as not having to worry about certain things. And we'll get damage from other areas, so we're definitely going to go with the Juggernaut. So here's that treasure key I was telling you about. He dropped a couple decent items for us. Ascendancy Chamber. These are the chests I was talking about. Nice little currency drop there. Now, Divine Font. We're going to click on this. This is typically going to give you a couple different options. In this case, it's allowing us to add quality to any gem. Quality is just going to increase a base attribute of that gem. Some type of additional effect that it has. So if I hover over Sunder here and I hold down Alt, you can see at the very bottom there it says additional effects from quality. Wave areas gain +0 to 0.1 meters to radius for each previous area in wave, right? Same thing for support gems. For Pulverize, quality, supported skills have 0 to 10% increased area of effect. Melee physical, skills have increased melee physical. Your other option is transform a skill gem to be a random transfigure gem of the same color. So, for instance, sometimes Sunder, there's a different version of Sunder. Sunder of Earth Shaking, Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, right? It's a different version of the gem that acts slightly different, and this is the only way that you can get those. We're not going to be using any of those gems, so we really don't care about this option. I would say always go for the quality. Usually, I would always put it on whatever your damaging skill is, but we are eventually going to transition off of Sunder in the end game. So I would rather just put it on one of our support gems that I know I'm going to use. So melee physical is what I'm going to go with. And now, the whole reason we did this, the Ascendancy, Altar of Ascendancy. So in this case, as a Marauder, you get to pick between these 3 Ascendancies. So you have the Juggernaut, the Berserker, the Chieftain. The Chieftain is awesome. The Chieftain is very new player friendly because it allows you to effectively just stack fire resistance and nothing else. And fire resistance will count for your cold and your lightning resistance. So it makes gearing a lot easier. You also get a node here that allows enemies to explode on death or have a chance to explode on death, which deals a ton of damage. So this is great for a lot of builds. This is more suited for builds like Righteous Fire, and then also other slam-related builds that are focusing on fire-related damage. We're not going to be doing that in this case, so we're going to skip this Ascendancy. Berserker is also really great. It focuses a lot on attack speed, a lot on rage, helping Life Leech be instants, giving you Defiance, which staggers the damage that you take, giving you more rage, making rage do more, amplifying the effect of rage. Ton of damage in this Ascendancy, but it offers very little as far as defenses go. Defy Pain is really the only one here that adds a significant amount of defense, in my opinion. Juggernaut is the exact opposite of Berserker. You're getting very little offensive measurement here, but you're getting a ton of defensive. Tons of different things. Increased movement speed. We can't be stunned. Action speed cannot be modified below base value. Movement speed cannot be modified below base value. So, tons of different things there that are helping. Unbreakable. Armor from equipped body armor is doubled. 15% of our armor also applies to chaos damage, which is going to be helpful later on. Unflinching, which is where we're going to actually go. So 30% chance to gain an endurance charge when you are hit. 25% chance that if you would gain an endurance charge, you instead gain up to maximum endurance charges. Right now that's 3 for us, but we're going to increase that later on. Gain 1 endurance charge every second if you've been hit recently. And then +1 to maximum endurance charges. So this already raises our max up to 4. So this is the one we're going to go with just because it makes us extremely tanky. And it just is going to make your life easier going through the campaign. Unstoppable is also another good one to take. This would prevent us from having to take that unflinching node. Or I'm sorry, what are we looking at here? Unwavering stance. This will negate you having to take this because this is already giving you cannot be stunned. And it's also saying your action and movement speed can't be modified below base value, which means you can't be frozen. So it knocks out 2 birds with 1 stone there. So like I said, we are going to go with the Juggernaut Ascendancy. And we are going to do the armor, endurance, and charge duration, and then unflinching. So there we go. So you can see on our passive tree, it pops up as a little bubble over here, and the icon changes to what our Ascendancy is. And then you see the mini skill tree here that is specific to your Ascendancy. So again, we are going to be able to get 6 additional points to put in here because we're going to ascend 3 more times. So there's 3 more of these larger notables that we're going to be able to take, and we'll go over those later on. But now we are officially a Juggernaut. Okay. Now, let's get started with Act 4. Okay, so for Act 4, we're going to want to come down here to the Dried Lake. And we are going to be looking for Oval. So you can see now up here at the top right, we are automatically generating endurance charges, which is going to significantly increase our tankiness. So you can see, like, in this case, I'm literally standing here just taking the shots, and it's basically doing nothing. So we can go straight down. As soon as you see that little, this little hammer icon for a crafting recipe, you know you're in the right spot. There is Vol, Emperor of Purity. We're going to want to take him out. So these little skeletons are coming from that shrine that I picked up, so they're doing a little bit. Take Deshret's banner, exit the character screen. Okay. We got a skill point, so we are going to come down here. Like I said, we're going to grab Unwavering Stance for now until we get that other Ascendancy node. Let's
Yes.
sell what we have in our inventory here, see if we get anything better. 73 to 108. That is definitely another upgrade, so that's awesome. Oh, wow. 81 to 110. So, there we go. There is a great upgrade for us. So we're going to take that. Let's move Seismic Cry over here and Herald of Ash over here. So we are currently sitting at 2,289 damage with Sunder. 2,741. So awesome upgrade there. I am going to put this in the stash here in one of these, one of the tabs that I have. I typically do this with the axes. I don't know why. I never play hardcore, so it's not like I need to go back, but for some reason I do like saving them once I get to a certain point. So that is a awesome axe upgrade. Now we're going to take Deshret's banner and come over here to Deshret's seal. You can talk to Nico if you want. He's going to be something with the delve mechanic later on. We're not going to really mess with that a whole lot right now. But it is definitely something you can do. That's a strong box. Usually I would click on that, but we're going to skip it. Should be a crafting recipe over here for socket colors. We definitely want to pick that up. Oh, actually going the wrong way. So these little gold piles you see over here, these are called sulfite. So picking up these, you just click on them and they give you sulfite. Sulfite is used to go through the delve mechanic. You basically go through an endless dungeon in a mine, fighting in different biomes. It's quite fun to some people. Other people can't stand it. You can see the bar over here is filling up. You need certain amounts of sulfite to go to different areas underground. We might cover that at a later point. But at this point, we're just going to keep rolling through Act 4. So at this point, now that we have our Ascendancy, we got our 4 link. We're starting to get more gems unlocked. There's a couple more pretty powerful ones that we're going to get this act. You can see we're kind of just cruising now. Where at this point, the only thing you're looking for is to make sure that you're picking up gear that has life, resistance, and resistances on it. Those are your main priorities. And then you're also looking for new axes. New axes with better stats on them. You do want to find Deshret's Spirit over here. That does award us 1 additional skill point. So like I said, in continuation with what we've been doing, I'm going to keep calling out each of the different quests that you do want to do that award an initial skill point. There's also a way we will be able to check at the end of the campaign to verify whether we have done all of the all of the quests that reward a skill point. So keep rolling through here to the crystal veins, and then we're going to look for the waypoint in this zone, which is going to effectively split the zone into 2 different areas that we got to collect some things to move on to the final boss of Act 4. So you're going to see too, Act 4 is pretty short for the most part. Act 5 is also going to be a bit short. Act 6 is a bit longer. Act 7 again is a bit short, and it keeps going down from there. And when I mean short too, also it is relative to us moving faster. Obviously, we are moving significantly faster now than we were in Act 1, just because of all the skills that we have available to us, the different movement skills we have available. We're a lot stronger now. Grab that cold damage crafting recipe and the waypoint. So this is what I mean by it splits. You can pick either to go to Helm's Dream or Duresso's Dream. I typically always do Duresso's Dream first. The order in which you do these is completely irrelevant. It's up to you. It is entirely up to you. It makes no difference. So in this zone, we are just going to be looking to get to the end and fight Duresso for the gem that he is carrying. So you're going to get into a couple of these where you basically get locked into the arena and you have to fight off a couple waves of enemies. Nothing too terrible. Also at this point, because now we have Unflinching, which generates endurance charges for us, you could technically make the argument to drop Enduring Cry, because really the entire reason we were using Enduring Cry was to generate endurance charges for us. So it is very plausible for you to drop Enduring Cry for a different cry that's actually going to build power and allow you to exert your attacks. However, Enduring Cry does also give you a decent chunk of health regen. So it's completely up to you. I will probably be switching out of it soon. Infernal Cry is pretty nice. It will actually add a bit of fire damage to your attacks. Interesting. Power card, critical hit. And it will also give you the ability to explode enemies. So that one's pretty interesting. But we'll probably go for something like Intimidating Cry. So at this point, we're just looking for the end here, where it looks like we're getting a little slipped up. The Mirage mechanic definitely adds a ton of mobs into the area that are otherwise there. So one more of these little arena actions. Throw in this skill point. So we're one away from getting that unwavering stance, so that'll help to prevent us from ever getting stunned. So that'll be one less thing we have to worry about right now. Oh, there he is. I was like, where is our last guy here? Cool, that is done. Shrines always have a massive group with them. It's that way. I think it's going to be up here. Yep, so here's the final fight. So you have this little mini-boss dude. He's kind of actually like us. He's using a little slam-type move and some whirlwind action. He's gone. Just take out the rest of the monsters in the area. We're good. We can go on to the second area of Duresso's Dream. So same thing here. Let's grab the waypoint, grab the crafting recipe. We're going to skip those beasts. We don't really care to fight them. And these, I'll kill a couple in here, but I typically just skip past everybody in this case. So it looks like this one actually is a dud. It doesn't have an outlet. Here to this one. I said skip past them all. Again, my goal here is to get through the campaign typically as fast as possible. Same thing here. Let's get past these fools. One other good tip is to kill as much as you can. So once you get to an area where you see these 3 mini-bosses, you know you're on the right track. These guys will typically go down like a ton of bricks. Just like you just seen. But anyways, my typical rule of thumb is go fast enough to where you're able to keep up your flask charges, especially your Quicksilver flask charges that are allowing you to move faster. That way you can keep moving. So kill enough to get another charge, keep moving. Okay, so this is Duresso. This is the main boss of this area. We're going to kill him for a little gem that he's going to drop that we need to progress the campaign. Again, same with him. Stay out of the dancing swords there. Those will do some pretty decent physical damage, but again, you can see our regen is so good. I can stand right in one, and it's I'm actually regenning faster than the damage can hurt me. So, just be smart, make smart moves, dodge his attacks. Eventually he goes down like that. So Eye of Desire. We'll actually go back to town. We are going to talk to Tasuni real quick. He's going to give us a skill book. We're going to use that. We are going to finally pick up Unwavering Stance, so now we cannot be stunned. So that's a massive W there. We're going to talk to Oyun, or however you say her name. In this case, you get to pick from a golem. So each golem does something different. As you can see, the Chaos Golem is going to give you damage over time and Chaos Resistance. The Ice Golem gives you Critical Strike, Trance, and Accuracy. The Fire Golem just gives you straight up extra damage and extra area of effect. Stone Golem is going to give us 20% increased defenses. Defenses are referring to armor, evasion, shield, and I'm sorry, evasion and energy shield. As well as 36 life per second, which that will increase as the Golem's gem level increases. The Lightning Golem gives you attack speed and mana regenerated per second, and then you also have Berserk. We're not going to really mess with Berserk because it actually causes our rage to reduce faster. With the upside of rage having 41% increased upside. Because we are primarily red sockets, I would typically go with the Flame Golem or the Stone Golem. However, the only open socket I have is a green one. You know, it's going to give me the Ice Golem, which is Critical Strike, Trance, which we can't do, and Accuracy, which we don't need anymore. So that is absolutely useless to us. I am going to grab the Flame Golem for right now. The Golems are a very minor increase in whatever they're going on, and by the time we get to around Act 6 or so, they're going to be dying so quickly that it's not even worth having them anymore. Unless you're invested into minion nodes, it's not worth keeping them, unfortunately. Switch out that flask for the better one, per usual, so we're just going to throw that right in the stash. I'm not even going to pretend that it's there. So move that over there. We're going to go back to our waypoint here, back to the Crystal Veins, and this time we're going to hop over to the right side to Kaom's Dream, Kaom, however you say it. Herald of Ash actually hasn't been on again, because I moved it. And then as we're moving through Kaom's Dream here, same thing. Same as the other zone. Again, hug the right. Kill what you need to kill to keep moving forward. Again, we want to be looking for gear that has life and resistances. And then any new axes dropping that could potentially be better than ours. Again, as you can see, Leap Slam. Okay, Orb of Binding. Actually, Orb of Binding is sick. That would have been nice if we would have got one of those earlier. Once we get to the next zone, I will explain what that does. Or actually, I guess I could just do that now. So Orb of Binding, what it does is it allows you to basically turn a white item into a rare item automatically, and it guarantees that it has 4 linked sockets. So it basically guarantees you get a 4 link. So we were hunting for a 4 link earlier. We gambled for one and got one pretty easily. I would say gambling is the best method currently. But if you happen to get an Orb of Binding, obviously that guarantees it for you. So that is just as good, if not better, because you get to choose the base type. But obviously the affixes it gets are still random. So you have to pay attention to that. Okay. From here, like I said, we're probably going to go get Kinetic Impacts. So we'll start grabbing those nodes. So we want to really focus in on some damage here. Get the sockets, 2 to 4 links, so we definitely want that recipe. Again, we're going to be skating by here. Some belt. Kill what you need to kill. Keep pushing forward, that's the name of the game. So yeah, as you can see, this zone is kind of like just a winding snake type of layout. But again, all I'm doing is I'm hugging a border and pushing along. Another big thing is, if you notice, I'm also not stopping to kill every single enemy. Once they group up in big packs like that, I'll typically get behind them, do a couple slams if it's a rare that I think I can take out relatively quickly. We'll do one of those. For these things, run over them and then run back. They chase you basically until they activate, and then you have a couple seconds to react to the activation. And we are already at the end to fight Cone. We're going to grab this one, and then the next one we're going to grab is Kinetic Impacts, which is going to be pretty cool. And then that Mastery will help us out a ton as well. So you can see we're chunking Calm right here. Warcry. Some more, and he's done. 2 more belts. Over here, back to the Crystal Vein. We're going to give these 2 gems to Diala. This is going to drill a hole. You don't have to wait for it. Just click Belly of the Beast number 1. And we are in the Belly of the Beast. So from here, the main thing you want to pay attention to is that there are a lot of mobs in this area that cause the bleeding ailment. The bleeding ailment is an effect their attacks have on you, which cause you to take slow damage over time. However, once you start moving, that damage triples, if I'm not mistaken. May not triple, but I know it increases significantly, as if you were standing still. So be cognizant of having that ailment on you, because if you start seeing your life drain super quickly, that's likely why. Like I said before, we'll always take some time to kill some essences. You know, I just one-shot that guy. So definitely worth the time to have another piece of crafting. See, right here I have bleeding on me. So if I move while that bleeding is active, I will actually take significantly more damage than if I were to just stand still. So that's why it is also good. So obviously we've been putting affixes on our gear. You can also put affixes on our flasks over here, and one of the most common strategies is to actually take one of your life flasks and roll it for bleed immunity, to where you can hit the life flask one time and it's going to not only remove bleed, the current bleed on you, but also make you immune to bleed for a handful of seconds. So, Belly of the Beast number 2. Believe it or not, we are going to fight Piety again. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the last time we're going to fight her. Grab that shrine. So at this point, we are just trying to get to the end. And we're actually almost done with Act 4, actually. So like I said, it's getting a lot quicker here. The stronger our character gets, obviously, the quicker we're going to be able to go through the different zones. Okay, let's grab Kinetic Impacts. Bowels of the Beast. Here's Piety.
But let's not get above
As you can see, she's looking a little freaky right about now. So she does some pretty significant physical damage. She does this little death ray beam. Obviously, just walk around her to avoid it completely. She will also make clouds these physical clouds go up, and those are a bit nasty, but again, same strategy, and she falls pretty quickly. So in this case, in order to progress, this is one of the few times where we actually do have to talk to her. If you don't, it will not allow you to progress. Crafting recipe for elemental resistance is always right after the fight with her, so grab that. So now we are in the harvest. We're going to go to the center of the harvest to grab the waypoint. And then we are going to have to fight 3 of the end act boss's generals, basically. So Malachi is going to be the act boss here. So I'll grab that waypoint real quick. And then there's 3 generals that we're going to have to grab his organs from. Apparently he likes to donate his organs to his friends. Shrines on shrines. Alright, so this is the first one, Doedre. So Doedre is probably the nastiest out of all of them. As you can see, there's these rings on the ground. These rings are effectively cursing you. So no matter what, you are being cursed with something. What I try to do is avoid being in the purple one. The purple one is temporal chains. It slows you drastically. So that's really the only one I concern myself with. Malachi's lungs, got it. Quick note with Doedre, even though we took her out pretty quickly, if you do have a curse, if your build has a curse in it, where you curse enemies to lower their resistances, or you put some kind of curse like your own temporal chains on them, just be cognizant that Doedre, however you say her name, will actually eat the curse, and she gains Unholy Might. What the Unholy Might does is it just gives her a massive amount of chaos damage, and we currently do not have any type of chaos resistance whatsoever, so that chaos damage will tear you apart, regardless of how strong our current defenses are, because we don't have anything that gives us any kind of mitigation against that damage type. We likely won't until we hit the end game. Speaking of curses, we are probably going to pick up a curse here soon. And that curse is going to be Vulnerability, which effectively lowers the monster's physical damage reduction. Okay. I didn't go over Chevron. Chevron is pretty simple. Chevron also is just walk around her and make sure you don't get hit. Malagaro's a bit different. You can see Malagaro actually does a ton of poison damage. That's why we're getting chunked pretty significantly here. But again, same strategy. Run around him. Just do your best to dodge his attacks and then hit him when you can. And he'll fall like a hefty sack of bricks. Okay, so we got all the organs together now. Now we are ready to fight Malachi. So we're already at the end of Act 4. Oop, got stuck there. So we'll go back over here to Piety. Boom, Black Core, enter the Black Core. And now we get to fight Malachi. So Malachi, again, is going to do some pretty significant physical damage because we are pumping our armor. Our armor's not the greatest, but we have a decent amount of armor. This allows us to mitigate some of his damage, and we have some decent regen. Watch out for that slam. He's going to teleport and then slam back at you. So he's actually corrupting Piety here, so whenever you hear her say, kill me, you need to shift your efforts to hurting Piety, which will in turn damage him and get him out of his invulnerable phase. Keep hitting him until he comes back. And you gotta hit Piety again. Okay, so he kills Piety, disappears, and then we follow him into the Black Heart.
Let us see if you truly understand.
And then this is the final phase. You see these 3 hearts here in the corners. So as we get him to a different phase of life each time, he's going to activate one of those hearts. We're going to have to kill those hearts. So like he just did. Kill the heart. Keep whacking them. We just ignited him, actually, which is doing some fire damage over time thanks to Herald of Ash. So that's helping us out a bit. So killed the second heart already. Keep doing those war cries. Destroy the heart. So that circle right there will actually curse you with vulnerability, so we want to make sure you stay out of that. And just like that, he goes down. A portal will open here. You don't have to wait for it. You can do your own portal to go back to town. We don't really have to talk to anybody here. I'm not going to worry about doing any of our gear yet until we get to the beginning of Act 5. Talk to Diala. And she's actually going to give you the next set most powerful gems. We definitely want one of these. So we actually want 2 of these eventually. So the ones that we're looking for are Fist of War and then Brutality Support. So once we take Brutality Support, we need to make sure we no longer have Herald of Ash. So if you notice there, it says supported skills deal no elemental damage. If you remember, Herald of Ash is taking 25% of our current physical damage and giving it to us as extra fire damage. If we're using Brutality Support in Sunder, even though we have Herald of Ash on, Herald of Ash will be doing absolutely nothing for us at that point if we socket Brutality. So for right now, we're not going to take Brutality Support, but we are going to take Fist of War. We definitely want to slot Fist of War in here for Ruthless. So Ruthless gets the boot once again. And then we're going to go down here to the Ascent. So this is that intermediary location between Act 4 and Act 5, like you've seen. So you can see right there what Fist of War is doing. Once it charges over here, it increases the damage and the area of effect of whatever skill it's supporting massively. So you can see some massive damage there. And it's only level 1 currently, so definite solid choice to pick up Fist of War. The extra fire damage from Herald of Ash and the splash damage is definitely nice to have, which is why we don't necessarily want to get Brutality just yet. However, the extra damage that Herald of Ash is giving us currently is eventually going to be overclipped by the potential extra damage that Brutality can give us. So we are absolutely going to replace that in the near future. We're actually going to run Fist of War with Brutality. So click our lever here, and then we take our portal to Oriath. So this is the start of Act 5. There's actually 2 intermediary areas here, so we're going to run through this one real quick as well. So we got Kinetic Impacts. We're actually going to grab this Mastery for 40% increased damage with hits against rare and unique enemies. That's just going to help us to take out bosses and rares like this a lot easier. So for trash like this, it's not really going to have any effect, but you'll definitely notice it on the unique boss at the end of this zone, which we're going to see here in a second. And as you can see, now that we have that Fist of War, I mean, we're just chunking entire screens of monsters at this point. Okay, we're just, again, same exact strategy, guys. Not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We are just... Ooh, get out of there. Explosions. I don't even think we can tank that. That Timber Axe might have been better than what we currently have, but we'll roll with what we currently got. We're already doing a ton of damage. As we go into Act 5, one of the things... Alright, that's the second one now. Let's pick that up. I feel like it's a sign. As we roll into Act 5, like I said... Oh, wow, there's a 4-link one. There we go. So, that quickly, the unique just died. So, as we roll into Act 5, as we go through the recap here, we are absolutely going to want to focus on some resistances here. So this will be 5% to all resistance. Let's see where we want to go from here. This is some leech. This one's actually nice, martial experience. So this one is also going to have hits have a 30% chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. One of these gave us that too. Yeah, this one has 15% chance. So in total, that's going to give us 45% chance. This will also give us some additional leech. So as we're doing damage, we're also gaining life back, which is always nice. So we're going to pick up these 3 nodes, seeing we're right here. And then we'll figure out here in a second where else we're going to go. Talk to everybody here. Grab a ring. So usually whenever we get a ring option like this, I'd like to take a look at my current rings and see where we're struggling the most. This is obviously 100% our weakest ring. This is doing absolutely nothing for us other than just giving us some flat lightning resistance. The cast speed is irrelevant. The evasion speed is irrelevant. Let's grab the topaz ring here and see if we can get something that's even remotely better. All attributes, physical damage to attacks, cold damage to attacks, maximum energy regenerate, definitely better than what we currently have. It actually has more base lightning that has 24 on it, and this one only has 21, so definitely a win there. That physical damage and that cold damage is actually going to help us a ton as well, so it's adding a ton of extra damage. This is another reason why we don't want to necessarily take brutality support just yet, because we can still benefit from some of that elemental damage early on. Let's identify everything here and then sell what we don't need. This type of belt is ultimately the belt we're going to want to go for, a leather belt, because it's going to give us some life, and at the end of the day, life is going to be king as we go through the campaign, and even into the end game. But for now, this one isn't that great. We're going to skip it. Same thing with this one. 10 life. It's got lightning and chaos resistance, so hold up there for a second. Throw that one. These are... this is energy shield. Energy shield, we don't want those, so let's throw those out. 1200. Let's throw this one out. Oh, we got this ring here. It's a rarity. The stats on there, meh, we don't need it. So this would be a nice one to see if we can do the rustic stash. Rustic sash, rather. So that one's already blue. Do I have a regal orb? I do have a regal orb, so regal orbs will allow you to upgrade a magic item to a rare item. So we'll go back to Lonnie here. We'll purchase this blue rustic, regal it to make it rare.
For freedom.
Grab our other whetstone.
Yes.
Sell these bad boys. 72 to 149. So we got heavier top end damage. So that's nice. Yeah, we'll probably want to take that. So 39.19. Yeah, 42.79. So not a crazy increase, but definitely an increase in damage. We'll take this axe and put it in our... So we do it this way, so it's going in sequential order. This one we can toss. We already got a decent one. And then the last thing we need to look at is this belt. So if I take this belt off, we go from 42.79 to 38. So this is a decent damage increase on this belt, and it's also giving us some of that physical leech with a tiny bit of life. However, this is going to give us some resistances, and we do need to cap. I don't think I'm ready to take care of this belt off yet, so we'll sell this one for now, because it is just a mad belt, to be honest. We can definitely get something better. I'll sell this ring as well.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
So there's that binding orb, really nice. Okay. So, let's do a quick recap like we've been doing. So this is the new axe that you literally just see me craft with that rustic sash recipe. So again, literally one stat on it, increased physical damage. Our helmet is pure armor. It's just giving us some armor, some int, and some fire resistance. The int is kind of irrelevant too, because we don't really need it for anything other than Frostblink, and we're not leveling Frostblink. Our body armor, we finally got our 4-link with gambling. It's giving us a bit of lightning resistance that we crafted on there, as well as some life regen, and then a decent little chunk of armor. Our gloves, same thing. Some attack speed, which is always nice. Bit of armor and some cold resistance. Again, not a ton going on there. Boots, same thing. 10% movement speed, which is the main pull here. 45 maximum life, and then some armor and a tiny bit of life regen. Again, the chaos resistance is kind of irrelevant right now. And then our amulet with some attributes and some life. So again, super scuffed gear, not a lot going on here. Sorry, I don't think I went over this ring, but some life and some cold resistance and just overall resistances on that ring as well. So unfortunately, every single one of these gear slots is taken up and has suffixes, so we cannot craft. Actually, this ring is baller. It's got a suffix on it. I stand corrected. So we can actually go to our hideout here. Where are we currently lacking the most? Fire for sure. So we can actually take this and we can craft some fire resist. So take the lower fire resist. Don't waste your alchemies just yet. Take the lower version of it. That'll be fine. And just like that, we are now capped on fire and cold resistance, with lightning just being 5% off. We do want to get these a bit over cap. So ideally, we want all of these to be 105% by the time we get to the end of Act 5, and that's because, again, at the end of Act 5, we're going to take a minus 30% penalty on all of our resistances. So that is something to keep in mind that we need to be aware of, so we definitely need to be on the hunt for that. All right, let's get into Act 5. Again, Act 5 is going to go by pretty quickly. And what we'll do is we'll split this video up into 2. So we'll do the first 5 acts as 1. And then we'll do the last 5 acts as the second video, just so it's not super long. But this act will go by relatively quickly. There's a couple things we gotta watch out for in here, but not a ton. You can actually, where you see the grates are broken there, you can actually jump down like that with Leap Slam, so very useful. Let's see if there's another one. Here's an open one. We can jump up, just the same. We are looking for a green exclamation point here, a little collectible item. I always find that it's over here to the right, or I'm sorry, to the left and then up. See, there it is, it's popping. Come over here, boom. Get the Miasmeter or Valenta, that's going to give us an additional skill point, like we've already talked about. Those are invaluable. We absolutely want as much of those as we can. Skate over here. Chance Orb, we definitely want one of those. So we are actually a little over leveled in this zone, so I am going to try and not kill as much. Again, if this is your first time playing or you're completely new, oh, there's a yellow Congrax. That might actually be better than the one I just crafted. It's gonna make me feel a little. Oh, I just one-shot him. So Eye of the Zeal, take that from the unique at the end of this zone, and then we're going to go up here. Next zone. Moria Square. Grab the waypoint. Again, skip some of these guys. Pick up these sulfite veins, because who knows, maybe we'll make a video with this guy later on. Going over some delve. I do enjoy some delve myself. It's not my favorite mechanic, but I do enjoy doing it from time to time. That's another thing, guys, too. If there's anything in this video that you see, or in this playthrough, that you'd like a better explanation on, you'd like me to explain more on, you'd like me to do its own video to kind of go over in more depth, I am absolutely happy to do that. So please drop a comment below and let me know what you'd like to see more of. If there's anything in particular that I can add more value to or explain better or give additional tips. Okay, Templar Quartz. All right, so we were going to go through here and pick up these. Yeah, let's grab this one. We'll go around this side to get the additional leech. And then that juicy ignore enemy physical reduction. Alright, so this is a delirium mirror, so we're actually going to go through this. What delirium mirrors do is they add a certain level of difficulty to the monsters in the zone. They spawn additional monsters in the zone, and then, as you can see down here and below, you fill up a meter based on how much you're actually able to kill. And that meter, it ultimately gives you certain rewards. So right now it looks like it's going to give me jewelry with the first reward. And it can be anything. It can give you currency, it can give you items. It can give you, again, all kinds of different stuff. It just depends randomly on what it chooses. So you can see the additional monsters are spawning here. Once you get it up to a certain level, as you can see right there, it'll actually start giving you different reward types, which is super cool. And then if you ever wanted to end it, you're like, nah, I'm done, or this is getting too, I'm getting too squeamish for this, it's too rippy, my character seems like it's going to die, you can hit this fast forward button to automatically end it, wherever it's currently at. However, I don't think we're going to have any issues dealing with it. Once it's about to end, there will also be a timer that pops up, so you can see that. I will say, if you have one of these before you're about to go into the next zone, make sure you end it before you go into the next zone, because it will not carry over. So you can see that timer's popping up. Sometimes if you're able to get farther from the... either farther from the fog or closer, it'll actually improve the timer. So you see right there, one of the items that just dropped is a cluster jewel. This is one of the items that is specific to the delirium mechanic, that specifically drops from the delirium mechanic. I'm not going to go into cluster jewels right now. It's a very complicated piece of the game, and if you are a newer player or just trying to learn how to get through the campaign, again, little white lie, for all intents and purposes, it's irrelevant to you. You're not going to use them. If you guys, however, would like to see a short explanation on them, please let me know. They're very useful when we get to the end game, but as far as getting through the campaign, and even most of the early end game, they're kind of not needed at all. They're completely optional. This zone right here, Chamber of Innocence, very good zone to level. If you happen to be under-leveled or you want to pick up some additional levels, there's a ton of pack size in this area, as you can see, just an absolute ton of enemies. So we are about to fight one of the bosses to proceed through the campaign, which is Innocence. Depending on if it's your first time or not, this guy can be one of the more challenging bosses. This guy's running all over the place. We're not going to waste time fighting him. So again, as you can see from our Ascendancy with Juggernaut, that's kind of what we are at this point. Even with that first node, we're kind of just standing in the middle and just pummeling the ground. There's not a whole lot of situations at the moment where these guys are going to have a lot of effect on us. Ton of blue packs in this area too. Another Chaos Orb. There is also a crafting recipe somewhere in here. If I'm not mistaken, it is for accuracy, which obviously if you're following this build you don't need. If you're a perfectionist and you want to pick it up because you want to have all of them, feel free. I'm not going to backtrack to get it just because it's not something we're ever going to craft. There's usually always 4 or 5 blue packs in this last room here right before the Innocence fight. I always like to take them out. Again, just extra XP. Sanctum of Innocence. Let's use our skill point here. Let's grab Martial Experience. So that's going to be a huge damage buff for us. So we're going to fight High Templar Avarius first. So he's phased now. We're going to go into his second phase. He's basically going to be summoning these light constructs. Innocence is also going to do this, just a lot more of them. But you basically just got to kill them. These guys have proximity shields, which basically means you have to be within that little bubble in order to do any damage to them. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. They'll go down just the same. Okay. Stunned him. Great. Cool. So now he phases. He's going to turn into Innocence. So like I said, this guy can be a little bit nasty if you never fought him before. He has like this bullet hell phase. And then this beam is the nastiest thing to watch out for. Again, just like the Piety fight, if you just go around him, here's that bullet hell. With the beam, as long as you just maneuver around him, he pretty much can't touch you. There's nothing to worry about. So like I said, he's going to do the same thing the first phase was doing by summoning these guys. He's going to do this twice in total. Most of the time, he might do it 3 times if you're taking a bit longer to kill him, but I've typically only had him do it twice on me. So you can see right there, I'm actually face tanking the laser a bit, and it's... Watch out for that. Yeah, see, look at that. We had just enough health to survive that, so that big moon kind of slam, almost like Dominus did in Act 3. Hurts quite a bit, even for us with 4 endurance charges, a decent health pool, and a good amount of armor. Almost one-shot us, so just be cognizant of that. And he's done. So just like that, he's gone. That actually is energy shield. Actually, the both doesn't matter. Sin will drop down. You don't actually have to talk to him. We're going to go straight to Bannon over here, talk to him real quick, and go through the Torched Courts. So the same area we were kind of just in, only now it's in a fiery hell. So same deal. We're just going to make our way through here. Guys, another thing that I used to do a ton when I first started playing Path of Exile is every little piece of what we would typically consider gumball currency, so the tiny currencies like Orbs of Transmute, Orbs of Alteration, Orbs of Augmentation, Chromatics, Blacksmith Whetstones, Armor Scraps. When those singles would drop, and I'm just zooming like I am right now, about halfway through the campaign, like this transmutation, I would make a habit of making sure to pick them up, because I felt, well, hey, you know, I need to pick up that currency. You know, I'm gonna need that even into the late game. So let me make sure I pick up that currency. What I had to learn was, it's actually wasting you more time to pick up those tiny bits of currency, especially if you've been diligent about it in the earlier acts, than if you were to sit there and pick it up, because by time you actually get to end game, the extra couple seconds it would have taken you to pick it up adds up over time. By the time you get to end game, there's going to be so much of that currency dropping that the couple that you pick up early in the campaign, it's not going to make that big of a deal. It's not going to be that big of a difference. There's a jewel, so we can go over that real quick. So jewels and cluster jewels, like I mentioned previously, are different from one another. So cluster jewels will actually add additional passive choices to your skill tree, and you can actually craft what those skill choices are from a set list. And that's why I'm not really going to go over it, because that's very complicated to somebody that's just starting out. However, jewels are items that you can actually slot into certain nodes on your passive tree. We're actually going to skip this delirium here. That, we're actually going to toss this because I'm going to need a room here in a second. Grab that fusing. That just give you straight up stats. So, like, real quick, we'll look at this red one that just dropped. We actually have a green one as well. So this one, it's saying 16% increased damage with staves, 10% increased melee critical strike chance. So what you would do is on your passive skill tree, if you have somewhere here that has a jewel, such as right here, basic jewel socket, I can actually take this jewel and plop it right into that socket, and it's going to give me whatever the jewel says. So again, just like a piece of gear, those jewels can be crafted on, and just like how the coloring coordination works for gems and gear, it works the same with jewels. Ruby, or I think it's Crimson, jewels are going to be more geared towards melee attacks, fire, things of that nature, strength. Green is going to be more dex, a little bit of attacks in there too, accuracy type. Again, green gems, more dex oriented, and then of course blue gems are going to be more intelligence oriented. So for our sake, if you ever get the option, and we will get a couple quest rewards that actually offer a gem as a jewel as a quest reward. We typically want to go for the red ones. Red ones also gear more towards rolling life, but again, like we said, life is king, so we want to make sure that if we do have a jewel, life is always going to be a good stat to try and aim to get. Grab this physical damage 2 recipe. We can exit the character screen at this point, go back in. So we have a couple things we need to turn in. So Lonnie here is actually going to give us our first specialty flask. Or at least I think this is the first time you're offered a specialty flask. So these ones are all going to give you resistance and maximum resistance to the applicable. Again, red would be fire, blue is cold, and then yellow or topaz is lightning. You got your chaos here. And then these are more specific ones. So this one's a diamond flask, gives you critical strike. Again, useless to us because of that resolute technique keystone. Evasion rating, useless to us because we're using, what is it?
You deserve
Stance.
recognition for what you have done.
Unwavering stance.
Once
Let's go back here. So, and then this one, granite flask. This is the obvious choice for us. This one is 1500 to armor. We are armor based. We definitely want that. Perfect example here. We're getting a reward. Grab the Crimson Jewel. Have her identify the items. Wow, so this chest is actually really good. Unfortunately, it is not 4-linked. Fortunately for us, our axe actually is 4-linked. Now, this puts us in a bit of a conundrum because if we move our 4-link to the axe and then switch out our chest piece, because this is giving us more armor, health, and more resistances, which we desperately need. If we get a better axe, we're going to have to do some maneuvering and some finagling to make sure that we can actually get a different 4-link other than our axe so we can switch it out. So 61 to 130, not quite. This one is nice. There's a ton of elemental damage on that, but it's actually, I wonder, check that out here in a second. We're going to keep that in case we need to use the recipe again. Throw that away, throw that away. Whole lot of poison. There is increased damage with axes on this one, which is perfect for us, but everything else is kind of useless. Same thing with this one. This one is melee critical strike chance, which we can't do in staves. Get rid of it. Holding a shield, life per enemy hit with attacks, and then increased area damage. This one's okay. The increased area damage will help us with Sunder. It will increase Sunder's damage, and then obviously the gain life per enemy hit is always useful. We're not holding a shield, so the attack speed will not work for us, so we'll keep that for now, but it's not the best. Same thing here, and then this one, I'm actually just going to straight up get rid of it. We're not going to worry about cluster jewels in this playthrough. Another great flask here, so we're starting to get some good flasks. Let's get rid of a lot of the noise in our inventory, and then let's sort through what we have here. We can also give this miasmeter to Valenta, and that will give us another skill point, so let's grab that real quick. So we have 2 to spend here, actually. Alright, where do we want to go from here? So there's a couple schools of thought here. One would be to go to a straight beeline down here and grab these 2 hand nodes as well as Bastion Breaker, which gives us another hits have 50% chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. If I'm not mistaken, this will actually bring us up to 100% chance to ignore physical damage reduction, so we will just straight up ignore the enemy's physical damage. We can also come straight over here to get some pretty nice nodes as well. So Master of the Arena is going to be a great node for us. Bravery is a good node. Destroyer is another decent node. One of the other things we want to start looking at too is getting more armor, getting more defensive. One of the ways we can do that is by grabbing right here, Juggernaut. This is a good node to grab. And also these Fortify nodes. Fortify does a ton for us. It just straight up reduces our damage by a certain percentage, by equal percentage of the amount of stacks of Fortify you have. Usually you can have up to a max of 20 stacks of Fortify. In this case, this one's going to give us an additional 3 stacks plus regenerate 0.1% of life per fortification stack. This is definitely what a wheel that we're going to want to go for. Same thing with this one. Soul of Steel is going to be pretty nice. So it just matters on where we want to go right now. I think just looking at the tree and where we're at, probably going to want to focus. We could get these other axe nodes over here too. These will do a bunch for us. I think we'll grab these 2 armor nodes real quick. And then I think we're going to beeline down here to grab this set of 2-handed nodes, as well as Bastion Breaker. So let's grab these 2 armor nodes just to bulk us up a bit and give us a bit more life. Yeah, that's nice. And then what we'll do next is we'll come down here, and then we'll grab Bastion Breaker first, and then we'll grab this down here. Now, as far as this goes, so we can definitely make this work. So let's get this transferred over right now, because this is a definite upgrade for us. As far as the chest goes, it's more armor, more life, it has resistances. It's just a straight up upgrade. This one was decent, it was getting us through. And it actually has a suffix on it, so we can actually put fire resistance on here too, and this chest is going to be pretty good. It's going to carry us for a minute. And then I did want to... Can't do that. I don't think this is going to be a plus over it. We'll put it in here anyways. But I don't think that's going to be... Same thing with this. We'll put this over here. This guy can get sold now. And same thing like this. This is... It's meh. Get rid of that. And then as far as this, I'm actually going to toss one of our life flasks. I don't think we need 2 of them anymore. Throw in this granite flask. And then we're actually going to re-roll this because I cannot stand less duration of my flasks personally. So we're going to take an alt. Being stunned doesn't do anything for us. Yeah, we'll just settle with that. It's not going to be an in-game flask anyways. So we'll go with that. We're good now. Okay. So let's go back here to the waypoint. We'll go back to the ruined square. And then from here... Actually, where are our resistances? Okay, so cold is definitely good. Fire's looking pretty good. And then lightning is finally capped now. Fire, we can actually... Actually, sorry guys, let's do that real quick. Let's go to our hideout. And then throw fire on here. And now... Cool. So now... Fire and cold are looking good. Now we just need to scrounge up a bit more lightning resistance, and then we are looking good for resistances going into the fight with Kataba, which is the end act boss here in Act 5. And the first half of the campaign. Rolling through here. So at this point, again, we are already almost done with Act 5. There are a couple more areas that we want to go to here before we actually fight the Act 5 boss. So that's actually a Tula. You can kill him, and he's killing him will give you a reward for either a weapon or a shield. At this point, our weapon is good. We've been routinely getting better weapons, and we don't have a shield or a wand or anything of that nature, so we're not going to worry about it. So this zone is the last zone we need to go in before we're going to fight the boss and end things off. Double essences, we'll take those. Nope, I actually didn't activate it. It's actually freezing me, which is slowing me down a little bit. Not ideal. Val Orb, you definitely want to pick up any Val Orbs you get. Those are going to be pretty crucial to the end game once we get there. This area of the campaign, the Reliquary, also has a significant amount of pack size, so it's also good to grab some levels here. We definitely want that whetstone so we can continue to do the whetstone recipe. We're going to continue to do that as we navigate through the second half of the campaign in the next video. In this case, we're looking for 3 quest items in this area. I already picked up the first one. There's the second one, as you can see. Last one should be somewhere over here to the top right. So we're actually way over leveled at this point. So we don't need to keep killing much in here. Grab that. Go to Lonnie. She's going to give us a skill book for collecting the ones that we just collected. So we got 3 more points to work with here. So like I said, at this point, we're probably going to beeline our way down here. This serves 2 purposes. We can pick up the Bastion Breaker node and then the Wrecking Ball node and these attack speed nodes. This is going to make us feel a lot better. It is also going to path us through here. So if we ever get into a spot where we need a chunky amount of intelligence or dexterity and we just can't figure it out with our gear, we can take these for the time being to basically provide that solution. Obviously, we wouldn't want to keep nodes in this because it's kind of a waste, but at least for the time being, that's going to be helpful. So we'll make our way down here to pick up those nodes. Talk to Van in here. So that's him giving us the quest to kill Atula. Again, we already went over it. We could really care less about killing him. So we want to go back to the ruined square here. We're going to leap slam our way. This guy's almost dead, actually. Oh, he's got a chunky energy shield. We're going to make our way through here, and then instead of going south like we did the first time, we're actually going to come over here to the left. Grab that armor scrap. And up to this little entrance over here. So, Cathedral Rooftop. So we want to fight through this area, and at the very end, we are going to square off with Kitava, which is going to be the Act 5 boss, and basically the end of the first half of the campaign and this video. So, nothing special in this zone. You just go straight as you're going through here. There's no special tricks to get there any faster or anything in this one particularly. There's also no side quests or anything like that that we have to manage to. So you can just straight up go all the way back to the very end to fight Kitava. And here we go. So Cathedral Apex. Okay, you're going to take the Sign of Purity that you had from earlier, put it in the cradle. Einhar actually followed us in here. And now we get to fight Kitava. So this is the Act 5 boss. So do watch out for his hits. He is, he can chunk you pretty hard. He's going to phase multiple times here. So wait for him to come back. Cool. War cry, slam, slam, dodge his attacks where you can. Ooh, those ones are nasty. We got some pretty decent regen, though, that helps us on top of our life flask. Here he goes again. His heart is going to come out on this phase. We want to attack his heart. This will spawn a couple enemies. This is also going to help fill your flasks if you're using them a ton. So you can see, when it comes to our clear with trash, we got pretty good clear, but then when we're fighting larger bosses like this, uniques, it takes us a bit. So that's where that Bastion Breaker node is going to come in to help. So he just got barely out of that one. Phase him again. We'll attack his heart one more time, and then we should be on the last phase here. Okay. Last phase. War cry, war cry. Start slamming them. Make sure you get out of those attacks. Make sure you dodge these little ghost floaties here. These guys will actually apply corrupted blood, and that hurts quite a bit. And then when you get to this part, you have essentially defeated him. He is going to come back, though, and this is kind of how the second half of the campaign starts. You didn't really actually kill him. Now he's stronger. And now he's effectively going to curse you. So if you watch our resistances as he does this, final hurrah attack, all of them drop by 30%. So you can see now we're at 71, 70, and 47. So as we go into Act 6, our lightning resistance needs to be top priority to make sure we get that squared away. Because we will start to notice how much not having that resistance hurts. So we'll talk to Lily here, sail to Rayclast. If you notice, we're back in Lionized Watch. So a lot of the second half of the campaign is us just going through some of the same zones we've already been through. And then Lily Roth here actually is going to act like Ciosa. So if you remember when we were back in Act 3, we did the library quest, which allowed us to buy a ton of different gems that we don't normally have access to. We're going to do a quest for Lily here at the beginning of Act 6, and then once we do that quest, she is going to give us that same ability, and she's actually going to follow us from town to town. So a bit easier than having to go all the way back to the library and having the currency in your inventory with Ciosa. So like I said, guys, I'm going to split this video into two. So the first 5 acts, and then we'll do a separate video for the second 5 acts. But real quick, before we end the video, let's do a quick recap of where we were at. So this is our passive tree. So again, we originally came through all these melee nodes, up here to Born to Fight, through these other melee and attack speed nodes, grabbed accuracy and versatility for the movement speed and the dex and int that was needed early on, came through these life nodes and kind of bum rushed our way into resolute technique to make sure we didn't have to worry about accuracy anymore. Grabbed the rage nodes here to boost our raw damage, then came here and started focusing on axes. We grabbed these axe nodes that you see down here for the attack speed and the rage on hit. We grabbed the gain 2 rage on hit with axes, axe mastery, and then came right down here to grab these mana nodes to help with that our mana sustain, because we were struggling a bit. Then we came through here on these life nodes down to Warrior's Blood. We grabbed these 2 resistance nodes for the time being until endgame. We'll keep these. We'll eventually respec out of them once we get better gear. But for now, they're helping us keep our resistances in check. We came down here and grabbed Kinetic Impacts. I'm sorry, actually, we came down here first to grab Unwavering Stance. That way we can make sure we weren't being stunned. And then we grabbed Kinetic Impacts with the 40% increased damage with hits against rare and unique enemies. Afterwards, we grabbed Martial Experience to give us another hits have 30% chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. Scooped up these 2 armor and life nodes, just real good quality of life, Juggernaut, and the life and armor, small passive. And now we're kind of making a beeline down here to grab this Bastion Breaker wheel right here to give us another 50% chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. That's a huge damage boost for us. And then after that, we're going to grab this side of the wheel here for the attack speed, and additional 2-handed melee damage. So that's where we are with the passive tree as of right now. I'll leave it here for a second so you guys can screenshot it or pause the video so you can see where we're at. As far as our ascendancy goes, we did choose to go with the Juggernaut. I gave you the reasoning for that earlier. Basically, it's just defensiveness and quality of life. I'd rather you guys have an easier time surviving because we can pick up the damage elsewhere. So the first note we went for was unflinching. This is basically just supercharging our ability to gain endurance charges and giving us an additional endurance charge. So it's going to help out a ton with survivability and make a lot of the rest of the campaign kind of a breeze to go through. So that's where we are as far as Ascendancy and passive tree. And then real quick, shift over the gear. The axe, again, we've been consistently upgrading the axe either by finding better axes on the ground, gambling for them. Actually, I don't think we have gambled for them in this playthrough, but gambling for them is an option you can take. And then likewise, using the rustic sash recipe. So as you can see here, a single mod, just 50% increased physical damage. We're continuing to look for additional better axes. We just picked up this body armor, which is nice. Tri-resistance, armor, life. Can't do much better than that right now in the campaign. So this is a solid piece of armor. Wish this was a 4-link, but we can try and make that happen later on. Or we might get something better, who knows. But decent piece for right now. This is going to carry us for a little bit. Ultimately, this is what you're looking for on most of your pieces of gear. Life and resistances. That's all you're really looking for, guys. If you can get some extra armor, awesome. If you can get some extra strength or dexterity or intelligence, awesome. To make sure you fill those tiny little gaps that you need to make sure your skills and everything work. But ultimately, this piece of gear is exactly what you're looking to replicate on most of your other pieces of gear. Life, resistance. Boots are kind of the same boots. Only that chaos resistance, which really isn't doing us a whole lot now, especially after we just killed Katava, because now we're at negative 25% chaos resistance. Again, not a big deal until we get into endgame. But not really doing anything. The only reason we still have these boots is because that 10% movement speed. I would absolutely keep any boots you have for movement speed, unless you can find other boots that have movement speed. Movement speed is so crucial. So that's where we are with those boots. Gloves, same gloves we had with the last check-in, just a bit of attack speed and some cold resistance. These are pretty terrible gloves. We can definitely do better here, and this needs to be one of our next items to upgrade. Same thing with the helmet. A bit of intelligence, which we don't need. Accuracy, which we don't need. So really, this is basically a 2-mod item. Increased armor and a bit of fire resistance. So again, helmet is definitely another spot where we absolutely can improve upon. Belt is the same belt. Feast bind. We're probably getting to the point where we're ready to replace this. It's added a decent little chunk of damage to us. A tiny bit of life and some life leech and regen through flask manipulation. But that stuff is starting to get outvalued by some of the gear we're going to see dropping. We're ultimately going to be looking to replace this with a leather belt like this. So actually, let's see what this is. Decent. We can add a resistance to it. So actually, this belt is already pretty much better than this. We are going to lose a bit of damage, but overall for our build, this is going to be better because we can throw some lightning resistance on there to help get our lightning res in check a bit. So we'll probably replace that out at the beginning of the next video. So we'll move that right here. And then rings. So we got this ring. Some nice attributes on it. Lightning resist, fire resist. Some pretty sizable damage increases there from the physical and cold damage. So that's pretty nice to have. And then this ring over here. Kind of the same story. We're getting a bit of a very tiny bit of life and some resistances. The mana regeneration is so-so, and the fire damage is really irrelevant. We're doing so little fire damage that 11% is really doing nothing for us. And then as far as gems, we did get our 4-link, so we're ending with Sunder, melee physical damage support, pulverized support, and Fist of War support. That's going to be our bread and butter going forward. We are going to be looking for a 5-link eventually, and on that 5-link, we're probably going to look to either add Fortify support, Close Combat support. We could even throw Ruthless support back in there, but probably Fortify support is going to be our go-to. We still got Seismic Cry, and then we're also using Enduring Cry. Enduring Cry, same thing. We're probably going to get rid of this soon. Now that we have Unflinching from the Juggernaut Ascendancy, there's really no point in this. It's giving us a nice boost of regeneration, but it's not worth the whole gem socket, in my opinion. So we'll probably switch that out for a different War Cry that will give us a bit more oomph. Still using Frostblink as well as Leap Slam and faster attacks to get around. That's how we're zooming around the map. Auras, we're still sticking with Blood and Sand as well as Herald of Ash. Around this time is probably where it's going to be better for us to switch out Herald of Ash for Pride, I believe it was that I got. Yeah, so we'll have to make sure we have enough mana to run both Pride and the Blood and Sand without it hitting us too hard on mana and all, so we'll see if that works or not. But we can actually throw that in here to get it start leveling up as we're working on it. That's where we're at the end of Act 5. Again, resistances 71 fire, 70 cold, 47 lightning. We'll get that lightning shored up once we put this belt on and craft some lightning resistance on it. We have 1260 armor, so not a ton of armor, but a decent little chunk. We got a very tiny little bit of life regen helping us a little bit here. And then, yeah, we can't be stunned. That's kind of where we're at, so until next time, guys. Again, the second part of this will be in a second video, so we'll get that out as soon as possible. However, one thing I want to leave you guys with is this is basically just a template of how to level a melee slam character. So as we're going through the rest of the campaign, other than the little tips and tricks that I'm going to throw you guys as we go through each area, we're doing the same thing, guys. It's going to be the same thing over again. Look for life and resistances on your gear. Look to keep switching out our axe for an axe that has higher physical damage. Ideally, we would want something that has % physical damage like this one does with some attack speed to help us out there. And then again, on the passive tree, we're mainly going for the things that we've been working at, right? So physical damage. How are we ignoring physical damage? Attack speed and physical damage. Some rage nodes, health nodes. I talked about getting fortification and grabbing some more health nodes here. There's some more axe nodes here. So if you guys don't want to wait for the next video to come out in order to keep playing your character, please feel free and just remember those couple things. But until then, look forward to seeing you guys in the next one.